The next evening, before the palace gates closed, a carriage slowly entered. Bai Wudong leaned against Zhang Qingyan, quietly admiring the high walls and deep palace under the sunset. It was so beautiful, yet so lonely. Zhang Qingyan was busy with official affairs, so Bai Wudong did not disturb him. Instead, she returned to Zhao Chun Palace to rest properly. The palace was much better than the Guardian Temple. Lying on the familiar bed, she quickly fell asleep. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the darkness, shining on the deep red palace walls. This signaled that the morning court was about to begin. After many days, she attended court again, and it ended an hour later than usual. Zhang Qingyan returned to Yangxing Palace, and Wang Dicai immediately ordered someone to bring breakfast. The Empress Dowager entered with her homemade dishes. "Your Majesty, I have missed you very much during these days. Mother, please join me for breakfast." The Empress Dowager sat to Zhang Qingyan's right, took out some dishes, and placed them on the table. "When will your Majesty hold a birthday banquet for me?" Zhang Qingyan swallowed his food. "In a few days. He hasn't decided on a specific time yet." The Empress Dowager no longer asked questions and changed the subject, mentioning the snow lotus seeds matter. "Emperor, I have investigated this thoroughly. It has nothing to do with Lady Wen. She was also framed. As for the mastermind behind this, we cannot find out. The palace maid responsible for guiding and changing clothes in the Empress's palace, who entered the Justice Department and bit her tongue to commit suicide, is where the trail ends." Zhang Qingyan had already expected this, but he knew that Wen Qiyun was not innocent. The snow lotus seeds may not be related to her, but she did send the dress soaked in red flour. She is extremely malicious by nature. The Empress Dowager took a bite of food and placed it in front of him. That dress was sent before the Crown Prince was born. She might have had some bad intentions, but not to the point of extreme cruelty. In the Deep Palace, if you don't have some schemes, how can you survive? "Emperor, from now on, I won't let Lady Wen contact Xiaopin. But you still need to favor her. Lady Wen is suitable for pregnancy in many ways, so don't lose a great opportunity over small matters." Zhang Qingyan suppressed his disgust. The Empress Dowager held significant power, and he couldn't afford to offend her. He nodded. "Since Mother says so, then let Lady Wen be sent to the cold palace for now. Keep her confined until Zhao Pin's side has been settled for 3 months." He agreed, and the Empress Dowager smiled and picked up her teacup. "The Emperor has been working hard lately. Later, I will have someone help you recover your health." The door of the Shenyang Hall was tightly closed. Jean Weige stared at the door with a fierce expression. Shi Yu cautiously stepped forward. "Your Highness, please don't be angry. I am thinking about why that wicked woman is still alive after leaving the Guardian Temple." If Jin Ji had no chance to act in the palace before, she could understand. But why, after leaving the palace and going to a place like the Guardian Temple, could she still be alive? And even return with the Emperor? This was not what Jean Weige wanted to see. She clenched Shiyu's hand tightly, the armor piercing her skin, blood flowing out. "Go send a message to my elder brother. I must find out the truth. Why is that wicked woman still alive?" Shiyu felt pain, but dared not resist. She could only wait until Jean Weige vented her anger before letting go. After a long while, Jean Weige finally loosened her grip. Shiyu, despite the pain, bowed. "This servant will go deliver the message immediately." In the afternoon, the letter was delivered to Jin Ji. He read it silently, then burned it completely, without showing any emotion. He indeed should go to the palace to see Wei Ge, not to explain why he didn't kill Bai Wudong, but to discipline her and prevent her from seeking favor with the Emperor or plotting harm in the future. Jin Ji, who had contributed to protecting the Gui Temple, was not questioned by Zhang Qingyan and was simply told to bring people inside by Wang Dicai. Wang Dicai stopped in front of the Fuyao Palace door. Jin Ji quickly entered and bowed. "Your servant greets Consort Jin." Wei Ge stood up, carrying her full figure, and hurriedly came to him. "Brother, why haven't you acted yet? Why is that despicable woman still alive and returned?" "Wei Ge, speak carefully." Jin Ji looked toward the door. Wang Dicai was still far away, able to see them but unable to hear their conversation. The surrounding palace, maids had already retreated. Wei Ge had long lost patience. Big brother, just tell me what's going on. You can't act in the palace, but can you do so outside? Don't make excuses to brush me off, I won't believe it. I know your abilities, and you can't possibly fail. Jinji looked at her quietly. Wei Ge, Lady Zhao is pregnant with the only heir to the throne. The emperor has long sought this, and now it has finally happened. As a servant, I cannot commit such a great treason. I understand your desire for favor, but endangering the country and causing chaos is not acceptable. Wei Ge almost burst into laughter from anger. She grabbed Jinji's collar, her eyes bloodshot. Brother, stop saying these useless things. Since the emperor allowed Lady Zhao to be pregnant, there must be others. Didn't I have someone before? It's just a matter of waiting a little longer. You should kill her. Only by killing her can I vent my hatred. Do you want me to see her living freely in the palace every day? I've never suffered such humiliation in my life. I've lost my title, and because of her, I've lost face in the harem and even the emperor. What she couldn't bear most was Bai Wudong stealing the favor that belonged to her. The emperor used to spend at least half his time with her, but ever since he favored Bai Wudong, he never came again. He also restricted her from leaving. She hadn't seen the emperor for a long time. Jinji frowned slightly and took her hand. Wei Ge, don't cause trouble. Don't mention this again. I won't help you. And don't think about risking others. If it gets exposed, not only you but the entire Jin family could be in danger. Wei Ji's anger had nowhere to go. She had waited so long. She thought Bai Wudong was doomed, and that the emperor would surely favor her again. What I waited for finally arrived, the two of them returning together in the same carriage. Their relationship has even improved compared to before. Jin Wei Ge grabbed a nearby porcelain item and smashed at the ground. The emperor belongs to me. He was mine from the start. You are my brother and you didn't help me. You just watched that scoundrel ride over me. She was smashing and hitting everything like she had lost her mind. Wang Dicai saw her crazy behavior and was startled.
What?
What's wrong? Lady Jin is so angry. Everything around her was shattered into pieces. Jin Wei Ge weakly slumped into a chair. If even Jinji wouldn't help her, she had to find her own way. But now, Bai Wudong was guarded very tightly, and no one came out. The last time, the powerful snow lotus seed couldn't harm her, so what other options did she have? Jin Wei Ge couldn't wait even a day. She just wanted to immediately hurt Bai Wudong. Tear her apart. Jinji remained calm. If you've smashed enough, remember what I said, don't hurt Zhaopin or the crown prince. If you act rashly, I will find out and stop you. Jinji strode out of the Yaguang palace. Wang Dicai bowed and followed, looking at Jinji's cold expression, afraid to ask more. Forget it. Let the emperor ask himself. This Lord Jin often fights on the battlefield, and his aura is very strong. Even from a distance, people feel nervous and scared. The two of them arrived at Yangxin Palace. The chaos in Yaguang Palace had already reached Zhang Qingyan's ears. What did you say to Lady Jin that made her so angry? Jinji bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, Lady Jin wanted me to find some folk remedies for pregnancy, but I refused. Zhang Qingyan nodded. Folk remedies are not reliable. Most can be harmful. I think so too, but Lady Jin couldn't get past her own worries. She wants to give birth to a child for the emperor. When she learned that Lady Zhaopin was pregnant and thought about the child she didn't leave behind, she was overwhelmed with grief. She was so distressed, she even hurt herself. I told her that if she felt upset, smashing things was better than harming herself. After hearing this, Zhang Qingyan's expression softened. Once, he also looked forward to the birth of that child, but unfortunately, this time, Jinji helped protect Bai Wudong. If it weren't for him, the heir might have been lost. Now he has come personally to say these words. For both emotional and logical reasons, he should go see Consort Jin to comfort Jinji. You don't need to worry too much. After I finish my official duties, I will go to the Shaoyang Palace to see her. Thank you, Your Majesty. Not long after Jinji left, Zhang Qingyan changed his clothes and called Wang Dicai to go with him to Shaoyang Palace. The inside was already cleaned, but the inner court still hadn't sent new supplies, so it looked quite bare. When Jin Weiga heard that Zhang Qingyan had come, she quickly wiped away her tears and came to greet him. "Your Majesty, I bow to you. No need for formalities. I heard you haven't been feeling well lately." Jin Weiga knew that Jin Ji must have made up for her. "Yes, Your Majesty. You don't need to keep dwelling on the past. That child was unlucky. We will have more in the future." Jin Weiga looked up, her face full of surprise. "Your Majesty, I will have someone prepare right away. Come, quickly prepare a bath." Zhang Qingyan understood. She had misunderstood him. He only wanted to comfort her, not to stay overnight. Now that Bai Wudong's pregnancy seemed unstable, he could stay at another consort's place, but not in Shaoyang Palace. Moreover, she seemed to have gained a little weight compared to before. Recently, Bai Wudong had been by his side every day, her eyes full of her delicate, gentle figure. Seeing such a large figure suddenly, Zhang Qingyan found it hard to accept. Consort Jin's face was beautiful, elegant, and bright, but compared to Zhao Pin, she still fell a little short, less refined. "Weiga, you don't need to be busy. I won't stay overnight tonight." Jin Weiga's smile suddenly froze. "Your Majesty, you're not staying?" "No, Zhao Pin is pregnant now. Let's wait a while longer," he replied. Jin Weiga bit her tongue hard, using the pain to ease her hatred so she wouldn't show it. She raised her chubby, tender hand and placed it on Zhang Qingyan's chest. "Your Majesty, Zhao Pin is pregnant and can't serve you, but I can. Besides, just Zhao Pin being pregnant isn't enough, don't you think?" Zhang Qingyan took her hand away. "No, I'm just here to see you and have dinner with you tonight." Jin Weiga tried every way to make Zhang Qingyan stay, but he refused. She smiled on the outside, but inside, she hated Bai Wudong deeply. Taking the chance when she went to get tea, she grabbed the servant attending her and slapped her hard twice. The servant lowered her head, afraid to speak or make any sound. Bai Wudong, I must kill you." Sia stepped forward and offered tea. "Your Majesty, please don't be angry. The Emperor is still waiting outside." Jin Weiga took a deep breath, trying to control her raging anger. "Go and bring that thing." "Madam, are you talking about the one from the western regions?" "Yes, hurry and bring it here." Sia quickly fetched the item. It was a small white object, about the size of a fingernail, like a stone. She ground it into powder and added it to the food, which could make people act impulsively. In the Western Palace, a princess once used this to compete for favor. This item was very rare, taken from deep-sea fish, and hard to find. Jin Weiga had obtained it years ago and kept it safe. This was the first time she was going to use it. She carried the tea and, with a charming walk, approached Zhang Qingyan. A strong fragrance wafted toward him. "Your Majesty, please have some tea." Zhang Qingyan, used to light fragrances, instinctively frowned and lost his appetite for the tea. "I am not thirsty." Jin Weiga trembled slightly. "Your Majesty, just a sip. This tea was picked and dried by me personally. It's my sincere wish." Zhang Qingyan finally took a sip, but then set the cup aside. Jin Weiga couldn't insist further and had to change the subject. She was the one talking the whole time. Zhang Qingyan responded only occasionally. Before entering the palace, they had countless topics: poetry, songs, horseback riding, archery. Now, Jin Weiga could only talk about the past. In the palace, it seemed like other people were always involved in their conversations. But they had discussed these things so many times that Zhang Qingyan grew impatient. Her actions were just wearing down their old friendship. Every time she brought up the past, it was less meaningful than before. "I am going out for a walk. I will come back for dinner." He stood up and left, ignoring Jin Weiga's pale face. "It's okay. The Emperor will come back soon. When that thing takes effect, he will definitely stay." Jin Weiga stared hard at Zhang Qingyan's back, feeling a deep pain in her heart. They once loved each other so much. How did it become so cold and distant? The weather grew colder, and darkness fell quickly. It was only late in the evening, but the palace hall was already brightly lit. Jean Wega personally prepared some of Zhang Qingyan's favorite dishes. They sat facing each other. "Your Majesty, you used to love this dish I made. Please try it and see if it tastes the same as before." Zhang Qingyan took a bite and nodded lightly. "It's good." Jean Wega's mood slightly improved. "Your Majesty, please have some more." This time the substance was added not only to the tea, but also into the food. It was very discreet and hard to detect. This substance didn't cause physical changes, but stirred deep inner desires. Zhang Qingyan put down his chopsticks and looked at Jean Wega. He thought she looked more radiant than before, and a hint of desire rose in his heart. Since Bai Wudong became pregnant nearly a month ago, he hadn't shown affection to anyone else. Jean Wega noticed the change in his gaze and shyly reached out to hold his hand. "Your Majesty, please stay tonight." Outside the window, the moon shone brightly, and shadows of trees danced. Inside the hall, the candlelight was dim, and the person's reflection flickered on the paper. Jean Wega slowly took off her dress, her delicate hand resting on Zhang Qingyan's body, and she exhaled softly. "Your Majesty, I really miss you." Zhang Qingyan's temper flared, and he held her waist. In the next moment, his hand touched layers of soft flesh. Although she was much better than other consorts, upon closer touch, there were still 3 layers. Zhang Qingyan loved slender waists. He hadn't realized this before, but after meeting Bai Wudong, he discovered he had this preference. He also liked Bai Wudong's tender legs wrapped around his waist, which greatly satisfied his sense of masculinity. Now, feeling the layers of flesh and her sturdy thighs, his interest vanished instantly. His anger was extinguished like water poured over fire, leaving only a few wisps of smoke. Even if he tried to push aside these thoughts, he couldn't. Because Bai Wudong could be on top, but Jean Wega was destined to be beneath. He simply couldn't bear such weight. Jean Wega was already prepared to be favored, but she waited and waited, yet no next step came. "Your Majesty, let's sleep first." Zhang Qingyan turned over and lay down. "My leg is injured and not good for movement." Jean Wega understood. It was indeed inconvenient. She didn't think much and hugged Zhang Qingyan. "Your Majesty, could you stay tonight? Please, I haven't seen you in a long time." Under the candlelight, Jean Wega looked at him with pleading eyes. Once, she was so lively and confident, never so humble in front of Zhang Qingyan. Now, she showed this humble expression just to make him stay. Zhang Qingyan's heart softened. "Sleep well, I will stay." At worst, he would have someone block the news tomorrow and not tell Bai Wudong. That night, everything was peaceful. The next morning, Jean Wega got up early. Even though she didn't get much rest last night, she still looked radiant and healthy. Since the emperor was willing to stay, once her leg healed, he would surely test her loyalty. It was only a matter of time. When Zhang Qingyan got up, everything was ready. Jean Wega helped him dress, acting very gentle and virtuous. "Your Majesty, you get up so early every day. It must be tiring. I've even learned some massage techniques to help you when you come back." Zhang Qingyan finished dressing and went to court. Jean Wega immediately called Xia. "Go, spread the news. Say that your Majesty spent the night here, especially to let Xiaopin know. It's best to make her lose her temper." Yes, Xia went to do it. The news spread quickly. Before the emperor could block it, Bai Wudong heard about it. She sat quietly by the window, feeling a sense of danger rising in her heart. The emperor and Jean Wega had a long-standing friendship. Although she temporarily kept the emperor by her side, how could she shake their bond in such a short time? She had just returned from the Guardian Temple when the emperor hurriedly went to the Yaguang Palace. Knowing she might get upset, he still went. Bai Wudong touched her belly. During her pregnancy, she could be favored, but in the early stages, she often lost her temper to keep the emperor's affection. To be safe, the emperor probably wouldn't touch her until the baby was born. During this time, it was easiest for others to find opportunities to interfere. Seeing her furrowed brow, the maid brought some sour fruit. "Your Majesty, you haven't had a good appetite this morning. Please try some of this to stimulate your appetite." White Wudong absent-mindedly bit into the fruit, lost in thought about what to do next. As lunchtime approached, the maid hurried in. "Your Majesty, someone has arrived. They say they are sent by the Ministry of Internal Affairs." White Wudong frowned. She hadn't yet decided to find a managing palace maid, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs probably wouldn't interfere unnecessarily. "Let her come in." After a moment, a woman in her 30s entered the hall, bowing politely. "Your servant greets Lady Zhao. Are you sent by the Ministry of Internal Affairs?" The woman bowed perfectly, her sharp eyes showing a capable and confident demeanor. "Yes, I am called Yunxiang. I previously served Consort Feng, and have been working in the Ministry of Internal Affairs since then. I heard you like DC fruits. My hometown produces a lot of them, and I thought we might be a good match. Since you need help, I came here." The DC fruit was the one picked by Jin Ji at Hugua Temple, delivered daily to White Wudong's room without fail. It seemed she was sent by Jin Ji. In that case, she could be accepted. Jin Ji wouldn't harm her now, but after she bears the royal heir, that might change. So, she could be used but not fully trusted. "Yunxiang, I'm glad you came. From today, you will be the head maid here." "Thank you, Your Majesty, it's my honor to stay." Yunxiang was quick and efficient. As soon as she arrived at the palace, she familiarized herself with the staff and assigned everyone more suitable tasks. She carried a cup of hot tea she had brewed herself and approached. "Your Majesty, is there only Chon'er as your personal maid here?" "Usually. Besides the secondary maids and eunuchs, there should be someone else." White Wudong picked up her tea, understanding that Yunxiang wanted to promote Ziyuan. But that was normal. They were all sent by Jin Ji, so forming alliances was natural. There was also Biyun, but she had an incident. Now only Chon'er remains. "I want to observe the others more to see who is most suitable." "Your Majesty is right," Yunxiang said, seeing that further discussion was unnecessary. She planned to give Ziyuan more opportunities to show her abilities in the future. As everyone left, Bai Wudong lay down to rest, looking at the hanging curtain above her. Suddenly, she remembered the female guard who secretly protected her before. Maybe she could use her to bring the emperor back. She absolutely could not let her stay longer at Jinwega's place. Each additional night might deepen their relationship, and all her previous efforts would be wasted. She called for Chon'er and casually revealed her thoughts. Chon'er understood immediately and deliberately left Zhaochun Palace to get something from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. When she returned, her face looked unhappy. She entered the room, but didn't say anything. Bai Wudong pretended not to notice. "Why are you upset after going out? Did something happen?"
Chon'er bowed politely.
"Your servant. I didn't encounter anything. You're even lying to me now. Tell me what really happened." Chon'er bit her lip gently and finally told the truth. "I just met 2 palace maids. They said that the emperor won't favor you anymore. If it weren't for your child, how could you compare to Consort Jin? They also said you're too weak to be part of the noble court." Bai Wudong's face turned pale. She weakly leaned on the bed. Her hand unconsciously touched her belly, and tears silently fell. "Your Majesty, are you all right?"
Chon'er hurried forward nervously.
"Quick, call the doctor." The Empress Dowager and the Emperor both valued this only heir very much. They had specially kept a doctor in the palace to check on her at any time. The doctor quickly arrived and checked her pulse. "Your Majesty, why did you move your pregnancy again?" But the doctor soon realized that it was probably because the Emperor stayed overnight at Consort Jin's place. Now, the rivalry between Consort Zhao and Consort Jin was known throughout the entire harem. The doctor didn't mind helping her now. "Your Majesty, should I tell the Emperor?" "No, don't go." Bai Wudong held her hand and shook her head sadly. "Don't go. I am the Emperor's consort. I should be generous. How can I get pregnant over such a small matter?" Chon'er looked upset. "Your Majesty, the baby in your belly is your only heir. If you move your pregnancy, you must tell the Emperor. When he comes, he can silence those people. If the Emperor doesn't favor you, where would the child come from? It's all rumors from outside. The Emperor loves you the most. Stop talking. It is my honor to carry the Emperor's heir. Please remember, do not tell the Emperor about today's events." I don't want him to think I am using the child to seek favor. Bai Wutong lovingly caressed her belly. As long as the emperor is happy, I am fine with anything. Even if he stops favoring me, these days will be enough for me to remember for a lifetime. Seeing this, the imperial doctor no longer spoke much. She prepared a calming medicine and repeatedly warned Cheer to watch over Bai Wudong carefully. If anything was wrong, she was to notify her immediately. The woman in black listened carefully and felt pity for Bai Wudong in her heart. She had been always close to the emperor and had seen many consorts, but none as pure as her. She thought it was a waste not to use such good means to seek favor. However, she knew she shouldn't treat Bai Wudong differently, so she quickly suppressed her thoughts. Now, she was going to report, not to help Bai Wudong, but because it was the emperor's order. Any issues with the heir must be reported immediately. She silently jumped up and quietly arrived at the palace of Nourishing Heart. Zhang Qingyan looked up and saw the female secret guard. His heart sank. Is there a problem with the heir? Consort Zhao has had a miscarriage, because she heard rumors outside and knew that you, your majesty, stayed overnight at Lady Jin's place. Zhang Qingyan paused. Tell me more. Also, from today on, no bad people or bad news should enter Zhao Chun Palace. The secret guard faithfully repeated every word. Zhang Qingyan's heart softened. Although consort Zhao had a miscarriage, she hadn't told him. If it had been another consort, she might have come to him already. Her words were truly touching. Such sincere feelings he hadn't seen in many years. He immediately stood up. Wang Ditsai, bring the Night Pearl tribute from the western regions this year and go to Zhao Chun Palace. Yes, your majesty. I will go right away. Zhao Chun Palace was as usual, but now it was winter. Although it hadn't snowed yet, the atmosphere was already bleak. The flowers that once bloomed in the yard had turned into withered leaves. He entered the hall. Cheer was about to report, but Zhang Qingyan raised his hand, signaling her not to speak. Inside the room, Bai Wudong was playing with a small item the emperor had given her. She started playing while she was resting, even though she didn't know if the emperor would come or if the female secret guard would report. Sometimes, acting needs to be done fully to seem more real. To bring the emperor closer, she must start with small things. Maybe one small event will open his heart. Zhang Qingyan stood tall like a bamboo, quietly waiting at the door, looking at the small jade monkey in her hand. That was the first gift she sent after she became pregnant. It shows she really cares about him. Zhang Qingyan felt a little moved. He took a long step forward slowly. Bai Wudong was startled. Your Majesty, why are you here? I came to see you. She wanted to bow, but Zhang Qingyan stopped her. You're pregnant, no need for formalities. Are you used to being back? I'm used to it. This place is much better than Higuosi. But I miss having the emperor around every day. Zhang Qingyan didn't say much. He just asked Wang Ditsai to bring some gifts, each one carefully chosen. This is a pearl from the western regions. He placed the pearl in Bai Wudong's hand. Many like to put it in their hair accessories. If you like, the Imperial Household Department can help make one for you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Seeing her look tired, Zhang Qingyan's lips curved slightly. This is the only luminous pearl in the harem this year. Bai Wudong's eyes lit up, and she smiled happily. Does that mean I am special in Your Majesty's heart? Of course. Zhang Qingyan's stern face softened a little. You are different. He gave Bai Wudong the only luminous pearl. Jin Fei immediately learned the news. Her people were always near Zhaochun Palace, watching every move closely. She was so angry she threw her teacup. I just stayed with the emperor overnight, and now she's using her pregnancy to call him away. She's clearly trying to make trouble for me. Sia, when the emperor returns, ask him to come here. If he doesn't, say I am self-harming. Isn't it just a trick? Bai Wudong would use it, and she could too. She didn't believe the emperor would ignore her. After so many years of friendship, Bai Wudong, a newcomer to the palace, couldn't compare. Jean Weiga looked at her armor, clenched her teeth, and cut her delicate wrist. She felt sad and said, Your Majesty, I will go find the court lady from in medical office and get the best jade cream. Your Majesty's beautiful body must not be left with scars because of that lowly concubine. It would be a great loss. The wound was not deep, but it bled and looked very bright red on her fair skin. Jean Wega looked at the wound with a fierce expression on her beautiful face. Now, to compete for favor, she even used self-harm, which she had never thought of before. But now, Bai Wudong is pregnant, and she is the only heir. To win this time, she must be ruthless first. Next time, she definitely won't do this again. She would find her scars on Bai Wudong's body. Go, but don't let others see. Shiyu immediately sent someone to get the jade cream and kept an eye on Bai Wudong's side. As soon as the emperor returned, she would go and invite him. Although competing for favor so openly was risky, she had already given Bai Wudong the only luminous pearl. If she didn't fight for favor, other things would also go into the Zhao Chun palace. Her ladyship always received the best rewards in the palace, even better than the empress herself, and this must not change in the future. Zhang Qingyan comforted Bai Wudong and returned to Yangxin Palace. Half an hour later, Shiyu arrived, looked around, and then went to Wang Dekai. Grandpa Wang, please inform the emperor that Our Lady wants to invite him to dinner. Wang Dekai thought to himself, Jean Fei's actions are too obvious. The emperor just returned from Zhao Chun Palace, and now she's asking for him again. He knew the emperor well. He wouldn't agree. But for the sake of politeness, he could only smile and go in to report. Zhang Qingyan didn't lift his head. No, Bai Wudong had just had a miscarriage. If he went again, something might happen. In the end, her emotional state was fragile, partly because Jean Wega's earlier beating, so Bai Wudong's jealousy was understandable. Wang Dekai waved his sleeve. Miss Shiyu, you can go back. The emperor is busy now and probably won't be available tonight. Shiyu bit her lip and knelt down with a thud. Grandpa Wang, please tell the emperor again. Our Lady is upset and has been self-harming today. She hasn't seen the emperor for many days, only once yesterday, and she can't bear this longing anymore. Now injured, yet still personally cooking for the emperor. If the emperor doesn't go, who knows what the empress would do? We servants can't stop her at all. Hearing the words, self-injury, Wang Dicai didn't dare delay and quickly came in to report again. Zhang Qingyan finally opened his eyes slightly. Fine, I will go see. When he came out, Xia wiped away tears. Your Majesty, please go see the empress. She misses you very much. Jean Wega leaned lazily on the bed, her body covered in layers of flesh. Luckily, her loose clothes hid some of it. When she heard the emperor was coming, she excitedly sat up, hiding her wound with her sleeve, and went to greet him. Your Majesty, you've arrived. Zhang Qingyan fixed his gaze on her face, his eyes deep. I heard you hurt yourself? Is it serious? Jean Wega pretended to glare at Xia. Who told you to tell the emperor? Your Majesty, I'm fine, just a small injury. I made some of your favorite dishes for dinner. Please stay and eat. She moved aside, revealing a carefully prepared table behind her. Every dish was something the emperor loved, and even the plates and wine jars were exactly the same as those used in the tavern they visited long ago. Back then, they were inseparable and deeply in love. Zhang Qingyan once held her hand under the moonlight and promised her a lifetime. Your Majesty, I hurt myself not to see you or compete for your favor. It's because my hand hurts so badly. You don't know, every winter, my hand aches all night. The imperial doctors tried everything, but nothing helped. I just couldn't bear the pain, so I did this. Jean Wega's eyes reddened at the right moment, showing a young girl's innocence just like in the past. Zhang Qingyan didn't speak. He simply rolled up her sleeve and looked at the dried blood on her wound. Someone, dress her wound properly. Make sure she's well taken care of. He helped Jean Wega sit down. This familiar scene made him recall many past moments. Back then, he was caught in a dangerous struggle for power. Brothers turned into enemies, and the emperor was obsessed with women, neglecting everything else. Every time, Jean Wega comforted and helped him, giving him a chance to breathe amid the chaos. Thank you for your hard work. Jean Wega felt a small joy in her heart, knowing that the emperor still loved her most. The memories and feelings they shared belonged only to them, and no one could take them away. Your Majesty, I am not tired. I just suddenly feel emotional, as if the events of those days are right in front of me.
It's been 4 or 5 years since then, she said.
She pointed to a small dish. Look at this dish, Your Majesty. It was the 15th day of the 8th lunar month. I secretly left home, and we went to see the full moon lantern festival. The best restaurant at that time, Fu Lai Restaurant, served this dish. You said you liked it, and we ordered 2 plates. Zhang Qingyan's stern face softened a little. You remember so clearly. Of course. Everything I did with you, I will never forget. And this dish, on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, you finally had a chance to go out. I was busy learning to be a lady worker, and I lied to the female teacher to sneak out. We ate this at a small shop on the street. You even said that such a small place could have such delicious food. And this. Jean Wega recounted each item carefully, remembering every detail vividly. Even Zhang Chengyan, who was now cold-hearted, softened quite a bit. He took her hand. Eat now, or the food will get cold. Jean Wega picked up the wine jar. Your Majesty, this wine is from the recipe I specially requested from Fu Lai Restaurant. You loved it back then. They clinked their cups together. Tears welled up in Jean Wega's eyes, full of sadness. Your Majesty, I've never gone so long without seeing you. Can you stay with me a little longer tonight? My hand hurts badly, and I haven't slept well day or night. Yesterday was the best rest I've had in a long time. Zhang Qingyan put down his cup. I will stay. An hour had passed. The emperor still hadn't come out. Wang Dezai stood outside the hall, thinking to himself. Maybe the emperor would stay. Just then, Zhang Qingyan's voice came from inside. Wang Dezai, tonight I will stay in the Yaoguang Palace.
Keep it a secret.
Don't let Xiaopin know. Yes, I will take care of it. The next morning, Zhang Qingyan and Wang Dezai left the Yaoguang Palace. Jean Wega called Xia. Find a chance to secretly spread the news that the emperor stayed here again last night. Only tell Xiaopin, and don't let anyone else know. Otherwise, the emperor would surely suspect her. She had finally gained the favor of Bai Wudong after many years of friendship, and she couldn't let it all be lost now. Yes, I will go handle it right away. The imperial kitchen was very busy preparing breakfast for the nobles. Chawner took the portion from Zhao Chun Palace and was about to leave when she overheard 2 palace maids whispering nearby. Last night, the emperor stayed again at the Yaoguang Palace. It seems the noble consort is still very favored. Chawner paused for a moment and immediately stepped forward. What are you 2 talking about? Now that she was a noble lady of Zhao, she didn't need to lower herself. Besides the older consorts, she could overshadow others as long as they weren't too arrogant or aggressive. Usually there wouldn't be any trouble. The 2 maids lowered their heads. Sister Chawner, we didn't say anything. Yes, we were just talking about today's dishes. Seeing that she couldn't get any information, Chawner was annoyed and stomped away. She placed the breakfast in front of Bai Wudong and lowered her voice. Noble lady, I heard that the emperor stayed at Yaoguang Palace again last night. Bai Wudong immediately lost her appetite. She had just had a miscarriage yesterday and thought that the emperor, worried about the heir, would stay away from Jean Wega for a few days. But unexpectedly, he went to Yaoguang Palace again. She clenched her spoon tightly. Is the news spreading everywhere? No, I only heard 2 people say that. When I asked them, they denied it. So, the emperor had blocked the news. Bai Wudong pretended to be calm, ate a few bites, and then left quickly. Her appetite was far less than usual. Noble lady, are you sure you don't want to eat more? No, I am a bit tired. Don't come in to bother me. Back in her room, Bai Wudong felt very upset. She picked up a talisman embroidered with a raccoon dog and clenched it tightly. She had to stop the emperor from going to Yaoguang Palace again. But using the miscarriage as an excuse was no longer an option. Even if the emperor cared deeply for the heir, overusing it would only make him irritable. Bai Wudong thought hard but couldn't find a good solution. Now, the Zhao Chun Palace was full of spies. There were people from Jinji's side, from the emperor's side, and even secret guards. Even if she wanted to do something, She felt powerless. But she was unwilling to just hide here, watching Jin Weiga and the emperor happily together, full of love. Bai Wudong sat up and said, "Chon'er, come with me for a walk. Your Majesty, do you want to go out?" "Yes, I've been staying in this Zhao Chun palace all day. I feel bored and need to get some fresh air." Chana quickly brought a pale blue embroidered cloak. "Your Majesty, it's cold today. Be careful not to catch a cold." As they stepped outside, Yunxiang approached and blocked their way. "Your Majesty, your health isn't good, and you're pregnant with the Emperor's child. It's better not to go out." Bai Wudong looked tired. "I can't stay here forever and do nothing. I need to go out at least a little. If you're worried, you can come along." Having said that, Yunxiang couldn't argue further and had to follow behind. The three of them left Zhao Chun Palace. Outside, everything looked the same as usual, but the beautiful flowers were gone, replaced by withered branches and fallen leaves. Winter comes so quickly. Bai Wudong remembered the hot summer when she first arrived in the capital with her mother. Now, half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. "Your Majesty, by the end of this month, it might snow. The palace will look beautiful then. Winter is harder, but since you're pregnant, the charcoal and fire pits will be kept warm just for you." In the past, she was not very clever and was only a second-class maid. During winter, working outside was tiring and cold. She was healthy, but some of her maid friends got frostbite. They had to endure the pain and just use cheap medicinal powders. Compared to then, life now is much better. The palace servants saw Bai Wudong come out and hurried to bow. Even after she left, they peeked at her on tiptoe. "That's Lady Zhao, the Empress. She's really as thin as others say. I don't understand why the Emperor likes her. Be careful what you say. She's pregnant with the only heir. No matter her size, she's the most favored now." Before long, they reached Yuexin Pavilion. It's close to Listening Snow Lake. In winter, it's very beautiful. Even when it's cold, the consorts often come here to relax and enjoy the scenery. But now, it's a bit quiet and empty. Chon'er laid out a mat, and Bai Wudong sat on a stone bench to rest. She quietly looked at the unfrozen lake's surface. Suddenly, she heard some noise nearby. "You're lazy with your chores and dare to complain to your aunt? You really like to get into trouble. Today, you'll see what happens when you tattle." Bai Wudong looked toward the nearby area, where the silk storage should be located. It was probably caused by a quarrel among the palace maids. She didn't want to get involved, but unexpectedly, the noise grew louder. "How dare you hide? Sister will slap you, and you'll just have to take it. Hurry, hold her down so she can't run away." Bai Wudong felt annoyed and decided to stand up and walk toward the sound. Chon'er and Yunxiang quickly followed, saying, "Your Majesty, please don't go. It's just a small fight and it won't bother you. When we're not with you, we often see such things." They passed through a small arch and reached the back of the silk storage. There was a small, square courtyard where several palace maids were surrounding someone, hitting and scolding. The maid being beaten was lying on the ground, showing half her face, with a clear slap mark. "What are you doing?" Chon'er hurried forward and shouted sternly. "Stop. Our Lady is resting in Yuexin Pavilion. If you disturb her, especially the royal heir in her belly, what will happen to you all?" Hearing this, the maids were frightened and quickly knelt down, begging for mercy. "We saw Lady Zhao stealing something. We couldn't stand it, so we taught her a lesson. It's also to prevent her from stealing again in the future." "I didn't steal anything," the injured maid weakly said. She struggled to get up, her expression stubborn. "I've never touched anyone's belongings." Bai Wudong looked steadily at her. This person seemed familiar, like she had seen her somewhere before. She thought carefully and suddenly remembered someone. The late consort Su. That day, among the palace maids around her, there was this person. Unexpectedly, although she survived, her life was so miserable. Bai Wudong's heart moved, and she said softly, "Everyone, step back." "You stay." The maids hurriedly thanked her and left quickly. In a short while, only the injured maid remained. She seemed ready to accept punishment, kneeling quietly. Bai Wudong gently asked, "What is your name?" "Servant Chun." Good name. My residence is called Xiaochun Hall. Why don't you follow me from now on? Ingchun looked up, confused about why Bai Wudong wanted to take her in. But no matter the reason, she wouldn't agree. Her head heavily hit the ground. Thank you, Lady Zhao, for your kindness, but I cannot agree. The master I served before has passed away, and I will not serve anyone else in the future to avoid bringing trouble. In fact, her loyalty had already been given to Consort Su. In this life, there would be no one else. I don't mind that. Any trouble is just gossip from outsiders. Chonner, go to my room and get something for me, and also bring some medicine. Chonner nodded and quickly left. Bai Wudong asked Yu Xiang to help Ingchun up, and they went to the previously used Yuexin pavilion. After a moment, Chonner ran over, panting, and handed over a small pouch. Bai Wudong picked it up and placed it in front of Ingchun. Do you recognize this? Ingchun looked, and immediately her eyes filled with tears. This is the lady's thing. She trembled as she took it carefully, examining it closely. It was definitely the pouch that Consort Su carried every day. This pouch was very important to Consort Su. She wore it daily and didn't allow others to touch it. 2 days before her departure, Consort Su specifically told Ingchun that if anything ever happened, she must destroy this pouch. If it was given to someone else, it had to be someone trustworthy. But Bai Wudong had only recently entered the palace and hadn't interacted with Consort Su much. Why would she be given such an important item? Ingchun knelt again. Lady, where did you get this? It was given to me personally by Sister Su. The day she left, I went to see her off, and she handed me this pouch as a final gift. Ingchun thought of the tragic death of Consort Su and cried uncontrollably. She regretted not being able to see her lady off one last time. Bai Wudong sighed and handed her a handkerchief. Would you like to follow me? If Sister Su knew how much you've suffered now, she would surely feel distressed. Ingchun looked up, tears in her eyes. She changed from despair to a very proper bow. Thank you, Lady Zhao. I am willing. Good. From now on, you will still be called Ingchun. Get up. I will send someone to the Imperial Household Department to arrange for you to come to Xiaochun Palace. A cold wind blew through. Bai Wudong tightened her cloak. Let's go. We'll head back at Xiaochun Palace. Chonner helped Ingchun apply medicine. Yang Xiang handed her a cup of hot tea. Your Majesty, please have some tea to warm yourself. The servants weren't here earlier, and something happened, but fortunately, Xian stopped it in time, so it didn't reach you. Bai Wudong lowered her head to drink tea and said calmly, Since Xian did a good job, I will reward her with a gold leaf. Soon after, Xian came in politely. She was ready to take the gold leaf, but she didn't move. It's an honor to serve your Majesty. You don't need to reward me. Yunxiang saw that Bai Wudong didn't respond, so she had to speak dryly. Xian, dear best. As long as you do well, your Majesty will surely notice you in the future. Thank you, your Majesty. Thank you, Auntie. After Xian left, Bai Wudong put down her teacup. I will go see Ingchun. Ingchun was already applying medicine and lying on a small bed resting. When she saw Bai Wudong, she struggled to get up and bow. Rest well. You are Sister Supin's person, and you are so loyal. When you recover, come serve as my personal palace maid. Ingchun was surprised. She thought she might be happy to be a second-class maid. She believed Bai Wudong was kind to her because she pitied Sister Supin, but it turned out she was promoted directly to a first-class maid. Thank you, your Majesty, for your favor. I will not let you down. Zhang Chunyan was reviewing memorials, setting aside the useless ones. Wang Dicai entered to report, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has arrived. Let her in. The Empress Dowager entered the hall, glancing around. It was still cold and empty, with no maids in sight, which made her unhappy. Emperor, I hear you visited Consort Jin's palace twice. She is not in good health this winter, so it's better not to waste time on her. I think Wen Marin is quite suitable. She has been obedient since leaving the cold palace. Zhang Qingyan put down his brush, a faint smile appearing on his stern face, but it didn't reach his eyes. Mother, Wen Marin has done wrong. I shouldn't favor her now. The Empress Dowager sat nearby. Since Wen Marin is not suitable, Then Duan Marin. She has been in the palace for a long time and you rarely visit her. Her family has many children, and she is in good health. She's a good choice. Although Zhao Pin is pregnant, she is too weak physically. It's better to have more healthy women. Zhang Qingyan's hand tightened slightly as he thought about the power he had not yet fully regained. He had to suppress his disgust and change the subject, saying, "Mother, I plan to hold a birthday banquet at the beginning of next month. By then, Lady Zhao's baby will be 3 months old, which is safer, and it's better to see outsiders." This was not just a birthday celebration but also an important public appearance for the heir, announcing to all officials that he had a successor. It was a double celebration, great luck and good fortune. The Empress Dowager smiled and said, "Emperor, you are thoughtful. If so, let's proceed as you wish. But you must pay attention to Lady Duan. The imperial doctor said your leg has healed long ago, so don't delay important matters." The important matter was to favor the consorts and give birth to an heir. Everything else should come after this. Zhang Qingyan's dislike reached its peak. "Mother, I understand. How about the opera troupe? Do you still like them?" In the past, the Empress Dowager would have answered directly, but now her expression was strange, though it quickly returned to normal. "Yes, they sing very well. I like them very much." Zhang Qingyan didn't miss her change in expression and smiled faintly. "In that case, I am relieved." The Empress Dowager had something on her mind and didn't want to say more. "Let Lady Duan come over tonight. I will leave first. Emperor, take care of your health. State affairs are important, but you shouldn't overexert yourself." After she left, Zhang Qingyan immediately called Wang Dicai. "Tell the opera troupe not to rush things." From the Empress Dowager's expression, he could tell she had already started to have plans. Since she was from the harem and became the Empress Dowager, she was very cunning. If he acted too openly now, he might alert her. But since he could get her to open up a little, there would be a day when he could fully pry her open. Wang Dicai lowered his head. "Yes, Your Majesty. I will go now."
And
Does Lady Duan still need to come? Zhang Qingyan's current goal was to keep the Empress Dowager calm, making her think he was still under her control. If she believed he was obedient, she would be bolder and act recklessly. If it's the Empress Dowager's wish, then bring her here. But Lady Zhao's pregnancy is unstable, so she shouldn't serve the emperor for now. Just come to Hongxiu Taiyangxing. That's enough. Half an hour later, Duan Chunru, dressed in pink, looked delicate and tender. She entered the palace of Restful Heart carefully, not daring to look around much. She respectfully approached Zhang Qingyan and bowed. "Your Majesty, grind it for me." "Yes, I will do that now." The candle flames flickered softly in the hall, and the scent of incense filled the air. The palace maids brought in new perfume, which made Duan Chunru seem less full-figured compared to it. Zhang Qingyan rarely found her pleasing to look at. "Come here every day these days to grind for me." "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will do my best." Duan Chunru is very strict about rules, which makes her seem less lively. She doesn't look as charming as Bai Wudong. The emperor has not entered the inner palace, but calls Duan Chunru to Yangxin Hall every day. Jean Weiga tried several times to ask someone to go, but failed. If she didn't know the emperor wouldn't cause trouble in Yangxin Hall, she would have lost her patience long ago. Xia led a group into the hall. Behind her, there were eunuchs bringing gifts, each holding a tray. "Madam, the 1-month anniversary is coming soon, and the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet will be held. This is the rouge and powder sent by the emperor to the palace. Our Shaoyang Hall was the first to choose." Jean Weiga stood up happily. The eunuchs quickly lifted the red cloth from the tray. "Goose egg powder, jade hairpin powder, and this poria cream and Xingzi dye, leave these here. Send the rest to other palaces." After choosing, she frowned slightly. "Why are there no luazadai and hiding fat today? Report, Your Ladyship. The servants only brought these. If they are not here, then they are not available." Jean Weiga bit her lip. In previous years, they were always included. Why are they missing this year? The banquet is at the beginning of the month. I want to know what's going on. Xia immediately took the eunuchs to the Interior Affairs office. Why are there no luazadai and hiding fat in the rouge and powder sent to Shaoyang Hall this year? The chief of the Interior Affairs Office smiled awkwardly.
Well,
We only have one of each left here, Sia said confidently. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and bring them out. Your Majesty personally ordered them to be sent to Zhaochun Hall. If Lady Sia has any questions, she can go ask the chief steward Wang. Hearing the words Zhaochun Hall, Sia almost bit her tongue. In previous years, these two items were exclusive to the Lady of the Palace. Even the Empress didn't have them. Now, they are given to Xiaopin. But she dared not ask Wang Dicai because Xiaopin was pregnant with a precious little one. She could only snort coldly and turn to leave. Your Majesty, those two items have been sent to Zhao Chun Palace. Jean Wega was applying her makeup when she heard this. She broke her eyebrow brush in anger and then smiled bitterly. Goodness, in previous years those belonged to me. Now they are in someone else's hands. What a noble consort! She raised her hand, and Sia immediately took a handkerchief to tidy her up. A few days until the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. With so many people and eyes watching, I don't believe she can hide. Did you do what I asked? Of course, Your Majesty, rest assured. Jean Wega put on her armor. That's good. This time, I want to see her blood spill right there. Bai Wudong, who was embroidering, felt her ears heat up. As the saying goes, someone is thinking of her. But she wasn't sure if this person was good or bad. She put down her needlework. Ing Chun. I'm here. Ing Chun quickly entered, holding dried apricots and placing them beside Bai Wudong. Only a few days until the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. Ing Chun thought for a moment. 6 days left. That would be the beginning of the month. By then, her baby would be 3 months old. Unknowingly, time had passed so quickly. It seemed the banquet would be lively. She wondered how many people were watching her belly. Bai Wudong washed her hands and continued giving instructions. You and Chonner should eat more before the banquet. Drink less water. Stay close to me. No matter who tries to take you away, don't listen. Be careful and stay safe. Ing Chun nodded seriously. She knew that the day of the banquet was the best time to strike against Consort Zhao. As night fell, the emperor had not come yet. Bai Wudong told the palace servants not to wait any longer and closed the palace doors. Your Majesty, it's snowing, Chonner exclaimed happily. Bai Wudong wrapped herself in a cloak and stepped out of the palace. The scene was covered in white snow, with snow on the eaves and rooftops. Outside, the snow was still falling lightly, covering the ground with a thin layer. The thin branches nearby couldn't bear the weight and snapped with a crisp sound. The snowflakes drifted on Bai Wudong's palm, cold and icy. Your Majesty, look at how beautiful the snow is. I heard that the bigger the first snow, the better the harvest next year. What does the book say? Ing Chun took over. A timely snow promises a good year. Yes, that's the phrase. White Wudong looked up, and snowflakes continued to fall steadily. Her heart was full of sadness, and she couldn't help but recall the scene from her childhood when she secretly hid in the snow, waiting for her parents to find her. At that time, she had white fur all over her body and no human form. Snow was her favorite thing. Xiao Ningzi brought people in to clean up. White Wudong stopped them, saying, "No need to clean. Just leave it as it is, and clear a small path for the two of us to pass. Your Majesty, if not cleaned promptly, the ground will be slippery. It's just the first snow. It's not a big problem." White Wudong walked on the snow, leaving a small, delicate footprint. Let's clean it tomorrow. Chana, you and Ing Chun don't need to work today. Come, let's build a snowman. Chana was excited but still worried about White Wudong's health. Your Majesty, the snow is cold. You shouldn't touch it to avoid catching a cold. It's okay. I like it. Just a little touch, it's fine. White Wudong grabbed a handful of snow. Touching it with human skin felt very different from before. Sadly, things change and people change too. In the midst of the white snow, a tall, slender figure with bright yellow skin stood with his back straight. Zhang Qingyan quietly watched White Wudong play in the snow, feeling a sense of calm replacing his previous restlessness. Yunxiang saw him first and hurriedly bowed. Your servant greets your majesty. White Wudong turned around. Her hairpin was simple, with only 2 strands falling on her shoulders. Her cloak was lined with rabbit fur, framing her small, red face from the cold, but her eyes were clear and bright, like the freshly fallen snow. Your Majesty, why are you here? On the day of the first snow, I came to see you. He strode forward and took White Wudong's cold little hand. Bring the hot water bag. Yunxiang had already prepared it and handed it to Zhang Qingyan. Your Majesty, the Empress is lively. She was very happy when she saw the first snow today. She played for a little while, not even a quarter of an hour. White Wudong glanced at her. Yunxiang was good at talking and knew how to help her cover for her. She was pregnant, so she shouldn't be touching anything so cold. White Wudong held the hot water bag, looked up at Zhang Qingyan, and said, Your Majesty, I will stop playing now. Just a little while longer is fine. Zhang Qingyan held her hand and led her back inside the palace. Wang Dicai brought in a coal basin, placing it in every corner of the hall. Soon, the steam rose and filled the entire room. Bai Wudong took off her cloak, revealing a short jacket with a crossed collar and a woven gold patterned skirt. I ordered people to repair the ground dragon. When winter comes, it won't be cold anymore. Thank you, Your Majesty. Bai Wudong took out a small snowman from her sleeve, shaping it into a raccoon figure. Though it had no eyebrows or eyes and was simple in shape, it looked very much like a real raccoon. This is for you, Your Majesty. I didn't expect you to hide another one, Zhang Qingyan said as he took it and looked at it carefully. Wang Dicai, take this outside the hall. Otherwise, it will melt into a puddle soon. Wang Dicai carefully took it, quickly left the hall, and placed it on a tray. He ordered the little, make sure you remember this cannot melt, understand? Yes, I will remember, the little replied, holding the tray and standing in the cold wind, staring intently. For a moment, it seemed as if a real cat appeared. Until the cat reached his feet, he snapped back to reality. Fu Bao, how did you come here, little ancestor? Fu Bao ignored him, with her tail held high and her long, bright eyes looking toward the Zhao Chun Palace. Inside, Zhang Qingyan's deep voice was faintly heard. In a few days, the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet will be held. I ordered someone to make a set of crown robes for you. The Imperial Household Department will deliver it soon, so try it on and see if it fits. The entire palace was filled with joy. The New Year was coming, and the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet was being prepared. Zhao Pin's pregnant belly was 3 months along. All these events were happy news. The palace maids and eunuchs decorated the palace. Everywhere was a beautiful winter scene. Chana ran around in a room full of ground dragons and fire basins. Soon, she was sweating all over. Your Majesty, I am here to help you with your makeup. Since she was going to wear a crown robe, her hairstyle and clothes had specific rules. Now that Bai Wudong was a concubine, her status was neither too high nor too low. The crown and robe followed standard regulations. Ying Chun came to help. Your Majesty, I will help you wear the crown. Bai Wudong had never worn such a thing before and found it very interesting. But when the ceremonial crown was placed on her head, she felt uneasy. This thing is too heavy. Can it be lighter? Your Majesty, we've already taken quite a bit off for you. The Interior Affairs Department considered your double burden and made it lighter. If we remove more, it won't look good anymore. White Wudong had no choice but to accept. Her clothes were layered 3 times on each side, making them much less comfortable and convenient than everyday clothes. Once everything was ready, White Wudong felt as if she was wearing at least 5 pounds of heavy items. Chana and Ying Chun supported her from either side. Yunxiang was a bit anxious and stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, let me accompany you. Today's birthday banquet is busy and crowded, and there might be some danger. I understand some medicine, so I might be able to help if needed. No need, White Wudong replied. She tried to keep her body steady. With their help, she finally stepped out of Zhao Chun Palace. Chana whispered, Your Majesty, today the city is lively. I heard there are fireworks and lantern festivals. Common people can't wear plain clothes, they have to dress brightly. They also can't slaughter animals. Even our officials aren't handling cases today. White Wudong was hearing about so many rules for the first time. She found it interesting and almost forgot about the heavy crown on her head. Chano kept talking, and White Wudong looked around at the decorations. Unlike usual simple decorations, today everything was decorated with flowers and colorful paintings, dazzling to see. She asked softly, "What's the schedule for today?" "First, we go to wish the Empress Dowager a happy birthday and present her with a gift. Then we watch the release of animals, see a performance, and finally attend the banquet," Ing Chun explained. Ing Chun looked worried and said, "Your Majesty, today will be very tiring. If you feel unwell, please tell us." "Understood," White Wudong replied. She followed the two women to Wanshou Palace. The palace was very lively at this time. All the concubines wore formal dresses and crowns, gathered together. White Wudong saw all the concubines for the first time today. Except for concubine Jean, who was very beautiful, the others were slightly less so. When Chuyan and other new beauties stood together, looking younger and prettier. But everywhere she looked, there were mostly plump women. Since it was winter, they wore thick clothes, making walking a bit difficult. White Wudong thought she was already quite fat in her heavy clothes, but compared to them, she felt small. Originally, the outer hall of Wanshou Palace was very spacious, but with so many people and many palace maids coming in, it became crowded and there was hardly any space to move. The Empress Dowager's maid was already waiting here. When she saw Bai Wudong arrive, she quickly stepped forward, her collar high, making her look big and broad-faced. "Nyang Zhao, I've been waiting for you. The Empress Dowager has given instructions. If you come, just go straight in. Be careful not to cause any trouble." The maid led the way ahead. "Everyone make way. Nyang Zhao is here." Her shout drew everyone's attention. Many consorts saw Bai Wudong approaching. Even if they didn't like her, they had to step aside. Even Jean Weiga had to give a little space. She changed her previous annoyance and smiled. "Nyang Zhao still looks so thin. You should eat more and take good care of yourself. Today's dishes are all good. Don't miss out. Missing out would mean starving yourself." "Thank you, Empress Jean." Bai Wudong simply bowed and continued forward. Many consorts gradually moved closer, blocking the small path that had just been cleared. The Empress Dowager sat in the main seat, smiling happily. Today was her big day, her 50th birthday. The celebration was so lively that she felt very happy. Seeing Bai Wudong, she immediately waved her over. "Come here, and we will pay our respects later. Just sit and watch, and take care of yourself." "Thank you, Empress Dowager." Bai Wudong sat down, while the others could only stand. When all the consorts arrived, they lined up according to rank and bowed to the Empress Dowager. "Long live the Empress Dowager. We wish you happiness, longevity, good health, and endless blessings." The Empress Dowager smiled brightly, her lips curling up. Good. Everyone get up. I understand your good wishes." "Thank you, Empress Dowager." The Empress, looking healthier than before, presented a jade Rui scepter. "Please." The Empress Dowager took it. "Let's go." Holding the jade Rui, she led the way at the front. To show sincerity, everyone had to walk. Even the Empress Dowager couldn't ride in a sedan chair. Bai Wudong, according to her rank, should have followed the consorts, but with the Empress Dowager's permission, she and the Empress sat side by side in second place. Everyone was very serious and no one spoke. After about half an hour, they arrived at Fuxianjuan. The palace staff had already prepared baskets of offerings. From birds to fish, flying in the sky or running on the ground, everything was ready. The Empress Dowager held a jade scepter, resembling guanyin, and opened each cage. "Today, I release these animals, hoping for great blessings and peace for the world." Everyone knelt again and wished, "May blessings bring peace to the world." Bai Wudong quietly looked up. The sky was full of birds, and there were foxes, rabbits, and even cattle and sheep on the ground. They didn't understand what was happening. They only ran forward blindly. Servants brought porcelain bowls filled with toads, carp, and other creatures. The Empress Dowager gently released them into the water. After releasing the animals, it was time to go listen to opera and then they started to travel again. Bai Wudong, wearing such heavy clothes for the first time, felt uncomfortable. She had only gone halfway when she was already exhausted. The Empress Dowager kept watching her and immediately ordered someone to bring a sedan chair. Nyang, since Empress Zhao is pregnant with the royal heir and has contributed greatly, today I will let her and the Empress ride in the sedan chair. Do you have any objections? I dare not, Bai Wudong replied. Chener helped Bai Wudong into the sedan chair. Since it was winter, the sedan was covered with thick curtains to block the cold wind. After some bumps, they finally arrived at the place to listen to the opera. This place was called Tianlai Pavilion, now filled with charcoal braziers. Everyone took their seats. Bai Wudong looked around and quietly asked Chener, "Why didn't the emperor come?" Nyang, the emperor is with the officials and scholars up front. We can only see him after the performance. I see. Since that was the case, she decided not to think too much and just enjoy the show. The Empress Dowager loved the future heir, and even though the child hadn't been born yet, she was happy. She sat on the right side. The Empress smiled faintly, appearing indifferent, calm, and dignified. As soon as Bai Wudong sat down, the opera began. With the sound of drums and gongs and lively singing, performers appeared. Leading them was the same performer Bai Wudong saw that day, slightly thin, with a gentle, androgynous beauty. He opened his mouth, his voice like a nightingale, clear and penetrating, lasting long in the air. The Empress Dowager watched only him, her gaze full of affection and longing. As she entered, she realized many people were already seated inside. The emperor and his close ministers were present. Other officials and civil and military officials were in the outer hall. Because of Bai Wudong, Sun Mingji, who normally wouldn't have been allowed in, was also there. He was sitting in the second row across, right behind Jin Ji. Bai Wudong glanced at him and took her seat. Zhang Qingyan looked at her immediately. He had never seen Bai Wudong dressed so elaborately before. Usually, she was simple and neat, or playful and lively. Today, he saw that her small body could carry such a grand outfit. It didn't look exaggerated, but very suitable, making her appear more elegant and bright. Zhang Qingyan looked away and led everyone to bow to the Empress Dowager. I respectfully wish Mother Empress a long life as eternal as the heavens, with lasting blessings and peace. We all wish the Empress Dowager a forever youthful face, good health, and widespread blessings for the world, with kindness and virtue filling the land. All right, everyone get up. After the congratulatory words, it was time to present gifts. Precious and rare items were brought forward one by one. Bai Wudong listened to these and felt sleepy. She didn't recognize any of these items, nor did they belong to her. After the formalities, the appetizers were finally served. The palace maid placed a plate of jade-like crystal threads in front of Bai Wudong, quickly withdrew, and went to serve other dishes. Zhang Qingyan saw her staring at the food and cleared his throat. Mother Empress, please begin. Today, I host a banquet for the entire palace to enjoy together. You don't need to hold back. Eat and drink happily. Seeing others start, Bai Wudong finally picked up a chopstick, sniffed the food, and found no strange smell, so she believed there was no poison. She ate a bite, feeling crisp and refreshing, with a very good taste. Unfortunately, after finishing one small dish, the next wasn't served yet, but the wine was brought out first. Everyone raised their glasses to toast. May our great dynasty prosper forever, for thousands of generations. Wishing the Empress Dowager happiness as vast as the East Sea and longevity as the South Mountain. The Empress Dowager took a sip of wine and set it aside. All right, enough drinking. Everyone, help yourselves freely. A group of dancers gracefully entered the hall. Bai Wudong watched with interest. The palace maids brought out various delicacies, along with a fruit wine. The young girl sat nearby, pouring drinks for her. Your Highness, this fruit wine is made from fruit. You can try some. Bai Wudong took a sip, and indeed it was good. Behind her, Duan Chunra's voice came softly. This fruit wine smells quite nice, very similar to what my mother makes. She gently waved her sleeve, and a strong fruity aroma wafted over. This scent seemed a bit different from her own fruit wine, probably added with something extra. Bai Wudong pursed her lips, thinking that she had been fighting alone for a long time. It was time to gather a few allies. This beautiful woman had spoken to her during her first performance of the opera. She was also steady and never followed gossip about her. When she was out of favor, she didn't try to stand out. Now that she was favored, she showed no arrogance. She was smart. Thinking of this, Bai Wudong turned back and said, "Duan Beauty, it's better not to drink this wine." Duan Chunru was surprised. She didn't expect Lady Zhao to suddenly speak to her. "Your Highness, why is that? If you trust me, don't drink it." As for others, Bai Wudong thought it should be fine. Her drinks were clean. Duan Chunru paused, then dabbed some wine onto a handkerchief, handed it to a nearby maid, and whispered, "Junxing, take this to Lady Zhang and ask if there's anything wrong with the wine." "Yes, I'll go right now." Inside the hall, music and dance were lively, so lively that no one noticed this small incident. Zhang Qingyan looked again at Bai Wudong. She sat among a group of voluptuous beauties, looking very delicate, which made people feel pity for her. He called Wang Dicai over. "Go, bring the emperor's delicacy platter to Lady Zhao." Wang Dicai smiled happily and hurried to Bai Wudong. "Your Highness, the emperor has gifted you a platter of delicacies." During the birthday feast, the emperor giving out dishes was a very important and face-saving event. Bai Wudong thanked him and took small bites to taste. The surrounding consorts smiled outwardly, but inside, they felt very jealous. They had never received such treatment before. Jean Wega raised her glass and drank the fruit wine in one gulp, thinking that the hateful Lady Zhao could eat it all. She wouldn't get much anyway. Opposite her, Sun Mingji was overjoyed. A high-ranking official beside him also raised his cup to celebrate. "Lord Sun, you really have a good daughter." Where? Then there was a performance of musical instruments. These are talented musicians trained in the palace, playing exquisite music. As the heavenly melodies fill the hall, the atmosphere becomes even livelier. Spring Apricot quickly ran back and crouched beside Duan Chunru. "Your Majesty, Dr. Zhang has examined it. The fruit wine contains smallpox powder and aconite, which should be a poison to prevent pregnancy." Duan Chunru's hand trembled, nearly dropping her cup. Who could be so cruel? She just saw Bai Wudong also drinking the fruit wine.
Could it be
that the poison was only given to her? Duan Chunru clenched her handkerchief tightly, almost twisting it into a knot. Yes, someone must have been jealous of her recent visits to the Palace of Restful Heart, where she served the emperor with grace. Someone must have done this out of spite. She bit her lip, feeling scared and anxious, not daring to move anything on the table. After a long moment, Duan Chunru calmed down. Her voice was cold. "Thank you, Empress Zhao, for saving me. I am very grateful." Bai Wudong smiled back. "It's nothing. As long as you're fine. It's better to eat less from this table. Let your maid fetch some clean food to fill your stomach so you won't be starved." The music in the hall gradually stopped. Zhang Qingyan ordered Wang Dicai to bring brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. "Today is my mother's birthday. I will write a poem to celebrate." He took the brush, thought for a moment, then started writing. When he finished, 2 palace maids turned over the paper. His calligraphy was strong and powerful, with strokes that went through the paper, full of energy and strength. The crowd burst into applause again. "Your Majesty is so talented. Such a beautiful piece." The Empress covered her mouth and smiled softly. "By the way," Sister Zhao said, she also prepared a surprise. "What is it?" Bai Wudong looked up. Hadn't her birthday gift already been sent? What surprise could there be? And why was the topic suddenly about her? Seeing Bai Wudong silent, the Empress asked again, "Sister Zhao, did you prepare a surprise?" The Empress Dowager beside them also looked over. "Yes, I have heard about it too." Everyone else in the hall seemed to be waiting. Most people were observing this new concubine who had appeared out of nowhere. She was the only heir of the great Rong Empire, but she was so frail. She looked very different from the other consorts, even different from most women in the empire. Any of these points made her stand out too much. Bai Wudong immediately thought someone wanted to harm her. Currently, in the palace, she is not friends with anyone. Instead, she has many enemies. However, at such an important event, she can only smile calmly and say, "I have indeed prepared a surprise." She blinked, thought for a moment, and finally took out a very small flute from her sleeve. Compared to a normal flute, it is more than half shorter. She received it from her father. She didn't know how to play at first, but after transforming into a human form, she often played with it and could even play simple tunes. People whispered among themselves, "What kind of instrument is that? It looks like something a child would play with. I think it might even be hard to it properly." Bai Wudong took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Qingyan. "Your Majesty, I was inspired by your poem, so I played a tune. I hope you and the Empress Dowager will like it." She lowered her eyes and blew into the flute. Compared to a regular flute, its sound is clearer and brighter, like birds singing in early spring. Bai Wudong doesn't know many difficult songs, but surprisingly, this simple one feels quite elegant and pure. Sometimes, returning to simplicity can be more immersive than complicated, magical music. Zhang Qingyan was very pleased. Very good a reward. The others also praised her. Truly divine music. Empress Zhao is skillful. We admire her. Big sister Zhao can even play instruments. Truly unexpected. Bai Wudong smiled calmly, appearing unaffected on the surface, but inside, she was quite excited. She had just made a few mistakes while playing, but luckily no one dared to trouble her now, so it wasn't embarrassing. She wondered what the person behind the scenes was waiting for with such arrangements. A palace maid brought Zhang Qingyan's gift to Bai Wudong. "Empress Zhao, this is a gift from the emperor for you." "Thank you, your majesty." Bai Wudong stood up and took it with both hands. The palace maid's smile suddenly changed. She slipped a dagger from her sleeve and suddenly stabbed toward Bai Wudong's neck. The speed was so fast that no one in the crowd could react. Bai Wudong turned her head aside, and the dagger brushed past her collar. It was almost enough to cut her neck and send her to the afterlife. A tall figure almost instantly leapt to Bai Wudong's side and struck the palace maid with a palm. White Wudong was unsteady on her feet and fell to the ground. Jin Ji quickly caught her, looking at her with worry and concern. Their eyes met. Zhang Qingyan, the head official, finally reacted and stood up suddenly. "Quick, protect the Empress." Many imperial guards rushed into the palace hall and surrounded White Wudong tightly. Jin Ji also let go at the right moment and stepped in front of the palace maid. The maid had already given up hope. When her attack failed, she bit her tongue and committed suicide as Jin Ji rescued her. Her eyes were filled with pain, and her face was twisted with suffering. White Wudong was trembling with fear, leaning on Chon'er. Just now was the closest she had come to death, even closer than when Jin Weiga cruelly killed her parents. The dagger was right in front of her, and she could see its sharp edge clearly. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Zhang Qingyan hurried over to White Wudong. "Quick, call the imperial doctor." The female doctor and the doctors entered to check her condition. "Your Majesty," Empress Consort was startled, and her pulse is a bit unstable, but the baby is fine. "That's good." Zhang Qingyan finally relaxed. "Empress Consort, do you feel okay?" I think I can't continue celebrating the Empress Dowager's birthday. Please allow me to return to Zhaochun Palace." "Approved." Wang did sigh, "Personally the Empress Consort back, and have her ride in my sedan." "Yes." Wang did sigh hurried over. "Your Majesty, please take care, Empress." After White Wudong left, Zhang Qingyan recalled everything that had just happened and looked at Jin Ji. At that moment, many people in the hall hadn't reacted. Only Jin Ji responded the fastest. The only reason was that he was watching the Empress Consort, and his expression just now, worried and tense, was obvious. How could a court official be so nervous about a concubine? Even if the Empress Consort was pregnant with the Emperor's child, this was unusual. Jin Ji nodded and knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, I failed to protect you in time. Please punish me. It's fine." Now that everyone was present, Zhang Qingyan had his suspicions but didn't show it. First, investigate and ensure safety before proceeding. The imperial guards carried the dead palace maid away. Nothing on her body indicated she was from the palace. not even her face, which looked unfamiliar. Recently, with the New Year approaching and the Queen's birthday celebration, the palace was very busy. There was a shortage of staff, and personnel had to be transferred from various palaces, which gave others the chance to sneak in. The birthday celebration must not be cancelled, or it will bring bad luck. Yes, Your Majesty. I will go immediately. Jinji strode away quickly, but his heart felt heavy. He was too worried earlier and couldn't control his emotions. He wondered if the Emperor had noticed anything. The Empress covered her mouth with her hand and coughed softly, but her eyes stayed fixed on Jinji. She had clearly seen earlier that Jinji's relationship with Bai Wudong was not that of a servant and a consort. There was something suspicious about these two. She then looked at Jin Weiga. His face was extremely pale, as if he had just eaten a fly. How interesting. This might be a good chance to deal with Jin Weiga and Bai Wudong together. Her eyes sparkled with a plan forming in her mind. Jin Weiga clenched his fists tightly, unaware that the armor spikes had pierced his palms. His older brother had actually saved that troublemaker. She had tried everything, spent a lot of money, just for this one chance. And now, her brother had ruined it. Your Majesty, Xiu carefully took out a handkerchief and gently caught the blood dripping from her hand. Please let go. Today is the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration. You must not let others see this. Jin Weiga released her hand. The sharp pain made her gasp, but after a long moment, she managed to steady herself and look normal again. Jinji checked around with his people and confirmed everything was fine. But the atmosphere on the scene was not as lively as before. Everyone appeared to be smiling outwardly, but they all had their own thoughts. Even Zhang Qingyan couldn't calm his mind, constantly recalling what he had just seen. Jinji's gaze on Bai Wudong was unusual. Zhang Qingyan remembered 3 years ago when he was still fond of a certain concubine, secretly involved with a performer from a troupe. At that moment, they were caught in the act, one dressed in black, the other in white, intertwined. That day, he drew his sword and personally killed the concubine and the entire troupe. Blood stained the palace, and to this day, that place remains sealed. For 3 years, the Empress Dowager had not heard her favorite opera, and no one dared pass by that area in the palace, sing, or even mention the name of that concubine. Zhang Qingyan clenched the dragon throne tightly. No, it couldn't be. Bai Wudong was pure and innocent. Jinji was his childhood friend and trusted official. There was no way they could do such a thing. The Empress Dowager let out a light cough. Emperor. Zhang Qingyan came back to himself, suppressing his doubts, and smiled slightly. Mother, I am worried about Lady Zhao. I have been thinking about her more. I am also worried, the Empress Dowager said. After the birthday banquet ends, if there is still time, I will go see her with you. The palace was brightly lit, as bright as daytime. Fireworks soared into the sky, illuminating the red walls and yellow tiles. As the last fireworks faded away, the birthday celebration was completely over. It was late, and the doors to Zhao Chun Palace were closed. Zhang Qingyan did not disturb anyone but returned to his sleeping quarters, feeling a bit tired. He was drunk and leaned on his bed. Wang Dicai handed him some sobering tea. Your Majesty, drink this and then rest. He did not take it but opened his eyes, which were deep and dark. Wang Dicai, do you think Jinji was too concerned about Lady Zhao today? Well, Wang Dicai saw what happened earlier, but he dared not speak honestly. Your Majesty, Lord Jin is skilled in martial arts and responsible for protecting the palace. It's natural that he went to rescue Lady Zhao. I'm not talking about that. Rescuing someone is normal, but was his expression normal? He and Jinji had known each other for many years, but he had never seen him look like that, especially when looking at a woman. There's a saying, once bitten by a snake, one fears a well rope for 10 years. After the incident with the opera troupe, no wonder he was overthinking. That concubine and the actor also exchanged meaningful glances like that. Zhang Qingyan's head was pounding. He suddenly flipped over the sobering tea.
Go out.
I want to be alone and quiet. Yes, Wang Dicai hurriedly left. Standing in the cold wind, he shivered and muttered to himself, Oh dear, This is troublesome. Bai Wudong tossed and turned but couldn't sleep. She got up and lit a candle, beginning to embroider. Only by doing this could she calm her mind for a while. Suddenly, a needle pricked her finger, and blood stained the white fabric, as if a sign of disaster. It will be fine. Bai Wudong bit her lip. Jinji was just doing his duty to save her. The emperor would not suspect their relationship. Besides, she and Jinji had no relationship at all, and they hadn't done anything. Your Majesty, why are you still awake? Chinner pushed open the door. Seeing her in a simple gown, she hurriedly brought a cloak. Your Majesty, be careful not to catch a cold. It's very cold at night, and even with the Earth Dragon, it's not enough. It's okay, I will go to sleep now. Lady Connor, you should leave first. Connor was a bit worried, but could only step back and quietly wait outside. She was so frightened at the time that she didn't notice what was happening. Early in the morning, Connor got up to fetch breakfast from the kitchen. Since Lady Zhao was pregnant, she was always the focus of attention and care. As she walked, she sensed something was wrong. The palace maids around her looked at her with strange eyes. Before, they were jealous or respectful, but now there was curiosity and a hint of joy at others' misfortune.
Connor fällt ohne sie.
After getting her breakfast and just stepping outside, she overheard two young palace maids whispering. I heard that Lady Zhao and Lord Jean are having an affair. Yesterday, Lady Zhao was attacked, and Lord Jean was very nervous. Many ladies in the palace haven't been pregnant, but Lady Zhao is so weak. How did she get pregnant? I think the baby might not even be the emperor's. Connor's face turned pale, and she trembled all over. She quickly stepped forward and slapped one of the maids hard. Shut up. Lady Zhao's matters are not your business to gossip about. You all are gossiping here, ruining our lady's reputation. I think you're asking for trouble. I will go tell the chief of the Internal Affairs Office to punish you. The two maids were shocked that they had been overheard by the person in charge. They trembled with fear and quickly knelt down. Big Sister Connor, we didn't mean to. It's just that everyone in the palace is saying this now. Yes, Sister Connor, not only us, others are talking too. Are people in the palace really talking about this? Connor felt a cold chill. If this news reached the emperor, it would be a big problem. She didn't have time to scold the maids and hurried back to Zhao Chun Palace with her breakfast. Madam, something has happened. Yunxiang blocked her with a displeased look. Why are you making such a fuss? You're disturbing the lady's rest, and you're not helping. Tell me, what happened? Connor pushed her aside and ran straight to the room. Madam, what should we do? Bai Wudong had already gotten up and looked back at her. What's wrong? Right now, everyone outside is talking about you and Lord Jean. Madam, what should we do? If this gets to the emperor's ears, it will be trouble. The problem was, in Connor's view, her lady was truly involved with Lord Jean. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so afraid. She would be angry instead. White Wudong's heart sank. The worries she had yesterday had quickly become true. The rumor spread so fast, it must have been helped along by someone. Connor, no matter what I didn't do, false accusations won't matter. The truth will come out. You're so nervous. If others see you like this, it just confirms the rumors. Connor finally reacted and knelt down. Your Majesty, I was nervous because I was worried you might misunderstand. This was a baseless rumor. If it spreads more, it might become true. There's no way to prove it, and if the emperor believes it, what can I do? The emperor won't believe it. He's wise and brave. He wouldn't listen to gossip easily. Don't worry. I have nothing to do with that Jean official. I am innocent. Anyone trying to tarnish my name won't succeed. Connor, go prepare some almond cookies. I need to see the emperor. This matter must be explained quickly. Otherwise, others will think she's guilty. No matter what, she must stabilize the situation with the emperor. It can't go wrong, or all her previous efforts will be wasted. She might not even survive, let alone seek revenge. Even if she is pregnant with the emperor's child, she might not be able to protect herself. Connor stood up immediately and went to prepare. Half an hour later, White Wudong put on her cloak and stepped into the snowstorm, hurrying toward the Palace of Nourishing Heart. At the palace gate, Wang Dicai bowed respectfully. Nyang Nyang Zhao, why did you come so suddenly? White Wudong pretended to look pained. Public official Wang, you've surely heard the rumors in the palace. The scandal is so big, someone is deliberately spreading falsehoods to slander me. I and the Jin official are innocent. We've done nothing wrong. I came to explain to the emperor, so he won't be misled by those dirty words. Wang Dicai had indeed heard about it. Even the emperor knew. He usually caught every detail, so he couldn't have missed this. Nyang Nyang, please wait a moment. I will go report inside. White Wudong tiptoed and looked inside, but it was too deep inside to see anything. After a moment, Wang Dicai came out. Nyang Nyang, the emperor is too busy with reports to see you now. Please go back and don't catch a cold. When he's free, he will come to Zhaochun Hall to see you. White Wudong stepped back and leaned on Choner. Does the emperor believe it? King Dicai hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, what are you saying? How could the emperor easily believe such words? Actually, the emperor is also investigating this matter, which is why he can't leave right now. Your Majesty, please go back. The wind is so strong, it might damage something. White Wudong took one last look at the Palace of Restful Heart and then turned to leave. Seeing her leave, King Dicai quickly ran back into the hall. Your Majesty, Lady Zhao has left. Zhang Qingyan lifted his eyelids. How is the investigation going? Where did these rumors start? They came from the palace maids at yesterday's banquet. Several of them, so the rumors spread quickly. Zhang Qingyan put down his brush. So, the maids at the banquet also noticed? Go call the maids and eunuchs from yesterday's banquet. I want to see if I was mistaken. 3 palace maids and 3 eunuchs, heads bowed, stepped quietly into the Palace of Restful Heart. It was their first time in such a place, and they looked visibly nervous. Servants, bow to the emperor. Servants, bow to the emperor. Zhang Qingyan scanned them coldly and asked, Did you see Jin Ji looking at Lady Zhao with that look at the banquet yesterday? Their hearts skipped a beat. One maid spoke first. I didn't see anything. I was busy serving food at the time. She was the first to say she hadn't seen anything, so the emperor might believe her. It would be hard to find an excuse later. Zhang Qingyan looked at the others. Your Majesty, I saw it. Oh? Do you think there's a problem? The maid kowtowed, trembling. I don't think there's a problem. Really? Zhang Qingyan's expression was unreadable. He continued to ask, And you? Did you see it too? Next to him, Wang Dicai also grew tense. He remembered the previous incident where a concubine and an actor had an affair. The emperor was so calm then, but he immediately ordered everyone to be executed. Such incidents had happened before, so it was understandable that the emperor was suspicious. The maids and eunuchs were clever people. Each of them said they saw nothing or that they hadn't seen anything. Even if they didn't believe it themselves, they dared not tell the truth. Otherwise, they would surely die. Zhang Qingyan waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Everyone felt as if they had been pardoned. The cold sweat on their backs had soaked through their clothes. Take the 4th and 5th ones out and cut them, ordered the emperor. Wang Dicai was startled. Your Majesty, why? Why is that? I can tell they haven't told the truth, replied the emperor. Yes, I will go handle it immediately, Wang Dicai said and left the Palace of Restful Heart, taking deep breaths to calm himself, feeling as if he had finally survived a great danger. But the emperor still hadn't suppressed the rumors. What was he waiting for? An emperor's mind is hard to understand. Even after serving for many years, Wang Dicai still couldn't guess what Zhang Qingyan would do next. Madam, right now there's talk outside that Lord Jin and Lady Zhao are involved in something shady, and people suspect they have a secret relationship. Xia hurried into the hall, looking upset. She put down the breakfast and went to change the bandage on Jin Weige's hand. While changing the bandage, she continued, The rumors are spreading wildly. The emperor must have heard about it too. Jin Weige sat up and stared straight at the door. For some reason, she felt a bad premonition rising in her heart. She ignored her hand injury. Xia, tell me everything you've heard. Xia had also inquired along the way and knew most of the details. It's about yesterday's birthday banquet. Lord Jean was overly concerned with Lady Zhao, and people say they must have a secret relationship because of how obvious it was. Madam, what should we do? If the Emperor believes it, Lady Zhao might not mind, but Lord Jean will be in trouble. Remember the play troupe incident? The Emperor even killed the entire family of that actor, not leaving a single one. Jean Wega took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. The Emperor isn't someone who believes rumors easily. But I still feel uneasy. Sia, go send a message to my brother and ask what's really going on and if there's a way to fix this. I trust my older brother is innocent. It's probably Lady Zhao's flirtatious look that made the Emperor misunderstand. Sia nodded and went to do as told. Jean Wega leaned on the bed, but her mind just wouldn't settle down. Soon, the news reached Jean Gigi. He put down the letter, but didn't reply to Jean Wega. Instead, he stared intently at a bright green fruit on the table. After thinking for a long time, he stood up. Send someone to change my clothes. I need to go to the palace. Jean Gigi hurried to the Palace of Restful Heart and arrived outside. Wang Dicai saw him and quickly went inside to report. Let him come in. Yes, Lord Jean, the Emperor has asked you to come in. Jean Ji stepped over the tall doorway and respectfully knelt before Zhang Qingyan. Your Majesty, I have come for a matter. Oh, Zhang Qingyan put down his memorial. What is it? I want to explain my relationship with Consort Zhao. I have never had any improper dealings with her, nor would I betray the Emperor. Yesterday, during the banquet, Consort Zhao was right across from me. I was looking at her at the time, so I noticed immediately. To protect the heir and the future of Dazhong, I acted without hesitation. I don't remember exactly what I looked like at that moment. I can only recall my feelings, nervous, worried, afraid that something might go wrong with the heir. After speaking, he knelt on the ground. Now, rumors are spreading. Even if your Majesty believes me, it will still cause harm. His forehead touched the cold ground. To stop these rumors, I request to return to the southern border to guard the land. Zhang Qingyan's previously restless mood eased considerably. He stepped forward and helped Jean Ji up. We have known each other for many years. I know what kind of person you are. That was precisely why he doubted what happened yesterday. Knowing someone well makes it easy to see when something is off. But Zhang Qingyan wouldn't say that aloud. The situation in the southern border is stable. You just returned to the capital to report. You haven't been here long, and if you leave again, it might be years before you come back. Jean Ji looked up. Your Majesty, if Dazhong needs me, I am willing to stay in the southern border forever and never return to the capital. That's a serious statement. Zhang Qingyan signaled him to sit. I don't believe these rumors easily. Someone is stirring trouble on purpose. I am investigating now. Once I find out the truth, I will personally hand those responsible over to you to deal with. How does that sound? But Jean Ji hesitated. Your Majesty, please handle this yourself. I just want to return to the southern border. If I don't leave today, the rumors will persist. Even if they're false, spreading them damages your reputation. Zhang Qingyan was pleased with his answer. I will consider this matter. Wang Dicai entered the hall cautiously. Your Majesty, Consort Jean has arrived. She says she brought you some nourishing soup. Zhang Qingyan understood well. Today, Consort Jean was not here, just for him. Jean Ji, go and see Consort Jean. If you truly go to the southern border in the future and cannot return for several years, I will allow you to reunite with your family. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jean Ji stepped out of the Palace of Restful Heart and immediately saw Jean Wega. She was holding a food box, looking eagerly into the distance. When she saw him come out, her face showed worry and anxiety. Jean Ji walked quickly toward her. Let's go over there to talk. They walked along the path leading to the Radiant Light Palace. Jean Wega stopped and asked nervously, Brother, what's really going on? Do you have a relationship with that Empress Dowager? No, we are innocent. Why? Don't you trust me? I do trust you, but you have ruined my hard work. Jean Wega lowered her voice, recalling yesterday's events, and felt her stomach turn with pain. The person who tried to assassinate the Empress Dowager was someone I found. Do you know how much effort I put into this? Jean Wega suddenly felt a sharp pain on her face. She looked up in disbelief and stared at Jean Ji. Brother, are you hitting me? Shut up, Ji scolded angrily. Do you know how important the heir is to the Great Rome Kingdom? If something happens to the heir, the Emperor and Empress Dowager will investigate thoroughly. Do you think you can hide this? When the time comes, not only me, but the entire Jin family won't be able to protect you. Ji knew Jin Wega very well. Although she was clever, her cleverness was limited. She had some scheming, but not enough depth. Perhaps she could get by in the palace, but when faced with real power and detailed investigation, she would be exposed. The Emperor and Empress Dowager held divided powers, but on this matter, they would surely work together. Jin Wega bit her lip, tears falling uncontrollably. Her efforts had been destroyed, and she had been beaten. She felt so wronged. Jinji, how dare you? I am the Emperor's noble consort. You, a servant, dare to hit me. Kneel. Kneel before me. Jinji remained unmoved. Wega, stop making trouble, okay? I have already requested to go to the southern border. The Emperor still needs to think it over. Maybe I will leave soon. Remember, you must never harm the Empress Dowager. Otherwise, you will be implicating the entire Jin family. Jin Wega was about to speak, but accidentally glanced at his waist. A white pouch was half visible, hidden beneath his belt. She suddenly pulled it off and took a quick look. She immediately recognized it as Bai Wudong's belonging. At that time, she found a small pouch in the imperial garden and asked Jiayu, who was still alive then, to look for it. Because of this, she learned a little about needlework and embroidery patterns. What's this? Brother, tell me, what is this? Jinji reached out to take it but was avoided by her. This is embroidered by Empress Zhao, right? How come you have Empress Zhao's pouch, and why do you wear it every day? Jin Wega grew more frightened, her face losing color as she backed away repeatedly. Xia, who was watching for trouble, hurried over and helped her. Your Majesty, are you all right? Get lost. Go back and keep watch. Xia nodded and ran back quickly, watching the surroundings carefully to prevent anyone from passing by. Jin Wega's hands trembled uncontrollably. You really have improper dealings with Empress Zhao? No, that's not true. Jinji seized the chance to take back the pouch and put it into his sleeve. I saved Empress Zhao at Hugua Temple. This was her gift to me. A gift of a pouch? You accepted it? And wear it every day. Jin Wega didn't believe him at all. Tears welled up in her eyes as fear, anger, and a mix of emotions overwhelmed her, making it hard to breathe. Her own brother was involved with the Emperor's consort. If the Emperor found out, it would be a big problem. She suddenly lunged forward like she was crazy. Give me the pouch. Give it to me now. Destroy it quickly. This thing must be destroyed. Absolutely cannot keep it. Jinji dodged her. Don't act so crazy. It's just a pouch. I'll handle it. Be quiet. Are you afraid others will hear? In truth, he also felt some resentment. If Jin Wega hadn't asked him to assassinate Bai Wudong back then, he wouldn't have started to develop feelings. The snow lotus seeds were made by her, and the assassination yesterday was also her doing. If Jin Wega had just behaved honestly and not done such rebellious things, none of this would have happened today. One mistake leads to another. Seeing her showing signs of madness, Jinji called Xia. Take your lady back and let her calm down. When I go to the southern border for my duties, these rumors will naturally die down. It's not a big problem. Yes, Xia stepped forward and whispered, Your Majesty, let's go. Jin Wega still wanted to say something, but Jinji had already hurried away. She collapsed weakly onto Xia, pounding her chest hard. What kind of sin have I committed? Your Majesty, please don't be angry. Lord Jin will surely handle this properly. Behind a fake rock nearby, a young palace maid peeked out, watching the two figures leave with a shocked face. That Lord Jin actually has Lady Zhao's purse. She probably isn't innocent. No, she must go back quickly and tell the Empress. The young maid hurriedly ran inside and called out, Your Majesty. The old maid stepped forward to stop her. Making a fuss is not proper. The young maid quickly bowed. Madam, I have important news for the Empress. I found proof. Lady Zhao and Lord Jin are truly involved in something improper. What? The old maid didn't dare delay and immediately took her inside. The Empress was lazily leaning on her bed. Because she was not feeling well, she rarely left her chamber, especially during the cold winter months. The young maid knelt on the ground and recounted everything she had seen and heard, describing it vividly. That Lady Jean seemed crazy, trying to the purse. Who knew Lord Jean wouldn't give it, and said he would handle it. It was obvious he wanted to keep it. The Empress curled her lips into a smile. I didn't expect to find such evidence. Well done. You'll be rewarded. The old maid immediately grabbed a handful of gold leaves. The young maid happily accepted them. Thank you, Your Majesty. Since I see you're quite clever, you can stay in the palace from now on. Thank you, Your Majesty. The young maid bowed deeply. She never expected to accidentally become a first-class palace maid. Life will be much easier now. The Empress felt very happy, as if her body was lighter. She happily picked up a piece of cake and put it in her mouth. I only wanted to create some rumors to make the Emperor suspicious. I didn't think it would turn out to be true. Although she had suspected this yesterday, she couldn't be sure if Lord Jean was just infatuated. Unexpectedly, these two had been secretly seeing each other. Now, this can be confirmed. With the lessons from the previous acting troupe, she knew that if she pushed harder, the Emperor would surely be furious. At that point, Lord Jean would lose his favor, and his family's power would be cut in half. Lady Jean, without her strong maternal family and involved in this matter, would also fall out of favor. From now on, whenever the Emperor saw her, he would think of her brother and her affair with the consort. As for Lady Zhao, who was pregnant, whether the child was truly the Emperor's or not, she would no longer enjoy the same high status as before. Even if the crown prince can be born, he will definitely not be raised as the legitimate heir, let alone made the crown prince. Throughout history, princes with questionable status often end badly. The Empress smiled happily and said, "Come here. I am in a good mood today, so prepare more lunch." The maid replied with a smile, "Your Majesty, this is truly a lucky day. Even if Lady Zhao is pregnant, it doesn't threaten your position as Empress. No, that's not enough. We can't delay. We must quickly confirm their relationship. Jean Ji is a clever person. If we wait too long, the Emperor might start to doubt." She waved her hand, and the maid immediately went over. The Empress whispered in her ear, "Go do something for me. Tonight." Jean Wega suddenly sat up, half her face illuminated by the moonlight. "Sia." Sia hurried forward and lit a candle. "Your Majesty, I am here." "Did you have a nightmare?" Jean Wega wasn't dreaming. She simply couldn't sleep. Just thinking about her older brother's close relationship with Bai Wudong made her feel suffocated. She was angry and upset, yet helpless. Her brother was always a very determined person. Once he made up his mind, no one could persuade him otherwise. "Sia, do you remember the embroidery pattern Lady Zhao was working on?" "Yes, it was among Sister Jiue's things. All items related to Lady Zhao should be gathered. Especially the embroidery part. Nothing should be left out." Sia didn't understand, but she went to fetch the items. Jean Wega clenched her teeth and examined all the embroidery patterns collected by Jiue, along with some recorded stitching techniques. Then she picked up needle and thread, trying to imitate Bai Wudong's sewing method. Sia covered her mouth in shock and took a step back. Her eyes filled with pity, tears falling uncontrollably. "Your Majesty, what are you doing? Since my brother refuses to give up that pouch, it's a threat. If someone finds out, he won't be able to explain himself. Not only will it implicate me, but it could also bring trouble to the entire Jean family." Even though she was reluctant, she had to prepare thoroughly. Who knew if that pouch would become a curse for the Jean family? "Your Majesty, you've truly suffered," Sia cried, collapsing at her feet, gasping for breath. The Empress is a very strong person who has never bowed her head, especially not to that lowly concubine, Zhaopin. But now, she has to humiliate herself and do something she dislikes. How painful must that be in her heart? A young palace maid enters the room carrying hot water and places it at Bai Wudong's feet. "Your Majesty, I am here to serve you by washing your feet." Bai Wudong looks at her. She's not a stranger's face, but she usually doesn't enter the main hall. She's probably a second-class maid working outside. Why are you the one serving today? Where's Chonner? Big sister Chonner isn't feeling well. She went to the toilet, so I brought the hot water first. Bai Wudong doesn't think much of it. After washing, she lies on the bed. As the maid gets up, she slips and almost falls onto Bai Wudong. Fortunately, she supports herself with her hands, or she might have bumped into her stomach. The maid is so scared she kneels on the ground. Your Majesty, I slipped by accident. Please forgive me. As she speaks, she puts one hand into her sleeve, but quickly pulls it out. Bai Wudong doesn't see this. She waves her hand to signal her to leave quickly. With such clumsiness, no wonder she can only work outside and not serve closely. Thank you, Your Majesty. The maid bows her head politely and quickly leaves. When all the candles in the hall are extinguished, the maid carefully walks to the back mountain, slipping out through a small side door of Xiaochun Palace. She walks quickly, braving the wind and snow, her hands tucked inside her coat to keep warm. Who's there? A dark figure suddenly appears from above and blocks her path. The maid's eyes flicker with fear. I'm just going to find something for my master. Lin Sheng, along with a few patrol guards, looks her over. Which palace are you from? Why are you out so late? I'm looking for my earrings. Sir, please don't trouble me. I'm just on my usual patrol. That doesn't count as trouble. Now tell me, which palace are you from? According to palace rules, there is a curfew at night. Except for the emperor and patrol guards, no one else is allowed to wander around. If caught, they will be severely punished. This maid has refused to reveal her identity several times, which makes her very suspicious. Lin Sheng's voice turns cold. If you don't tell me who you are now, I will have to take you in. Even if your master comes, it won't help. The palace maid lowered her head and nervously shifted her tightly clasped hands. Lin Sheng became more certain that this person was suspicious. He no longer waited and waved his hand. Take her down. Several guards pressed the maid to the ground. Her hands loosened, and a letter fell onto the snow. Lin Sheng understood. So, it's a message. He looked at the words Jin Ji personally wrote on the letter and frowned slightly. He wondered if he should read Lord Jin's letter. But thinking about his duty, he still opened it. When he saw the contents, his face changed drastically. A guard nearby asked curiously, Lord Lin, what does it say? Lin Sheng's heart pounded. He quickly put the letter away. Let's go. To see the emperor, Zhang Qingyan put on his clothes and came outside. Lin Sheng knelt on both knees and presented the letter. Your Majesty, I was patrolling outside with others when we saw a suspicious palace maid. It was late at night, and she was walking quickly inside the palace. I stopped her and found a letter on her. Zhang Qingyan took the letter and, after reading it, his face suddenly changed. He clenched his fists tightly, his voice very cold. Which palace is she from? From Xiaochun Palace. Good, very good. Lin Sheng lowered his head, holding his breath, not daring to make a sound. The contents of that note were truly shocking. Not to mention the emperor. Even he was almost too scared to stand when he saw it. Send someone to call Consort Zhao. I want to ask her what this letter is about. Lin Sheng looked up. Your Majesty, what about Lord Jin? Let him come into the palace too. An hour later, Bai Wudong tightened her cloak and braved the snow and wind to arrive outside the palace of Restful Heart. Through the bright paper windows, she could see the crowd inside. It was so late, yet so many people had come. Could something have happened? Chana muttered, Your Majesty, it's snowing so heavily, and the Empress still asked you to come. That's really inconsiderate of her. Bai Wudong looked up. Snowflakes fell on her face, feeling cold. Yes, it was snowing so heavily, and he still called her out, even without a sedan or carriage. Her heart sank. She was almost certain that today's visit wouldn't bring good news. She thought carefully, and the only thing that might threaten her was her own situation with Jin Ji. Someone was secretly stirring trouble behind the scenes. In just one day, rumors spread everywhere. Maybe the other side used some tricks to make things more difficult. Wang Dicai stepped forward with a complicated look in his eyes. Empress Zhao, you've arrived. Please go inside. The Emperor and others are waiting for you. At this point, there was no turning back. She could only move forward. No matter what happened, the only way was to face it directly. Bai Wudong tried to hide her nervousness and fear. She calmly entered the palace of Restful Heart, her voice soft and gentle. Your Majesty, what do you want with me? A warm feeling washed over her. The hall was brightly lit. Bai Wudong looked around with her almond-shaped eyes. Besides the Emperor, there was also the Empress and many consorts. How could there be so many people? The Empress picked up a handkerchief, covering her mouth and nose, revealing only a pair of narrow phoenix eyes, slightly squinting, with a faint smile. Today, Empress Zhao was going to die here. The Empress felt proud, and then looked at Jinweiga. She knew she wouldn't have a good time either. Thinking about solving two problems at once made her feel even better. If it weren't for the Emperor's presence, she might have already laughed out loud. Zhang Qingyan sat in the middle, his face cold and stern. Bai Wudong bravely met his gaze. Your Majesty. Zhang Qingyan's tone was icy and emotionless. He had never spoken to her like this before. Bai Wudong lowered her eyes, thinking about what might happen next, and knelt on the ground. She looked up, confused, with her eyes slightly red. Your Majesty, did I do something wrong? Do you know this person? A palace maid was brought in, covered in blood. Your Majesty, she shouted excitedly. Your Majesty, save me. Bai Wudong didn't understand why this person was here. But she knew she couldn't lie. Even if she knew there was a problem, she could only admit, yes, she is someone from my palace. Zhang Qingyan's expression grew colder. I ask you, did you let her go out tonight to send a message? No, I didn't. I wouldn't send her out in the middle of the night. Besides, I have no message to send, and I wouldn't break the rules by communicating with the outside world. The palace maid beside her cried uncontrollably, tears mixed with blood, dripping down. Your Majesty, it was you who asked me to deliver the message. You told me to fall onto the bed, so you could secretly slip the letter to me. That way, the person sent by the Emperor wouldn't see it. Bai Wudong's heart suddenly sank, and her whole body felt cold. She remembered that during her evening wash, this palace maid almost fell on her. It turns out that from that moment, she had already fallen into someone else's trap. Zhang Qingyan radiated coldness. The secret guards in Zhao Chun Palace had already confirmed that this was true. How could a young palace maid know about the secret guards? The only possibility was that Bai Wudong told her. Bai Wudong opened her mouth, her voice trembling. Your Majesty, I did not do this. And what about this? A letter was thrown at her feet. Bai Wudong picked it up and, upon reading the contents, felt unsteady. If it weren't for Chonner quickly supporting her, she might have fallen. The letter was in her handwriting. It simply said, he has discovered everything. Find a chance to take me away. No wonder Zhang Qingyan was so angry. This was no longer a suspicion. It was clear that the consort was planning to run away with her servant. This is not written by me. Bai Wudong put down the letter, her trembling hand hanging by her side. I have never written such a thing. Jinweiga clenched her hand tightly around the handkerchief, her gaze fixed on the letter, equally panicked. She stood up decisively and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, my brother is loyal to you. He would never do such a thing. Someone is framing him. After speaking, she pointed her finger at Bai Wudong. Zhao Pin, my brother is honest and upright. He would never do this. Is it you? Are you deliberately doing this? You're using your pregnancy to trap him. Your Majesty, for the sake of the Crown Prince, you won't punish you, but you will punish my brother. At this moment, Bai Wudong felt deep regret. Not because she regretted bringing Jinji to her side, but because she wished she had been more careful, so she wouldn't be in this situation. If she could survive today, she would be more cautious and act more carefully, never giving anyone a chance to trap her again. Bai Wudong forced herself to calm down and replied to Jinweiga, I am not foolish enough to use myself as bait. That would only lead to mutual destruction. Moreover, I have no quarrel with Lord Jin. Why would I risk so much to harm him? Does Jean Wega understand what it means to abandon her child? If this matter is proven true, even the emperor might let her live for the sake of the baby. But once the baby is born, she will surely die. No man can tolerate such a thing. Jean Wega stared at her fiercely. If my older brother is gone, you think you can deal with me now? Enough. Zhang Qingyan didn't want to hear their arguing. Right now, he only wanted to find out if this letter was really written by Lady Zhao. Bai Wudong looked at Zhang Qingyan with clear, sad eyes. Your Majesty, this is indeed my handwriting, but I never wrote such a letter. I have written many Buddhist scriptures for the Empress Dowager. Some are in the small Buddhist hall, and others are in the Guardian Temple. If someone wanted to imitate my writing, it wouldn't be hard. She bowed her head. Your Majesty, I am innocent and pure. I did not write this letter, nor did I send it. I am being framed. Why would I send a palace maid out late at night to deliver a letter? Would I be so careless? I believe this maid was bought by someone to stage the scene and frame me. The palace maid nearby glared at Bai Wudong with hatred, spitting out blood. My lady, I risk my life for you, but you don't care about me. You're so cruel. Ignoring her injury, she shouted loudly, Your Majesty, Lady Zhao asked me to send the letter because there are too many rumors. She's afraid. The maid's tone was full of resentment. She's afraid you suspect her and Lord Jean, and that she might abandon her child. She's afraid you'll find out the baby is a wild one. Even if it's born, life will be hard for the child. That's why she risked sending me, just to get Lord Jean to take her and the baby away early. Seeing how fearless the maid was, Bai Wudong knew she had no chance to change her mind. This person was probably determined to die, willing to sacrifice herself to frame her. The mastermind behind this must have promised her something or threatened her family to get her to do it. They not only want to prove she and Lord Jean are having an affair, but also want to turn her unborn child into a wild one. Bai Wudong clenched her handkerchief tightly, thinking about how to turn the situation around. She absolutely cannot let the mastermind behind the scenes succeed, or she and her child will both be in danger. Chana's hands trembled as she wanted to speak, but couldn't make a sound. She was just a young palace maid, not favored, and even after she came to Bai Wudong's side, she had never seen such a frightening scene. Consort Hui cleared her throat and casually said, There are many consorts in this palace. Many years without children, only Consort Jean was pregnant once. How is it that Zhao Consort is so lucky? She just entered the palace a few months ago and is already pregnant. She looks so weak. I feel something might be wrong. When she said this, her gaze was not on Bai Wudong but on Consort Jean, who was kneeling on the ground. Zhang Qingyan clenched his fists, causing the beads he was playing with to break apart and scatter on the ground. The room suddenly fell silent, and no one dared to speak. Wang Dezai quickly entered the room, breaking the silence. Your Majesty, Lord Jean has arrived. Let him in. Heavy footsteps sounded. Jean Ji entered the hall, not looking at anyone, pushed aside his robes, and decisively knelt on the ground. Your servant greets the emperor. Zhang Qingyan looked at him coldly. Jean Ji, do you know why I called you here? I do not know, Your Majesty. I found a letter suspected to be from Zhao Consort, meant to be delivered to you. Wang Dezai picked up the letter and handed it over with both hands. Lord Jean, this is the letter. Please take a good look. Jean Ji looked at it and immediately understood. They had been framed, both by Wudong and himself. Because she would never write such a letter. They were innocent, so why should they leave? Your Majesty, this is definitely a trap set by others. Zhang Qingyan held the remaining purple sandalwood bead. Why are you so sure? Because I have no relation to Zhao Consort. Why would she write this letter? It makes no sense unless someone is framing us, aiming to eliminate me and Zhao Consort. Jean Ji looked upright and confident, showing no sign of guilt. Your Majesty, please investigate carefully. The Empress took off her handkerchief. A palace maid nearby saw this and quickly stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Her voice was clear and sharp, each word distinct. I saw with my own eyes that Lord Jean has a token of love from Zhao Consort, a small pouch. Someone entered the hall and forgot to close the door. Or perhaps the cold wind was too strong, blowing into the hall. Bai Wudong felt extremely cold. Even her body was stiff. She leaned on Chana, drawing warmth from her. Chana was also too frightened to move, knowing about the small pouch. The Empress had indeed given Lord Jin a pouch. If it was found out, everything would be over. The Empress picked up her handkerchief again and cleared her throat. Your Majesty, this matter is quite simple. As long as we find that pouch, we can tell if it's real or fake. Lady Zhao, or perhaps you should tell the truth now. It's not too late. Bai Wudong bit her tongue, using the pain to stay calm. She hadn't yet taken revenge or gotten rid of the concubine. How could she just die here? She must live. She had to survive. Bai Wudong didn't dare to look back at Jin Ji, signaling him silently. Your Majesty, I didn't send the pouch. Now, she could only hope that Jin Ji wasn't wearing the pouch. Jin Weige's face turned pale, but he remained strong and calm, praying silently that her brother wouldn't be wearing the pouch. He had caused trouble before. He should be more careful now. Zhang Qingyan's cold gaze shifted, fixing on the person in front of him, as if an invisible pressure pressed down. Search. Jin Ji knelt on the ground, tense but unable to resist. He closed his eyes slightly, as if he had accepted his fate. Linsing bowed to him and began searching without hesitation. Suddenly, a white pouch appeared. It was a gift from her. Bai Wudong felt her world spin, as if she were falling into an icy abyss.
Could it be
that she was really going to die here today? She had been too careless back then. She had only wanted to bring Jin Ji to her side, to use him later, but she never expected this day to come. Perhaps she couldn't get revenge anymore, nor escape like she did when she was a fox servant. Now, she was just an ordinary woman. In this heavily guarded palace, she couldn't escape. She would only die faster. Thinking of this, Bai Wudong felt overwhelming sadness. Father, mother, I'm sorry. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Jin Weige straightened up and declared loudly, "This pouch was given to my brother by me." How did it become Lady Zhao's? She pointed at the confident palace maid. You, this shameless servant, dared to falsely accuse my brother. Your Majesty, if you don't believe me, I will embroider a proof for you right now. Jin Weige immediately asked Xie to fetch sewing needles and thread. Before Zhang Qingyan could speak, she began to embroider. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, pricking her fingers several times, but she paid no attention. She quickly stitched a tiny leaf. Your Majesty, look. Wang Dicai presented the embroidery. Next, there was the small pouch on Jin Ji's body. The stitching on both was the same. The queen, standing nearby, slightly squinted her eyes. The palace maid certainly didn't dare to lie. The only possibility was that Jin Weige had just learned the technique. Or perhaps she already knew it. The queen cleared her throat. Looking at it like this, the stitching does seem similar. But a pouch like this can't be judged only by the sewing. Zhang Qingyan's heart, which had been slightly eased, suddenly jumped again. That's right, a pouch is also a sachet. Besides embroidery, it contains some fragrant spices. From how the spices are used, one can tell who made it. Everyone has different preferences. The Empress Dowager prefers sandalwood, while the Queen likes peony. Zhang Qingyan opened Jin Ji's pouch. A strong scent wafted out, quite familiar. He waved to call a palace maid who knew about fragrances. What's inside here? Bai Wudong's heart pounded like a drum. The spices she loved were just a few types. The spices in Jin Ji's pouch were almost the same as those she usually used. She hadn't yet recovered from the shock of Jin Weige's method and was forced to face her fears again. The palace maid carefully took the contents and poured them onto a fragrance plate. Your Majesty, these are patchouli, black incense, hautuinia, and lingling incense. Also, there's xiantai ginseng and dried pine nuts. Judging by their quality and smell, they've been stored here for some time. Jin Weige's originally pale face suddenly flushed with excitement. Your Majesty, this is the recipe I loved to use back then. Don't you remember? Before I entered the palace, I made a pouch for Your Majesty using this recipe. Zhang Qingyan finally remembered. No wonder the scent was familiar, it was from that pouch. Bai Wudong's despair, which had almost taken over her, suddenly revived. She didn't understand why Jean Wege's sewing technique was so similar or why the contents of the pouch had changed. But she understood that perhaps the danger had now turned into safety. Jean Ji looked calm, as if he was not the one being framed. "Your Majesty, this purse was indeed given to me by consort Jean. I thought it was harmless, so I wore it every day. I never expected it to be used by someone with bad intentions. When he first received the purse, he wore it daily. Every time he smelled its fragrance, it felt like it was coming from Bai Wudong herself. He often found himself lost in thought because of it. To stop himself from overthinking every day, he casually searched his home and mixed a scent according to a recipe, then put it inside. The original spices are still well preserved, but they are hidden in a secret compartment in Jin's study, which ordinary people could never find." Duan Chunru picked up her teacup. "Your Majesty, I also find this suspicious. If Empress Zhao really had a secret affair with Lord Jin, she wouldn't be so bold. Carrying a token of love openly and letting palace servants see it is too obvious." After speaking, she lowered her head to sip her tea. Next to her, Chun Xing shivered in fear and gently touched Duan Chunru. "If someone is framing others, it must be a high-ranking person in the palace, probably a certain lady's doing. Our young lady is just a beautiful woman, yet she dares to speak for Empress Zhao. That might offend someone." Duan Chunru ignored her and put down her teacup, continuing to watch the scene unfold. Zhang Qingyan's expression softened a little. Indeed, it seems this purse was not given by Bai Wudong. In that case, it's unlikely they have a secret affair. It's more likely they are being framed. Jean Wege knew Zhang Qingyan best. Seeing his expression, she realized he was no longer as angry as before. She quickly took the opportunity to speak. "Your Majesty, I didn't realize before, but it turns out my needlework is very similar to Empress Zhao's. Someone must have noticed this and deliberately set a trap to make you doubt. I don't know if Empress Zhao is a good person, but my brother has been guarding the southern border for years, driving away barbarians and reclaiming lost cities. Every one of these deeds shows his loyalty to you. Recently, the Empress Dowager even wanted to arrange a marriage for my brother, but he refused. I have grown up with my older brother and have never seen him fall for any woman. How could he possibly be interested in Lady Zhao? She is so thin." Jean Wege suddenly stopped speaking, as if covering her ears to avoid hearing the truth, and continued, "Your Majesty, what you like is naturally good. I mean no disrespect, but most men in this world do not favor women like Lady Zhao." Zhang Qingyan no longer held the purple sandalwood bead, letting it fall into his palm. "That makes sense. Most men in the world prefer Kuvya women. Bai Wudong is beautiful, but among common folk, even the poorest servants might not marry someone like her." The Empress lowered her eyes slightly, hiding her coldness, and took her handkerchief again. Fortunately, she had prepared more than one plan. A young palace maid gritted her teeth and knelt down. "Your Majesty, I have something to say. I saw Lady Zhao and Lord Jin meeting privately. That day, I went out to do chores and, feeling very tired, fell asleep in a small garden not far from the Zhao Spring Palace. When I woke up, it was already completely dark. I am timid and wouldn't dare go out at night, so I was very scared and didn't know what to do. At that moment, I saw Lord Jin entering Lady Zhao's courtyard from the back garden. I don't know what happened afterward, but Lord Jin did visit Lady Zhao's place that night. Bai Wudong's attendant, Choner, trembled. When Bai Wudong was first pregnant, Jin Ji had indeed visited. Bai Wudong felt her body trembling and slightly turned her head. Choner's face had turned pale with fear. Even her lips had lost color. This cannot continue. The mastermind behind the scenes must be stopped, or the truth might come out. Using the crown prince as leverage might not work anymore. But now, the suspicion has been almost completely cleared. If the fetus is harmed again, the emperor might soften. Bai Wudong clenched Choner tightly, then covered her belly and collapsed in pain. "Your Majesty, I have terrible stomach pain." Choner snapped out of her panic and tremblingly shouted, "Quick, someone call the imperial doctor." The Empress Dowager also hurried over. "What's going on?" she asked, rushing in after hearing the commotion. She was shocked to see Bai Wudong in labor. The imperial doctor checked her pulse, and his face changed dramatically. "Oh no, this is bad. The Empress is under too much stress and her pulse is irregular. Quick, go get the medicine and keep the Empress calm. Your Majesty, please hold on and stay strong. Don't lose your breath, or the royal heir might be lost." Bai Wudong looked at Zhang Qingyan, weakly raising her hand. Her small face looked sad and pained, her eyes red from crying. Zhang Qingyan didn't move, just watched silently. "Your Majesty, if you trust me, I will do my best to protect the child. But if you don't trust me, Before he could reply, the imperial doctor jumped up excitedly.
"Oh,
"It's twins." The Empress Dowager's eyes lit up immediately. She stepped forward. "Twins? Is that true?" The doctor nodded repeatedly. "Yes, it seems the twin pulse was weak before, so it wasn't noticed. This time, the baby's energy moved strongly, and it became hard to hide." Zhang Qingyan looked at Bai Wudong's pale face, feeling mixed emotions. Twins are a good omen in the country of Derong. But right now, besides feeling happy, he also felt other complicated feelings. This event left a mark on his heart. He no longer trusted completely. Even a little doubt made him very uncomfortable. The Empress Dowager saw Zhang Qingyan silent and stepped forward, pushing him aside. "Zhao Pin, I believe you, and the Emperor also believes you. Rest assured, I will have people investigate clearly today, and the truth will come out. The most urgent thing now is to keep her alive. You must protect the royal heir, understand?" Bai Wudong nodded. "I understand." Soon after, Bai Wudong pretended to faint after putting the medicine in her mouth. This way, no matter who tries to harm her later, she can deal with it later. The Empress Dowager took the opportunity to call the Emperor aside. "Your Majesty, regardless of what Zhao Pin and Jin Ji are really up to, we should wait until the baby is born." She lowered her voice. "I have a way to check if the child Zhao Pin gave birth to is yours. If it is, then it's a true good omen. If you feel uncomfortable, you can leave the child to the mother." At the height of Derong's prosperity, during Zhang Qingyan's grandfather's generation, the firstborn was twins after ascending the throne. Since then, Derong's country prospered. Crops were abundant, food was plentiful, no disasters occurred, people lived happily, the treasury was full, and it was a time of great peace. The Empress Dowager continued, "If not, then just deal with Zhao Pin and her together. Emperor, you can decide how they should die, be it 1,000 cuts or 100. I have no objections. Then we will do as Mother says." Bai Wudong's eyelashes fluttered lightly as she listened carefully to the Empress Dowager's words. Her heart felt a dull ache. But no matter what, she had gained an opportunity. The baby was only about 3 months old, with nearly 7 months to go. She was sure she could think of a way to make the Emperor stop doubting her and save her life. After a round of acupuncture, the imperial doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead and knelt down. "Your Majesty, I have done my best. The heir to the throne is safe." "Good." The Empress Dowager was the happiest person in the room. "Reward him." The doctor accepted the reward. "Thank you, Your Majesty. However, Lady Zhao has been through a lot and will be weak. She shouldn't be disturbed. It's best to send her back to rest and recover." At this moment, Zhang Qingyan also realized that, no matter what, the heir to the throne was the most important. From now on, he would investigate further. Send Lady Zhao back to the palace. He looked at Jin Ji. Recently, there have been reports from Ling Nan about bandits running wild in the mountains. You should lead the troops to suppress the bandits and restore peace for the local people. Jin Ji bowed his head. "Yes, I will obey your orders." The Empress, holding a handkerchief, felt very unhappy inside. She had caused so much trouble, but in the end, it all ended without a clear resolution. She glanced sideways at Zhang Qingyan, but from the Emperor's expression, it seemed he was still thinking about it. She softly said, "Your Majesty, I will take them back first. Don't worry too much. Maybe today it was just someone's scheme to trap us." The maidservant nearby couldn't help but mutter, "Where there's no smoke, there's no fire." If they hadn't acted suspiciously, who would set such a trap? "How dare you?" The Empress glared at her. Slap her? Yes, your majesty. The maid raised her hand and slapped herself both cheeks. Hearing this, Zhang Qingyan thought of the banquet that day and felt even worse. He was too tired to look at them anymore. His attention had just been on Bai Wudong. Now, seeing these concubines, each one was more voluptuous than the last. The air was filled with the smell of powder and sweat, which was quite unpleasant. Everyone disperse. Yes, I will take my leave. The Empress led the way ahead. Many concubines followed behind as they stepped out of the palace gate. When Chuyun was at the back, she had just come from the cold palace and was still considered the lowest-ranked beauty. Even Su Yao, who had previously flattered her, did not walk with her. Cui Wei looked at Su Yao avoiding her and snorted. Madam, this person really knows how to play both sides. When Chuyun looked up, people like her don't need to be bothered with. I thought today's Zhaofin might not survive or would be demoted, but it turns out she's lucky and is pregnant with twins. She touched her much smaller belly. Let's go.
I won't eat tonight.
Since the emperor likes thin women, I'll become thinner. Bai Wudong was wrapped in a thick brocade quilt, carried by A. Lin Sheng walked at the front, silently leading the way. Along the way, only falling snowflakes could be seen. Bai Wudong kept her eyes tightly closed, pretending she was still unconscious. After some time, she was placed in a warm room. Her pounding heart finally calmed down. Lin Sheng said to Chon'er, "We're leaving now." Chon'er grabbed a handful of golden leaves. Master Lin, thank you. Lin Sheng waved his hand, not taking anything, and led his people away directly. Bai Wudong slowly opened her eyes. Chana had been staying by her side. When she saw her wake, she cried and rushed over. Madam, you're finally awake. Do you feel any pain? I feel better now. Bai Wudong looked at the yellow flowers above her head, calming her mind and carefully recalling what had just happened. The mastermind behind everything was carefully plotting, even using letters to slander her. It was clear they wanted to kill her. Bai Wudong clenched the quilt tightly. From today on, she would be more careful. Absolutely, she would not let today's scene happen again. Chana wanted to speak, but Bai Wudong waved her away, signaling her to leave first. She didn't know if the secret guards were still there, so she had to be very cautious and not give anyone a chance to find fault. However, Jean Wega surprised her. The same acupuncture technique and the spices that should have been replaced by Jean Ji gave her a glimmer of hope. If even one thing had been different today, she might have died inside the palace of Restful Heart. Bai Wudong closed her eyes, her mind complicated. She didn't sleep until dawn. When she woke up again, it was already noon. The young lady hurriedly brought in hot water. Your Majesty, I am here to serve you for washing. Is there something special today? The Emperor. He said you are weak and should stay in Zhao Chun Palace, not to go out. Early this morning, the Wang brought people to close the palace door. He said you can only enter, not leave. He meant to rest and recover, but really it was just house arrest. Oh well, now she felt powerless even if she wanted to do something. Trying to please the Emperor and strengthen their relationship now would only cause trouble. She decided to stay quietly in Zhao Chun Palace for now, avoiding going out. But this was also good. At least she was safe for the moment. Yesterday's events were temporarily over, and with the new year approaching, no one would bring it up again. Zhang Qingyan had never stepped into the harem. The matter with Bai Wudong made him unhappy, so he had no interest in pampering any consorts. Winter days darkened quickly. By the hour of Yu, outside the palace walls was barely visible. Wang Dezai entered the hall, brushing off snowflakes from his clothes. Once the cold eased a bit, he stepped forward. Your Majesty, it's time to draw the cards. A young brought forward the cards. Wang Dezai whispered, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager sent a message. She said both Lady Duan and Lady Wen are suitable. Zhang Qingyan looked at the two cards for a moment. Then Lady Wen it is. A few days ago in the Palace of Nourishing Heart, when Chuyun looked a bit thinner than before, which made her appear more delicate and pure. An hour later, several eunuchs entered, placing Wen Chuyun on a large dragon bed. Zhang Qingyan approached the bed and lifted the quilt. Wen Chuyun lowered her eyes shyly, her cheeks flushed. Her skin was as white as porcelain, and her belly was much flatter than before, even revealing a hint of her waist. Though not as slim and graceful as Bai Wudong, she was much better than other consorts. "You've lost a lot of weight." When Chuyan bit her lip gently, looked up at him, her eyes shining with moisture. Under the candlelight, she looked stunningly beautiful. Her expression was very similar to that of Consort Zhao. "As long as the emperor likes it. Yes, sleep now." Zhang Qingyan lay on the dragon bed and gently embraced her. When Chuyan woke early, helping Zhang Qingyan change clothes. Having been nourished, she looked radiant and healthy. Zhang Qingyan looked at her beauty and appearance and couldn't help but think of Bai Wudong. Back then, she also served him in the same way. It's rare to meet someone so suitable, but now things are unclear between his servant and himself. He looked at Wen Chuyan and Bai Wudong, noticing their similar features, and said, "I will see you again tonight." "Thank you, Your Majesty." In the following days, Wen Chuyan was attended to every night. Early in the morning, Su Yao stood at the entrance of Tianxiang Garden, waiting on tiptoe. When she saw the familiar figure, she hurried to greet her. "Sister Wen, you're back. I made some cakes today and kept some for you to try." "No need." When Chuyan remembered how Su Yao had avoided her like a snake in recent days. She had only gone to the cold palace for a short time, and now she was ignored. Su Yao was not worthy to stand beside her. "Sister Wen." When Chuyan ignored her and entered the palace with the help of a maid. Su Yao felt annoyed. If she had shown her a little kindness before, maybe things would be different now. But now, it's too late for anything. Inside the palace, when Chuyan saw 2 fire pits placed in the room. "Today is warmer than before." "Of course," Cui Wei said happily. "Madam, you are now the emperor's favorite consort. The inner court always prepares extra fire pits for favored ladies. Once you have children, life will be even better than for Consort Zhao. The imperial heir in her has had many miscarriages. Even if she gives birth, it might not be healthy." When Chuyan found this very encouraging, she sat in front of a bronze mirror, touching her face. Indeed, the emperor is tired of ordinary beauties and prefers someone unique like Consort Zhao. "From now on, help me with my makeup every day, especially my eyebrows and eyes, making me look more like Bai Wudong. No matter what method, as long as it wins the emperor's favor, it is a good method." The matter of serving the emperor was now up to Duan Chunru. Chun Xing's face lit up with joy, and she hurried to prepare. "Madam, I will help you wash and dress, and I am sure the emperor will be captivated tonight. No, tell him I have caught a cold and cannot serve tonight, so I won't pass the illness to the emperor." Chun Xing froze in place. "Madam, you don't have a cold. Why tell this? If you do, you won't be able to serve the emperor." "I simply do not want to serve in bed," Duan Chunru said as she picked up her storybook. "Now, serving in bed is like kicking someone when they're down for Xiaopin." Chuanxing stomped her foot. "Your Majesty, you probably still remember the kindness shown during the palace banquet that day. You spoke up for her, and maybe you've already offended someone. Even if you've repaid the kindness, in the harem, the emperor's favor is the most important. If you keep worrying about this, it's just not worth it." Duan Chunru turned a page. "That is the medicine to prevent heirs. If I had taken it back then, I would never have been able to get pregnant in my life. Xiaopin's kindness to me cannot be erased with just words." "Enough, I've made up my mind." Chuanxing, though reluctant, could only accept her decision. In the end, the person who served in bed was Wen Chuyan. When she returned, she pouted her lips so much it looked like she could hang an oil bottle on them. "Look at that. That beauty one has taken the favor again. She must be so proud now." "Your Majesty, you are just too kind-hearted." Duan Chunru closed her storybook. She was not a kind person. She was just weighing her options. Xiaopin was not an ordinary person. Not to mention, after so many years with no children, she managed to get pregnant within just 3 months of entering the palace, and with twins. That alone made her worth respecting. Before entering the palace, Duan Chunru asked a doctor about this situation. Usually, if a woman can't conceive, it's mostly a problem with the man. It's a bold statement, but if the emperor is infertile, it's very hard for a woman to get pregnant. Bai Wudong, however, became pregnant and with twins. That's not just luck. Maybe she really has a way to help with pregnancy. Since her rival lost power this time, if she can use this opportunity to build good relations, she might benefit in the future. Helping someone in need is better than just adding beauty to the scene. Chuanqing is loyal to her, works quickly, and is good at her job, but her eyelids are a bit too light. In this harem, the emperor's favor is like a mirage, never something you can hold on to. It might disappear one day. She is young now, but sooner or later someone will grow old and lose their beauty. Like the Empress or Defei, none of them can serve the emperor in bed more than a few months at a time. Only children are the real foundation for standing firm in the harem. Chuanqing, serve me so I can rest. Don't say such things again. The new year is coming.
Prepare some gifts.
I will visit Xiaopin then. Madam, look at the plum blossoms outside. They are blooming beautifully, and with the snow, it looks so lovely, Yingchun said happily as she entered the room. However, she still saw Bai Wudong looking sad and gloomy. Recently, she and Chon'er had tried many ways to cheer Bai Wudong up, but nothing worked. As the new year approached, a time that should be full of happiness, Zhaochun Palace was silent and lifeless. Yingchun spoke softly. Madam, would you like to see the plum blossoms? Or I can pick a few branches to place by your bed. They say plum blossoms bloom from the cold winter, just like you, madam. You'll get better soon. Bai Wudong sighed weakly. Her only goal in the palace was revenge. But to defeat Jin Weiga, she needed the emperor's support. Now, the emperor hadn't entered Zhaochun Palace for a whole month. Not only had they not grown closer, but she hadn't even seen him. Maybe the emperor had already forgotten her. The door to Zhaochun Palace was closed again, and little news could come in from outside. She only knew that Wen Chuyun had recently gained favor, but nothing else. This feeling of being blind and helpless was really hard. She spoke, her voice a little hoarse. How many days until the new year? 2 days left, replied Yingchun. It seems the emperor won't come. Bai Wudong touched her already rounded belly. The baby was 4 months old now, and she didn't have much time left. She stood up. Let's go outside and get some fresh air. Chon'er and Yingchun supported Bai Wudong as they walked through the snow. The palace gate was shut tight. She ordered, open the door. I want to see what's happening outside. It must be lively everywhere. Other places were surely decorated with red lanterns and ornaments. But Zhaochun Palace still had no red decorations. Xiao Ningzi stepped forward, looking bitter. Madam, without the emperor's orders, we can't open the palace door. Today is the 28th, and the emperor and others went to pray and honor their ancestors. He changed the subject, but don't worry, madam. On New Year's Eve, the palace always has a family reunion dinner. The emperor will have dinner with all the ladies. Bai Wudong's hope grew, and her expression became more lively than before.
Good.
Chon'er, Yingchun, go and prepare everything. Since it's New Year, no matter what happens, we must have the festive atmosphere. In the afternoon, everyone began to get busy. The palace was decorated with red lanterns, which made the snowy scene look even more beautiful. Before long, it started to snow again. Bai Wudong sat in a warm room, carefully arranging her crown and robes. This New Year's Eve was a rare day to see the emperor, so she wanted to make a good impression. Chon'er saw that she finally had hope and felt much better. Your Majesty, do you need my help? No, I can do it myself. Bai Wudong slowly tidied her crown and robes. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. When she looked up again, it was much darker outside. She put down her sewing and stretched her sore neck. Soon, someone outside announced, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has sent someone. Bai Wudong immediately stood up to greet her. It was a maidservant from the Empress Dowager's side, followed by many palace servants. Seeing Bai Wudong, the maid bowed respectfully. Lady Xiaopin, the Empress Dowager sent someone to deliver gifts. In a few days, it will be the new year. As we welcome the new year, I wish Your Majesty happiness and all good things. Bai Wudong picked up a gold leaf and handed it over herself.
Thank you, madam.
Please rise. The maid stood up and signaled the palace servants to put down the gifts. The gifts have been delivered. I will take my leave now. Oh, and one more thing. The Empress Dowager said you don't need to go out on this New Year's Eve. Your pregnancy with the heir is very important, and you must be careful. With so many people around, it's easy to overlook things. The Empress Dowager is doing this for your safety. I hope you understand. Bai Wudong's smile froze. The Empress Dowager is right. Then I'll take my leave. They arrived quickly and left just as fast. Bai Wudong's smile disappeared from her face. Missing the New Year's Eve, she didn't know when she would have another chance to see the Emperor. Chon'er and Ingchun looked at each other, feeling angry. Your Majesty, it's New Year's Eve, and they won't let you go. That's just too much. It's supposed to be a family reunion dinner. If you're not there, what's the point of a reunion? Bai Wudong didn't reply. She got up and went into her room. She sat on the bed, wanting to read a storybook to pass the time, but she couldn't focus at all. Ingchun, worried about her, brought in a cup of hot tea. Your Grace, please don't be upset. As long as you safely give birth to the royal child, you will be the most honored person in the palace. No one can compare to you. Bai Wudong took the tea, looked at the floating leaves, and suddenly threw the cup to the ground. Ingchun was so frightened that she trembled and knelt down at once. She had never seen Bai Wudong so angry before. Compared with other mistresses in the palace, Bai Wudong was the kindest. She never treated her servants harshly and only asked them to do their duties well. Bai Wudong took a deep breath to calm herself. You may go. She leaned quietly against the couch, her eyes empty. Father, Mother, what should I do? It was the 29th day of the lunar month, New Year's Eve. The palace was full of excitement. Servants hurried about, all with smiles on their faces. At this time of year, no matter which hall they visited, bringing gifts and saying a few good wishes would always earn them generous rewards. Duan Chunru checked the gifts carefully, then took Suiwei with her and headed toward Xiaochun Hall. Your Grace, I have come to deliver New Year's gifts, she said respectfully. Because Bai Wudong was pregnant, she did not go out to greet them in person. Yunxiang led the visitors into the hall. Duan Chunru bowed deeply. Your Grace, I pay my respects. Bai Wudong was a little surprised. She hadn't expected her to come. Please rise, Sister Duan. What brings you here? I came to deliver New Year's gifts, Duan Chunru said softly. If it pleases you, I would like to spend the new year with you. I am alone and feel quite lonely. Her face showed a trace of longing. Before entering the palace, I always spent this special day at home with my parents and siblings. It was lively and full of joy.
Sadly,
I will never experience that again. Once a woman entered the palace, leaving it became nearly impossible. If she had married elsewhere, she could still visit her family from time to time. But in the palace, without the emperor's permission, it was impossible. Her life now belonged to the palace, and even after death, she would rest in the royal tombs. From the moment she entered the palace, Duan Chunru had completely lost her ties with the Duan family. She was now just one of the emperor's many consorts. Thinking of her own parents, Bai Wudong felt a deep ache in her heart. Miss Duan, I appreciate your kindness. Come and sit with me. In the future, there's no need to be formal, just call me sister. Yunxiang looked up at Duan Chunru with some concern. She suddenly approached. Could she be planning to harm the crown prince? Your Majesty, you haven't been feeling well this afternoon. Let me prepare some honeysuckle tea for you. Bai Wudong had never said she was unwell at noon before. Since honeysuckle is a detoxifying herb, it seems she is giving a subtle hint. Bai Wudong understood, but was not worried. Duan Chunru was the only visitor these days. If something happened to her child, the emperor would surely suspect her. Only a fool would do such a thing. Moreover, the child in her belly would not miscarry. Make a few more cups. Today, I want to talk more with Miss Duan. Duan Chunru was clever and understood Yunxiang's meaning. She calmly said, Sister, please don't worry. I would never harm you. If it weren't for your help that day, I might have already taken that abortive medicine. In this palace, if you can't have children, it's like losing half your life. Bai Wudong held her hand. I understand. The two sipped tea and nibbled on snacks. There wasn't much to say about palace life, so they started talking about funny things from their childhood. Duan Chunru covered her mouth and laughed softly. Sister, you don't know, I was very mischievous before. Climbing trees and crossing rivers were common. My parents often worried I wouldn't marry because of my wild ways. When I was only 11 or 12, they arranged a marriage for me. If I hadn't entered the palace, I might have married a military officer, someone who could keep me in check. But from the age of 16, I stopped being mischievous and became a proper young lady in others' eyes. What about you, sister? Bai Wudong thought of her parents but couldn't speak. This was a secret. No one but herself could know. I was sent to a Taoist temple when I was young and only returned before entering the palace. Nothing special happened. Actually, there were many stories. When she was still a fox servant, she spent every day with her parents in the mountains and forests, playing with birds and insects. Once, she accidentally angered the Mountain King, a large white-eyed insect. Her father almost rushed to protect her, but luckily, the insect wasn't interested in Bai Wudong and quickly left. In the forest, any animal with awareness, even a tiny insect, was more precious than a large, mindless insect. Seeing Bai Wudong silent, Duan Chunru lowered her head to enjoy her tea without disturbing her. After a long while, Bai Wudong came back to herself. I thought I would spend this year alone, but I didn't expect you to come and keep me company before my 30th birthday. Sister, kindness must be repaid. It's a family rule of ours. Rest assured, I will never harm you. They looked at each other and smiled, but only they knew how much they believed those words. That night, they talked until very late, and each went to sleep. On the third day of the new year, the most important holiday of the year, Duan Chunru finished her grooming. Sister, I have to leave now. Don't worry, you will regain favor, and I will do my best to help. As she left, everything became quiet again. Suddenly, many lonely and sad feelings overwhelmed Bai Wudong. This was her first new year alone. No parents to comfort her or warm her with their presence. The entire palace was filled with a festive atmosphere. Countless red lanterns lit up, shining into every quiet corner of the night. Bai Wudong stood in the courtyard, looking up at the night sky. There, fireworks were blooming beautifully. They were lovely, but fleeting. At this moment, the emperor was probably having a reunion dinner with many concubines. But she was all alone. Mother. Since Bai Wudong entered the palace, she had never felt such pain. It was as if her heart was pierced by countless needles, hurting terribly. Tears kept falling. She hugged herself, slowly squatting down, unable to hold back her sobs. Chan'er and Ingchun stood behind her, frightened by her crying, and hurriedly stepped forward. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Your Majesty, don't cry. Things will get better, because her father and mother were no longer here. Separated by heaven and earth, they could never meet again. Not even a strand of hair or a piece of ashes was left behind. After the pain came overwhelming hatred. Bai Wudong raised her head, her eyes red like apricots. She wanted revenge. She must take revenge to honor her parents' spirits in heaven. That night, Bai Wudong dreamed for the first time of her father and mother. They returned to the forest, running freely among the lush trees. But soon, everything turned dark. Bai Wudong suddenly opened her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Outside, the sky was bright. She composed herself and said, Chan'er, servant is here, your Majesty. You are awake. Bai Wudong returned to her usual calm, her face showing a faint sadness, but no trace of hatred. Emotions are easy to reveal, but once exposed, they can be noticed and used by others. Yesterday, she had vented her feelings freely, which was enough. From now on, she would hide her feelings carefully, so no one could see even a little. Help me get ready for the day. Today is the first day of the new year. Even if the emperor doesn't come, we should still celebrate properly. I missed home yesterday, but I overlooked you all. Your Majesty, we only wish for your happiness. When you are well, we are truly happy, Chan'er said, smiling. Her heart was light, and she happily helped Bai Wudong get ready. After finishing, Bai Wudong called Yunxiang over. Go to the kitchen and get some wheat flour and filling. We'll make our own steamed snacks. Yes, Your Majesty. I will go right now. Half an hour later. Everything was ready. Bai Wudong washed her hands, then gathered everyone to make steamed snacks together. Chana was skilled. Her dumplings looked like chubby gold ingots. Ingchun also looked proper, with a sturdy stance, while Yunxiang made long, pretty dumplings. Ingchun, your dumplings are not good. They will probably after cooking, Bai Wudong said. No, just watch and see, Ingchun replied confidently. Listening to their chatter, Bai Wudong felt much happier. The steamed snacks were quickly made and cooked. Bai Wudong sat in her seat, took a handful of golden leaves from a plate, wrapped them with a 50-tael silver note, and handed them to Chana. This is your lucky money.
Keep it.
This year will be even better. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chana was so touched her eyes turned red. Since she could remember, no one had ever been so kind to her. Her parents only cared about her younger brother. She was sent to the palace at just 12 or 13, working as a third-class maid, doing physical chores. If she hadn't met the Empress, she wouldn't have had such good days or received so much reward money. From now on, she would be loyal to the Empress and never betray her. Keep it safe. Chana took it and knelt, bowing her head. Servant wishes Your Majesty a happy new year, peace and safety every year, and that the Crown Prince is born safely. May you enjoy wealth and honor forever. Then it was Ingchun, Yunxiang, and little Ningzi. Even the low-ranking palace maids received rewards. After the last incident, Bai Wudong no longer allowed these maids to enter the palace hall, and even the allowances were given out by Chana. She received lucky money and some light snacks. Bai Wudong then let them move around freely. In the afternoon, Yunxiang helped Xiao Ningzi carry in a box. Bai Wudong sat under the porch, holding a hot water bag, and asked, "What is this?" "Your Majesty, this is a New Year gift from the Sun family." It was checked by the imperial doctor before being sent in. Curious, Bai Wudong stepped forward. The box contained various miscellaneous ornaments, like carved pomegranates, symbolizing many children. The only unusual item was a small box inside. When opened, it revealed a plate of bright green snacks. A familiar, fragrant aroma wafted out. These were made from crispy fruit. Yunxiang took out the snacks, opened the next layer, and inside was a finely carved jade Buddha. "What's this?" Seeing Bai Wudong look at her, Yunxiang nodded subtly. It was sent by Jin Ji, mixed into the Sun family's New Year gifts, so no one would suspect. "Your Majesty, please try this. It's freshly made." Bai Wudong took a piece, tasting its sweet and sour flavor. Yunxiang comforted her. "Your Majesty, don't overthink. This jade Buddha will surely bring you protection, ensuring smooth days ahead and fulfilling your wishes." After the 7th day of the new year, the festival was over. Everything in the previous dynasty returned to normal. The harem was the same. The festive atmosphere faded, as if the lively scenes had been just a dream. The Empress Dowager held her prayer beads, kneeling before the Buddha statue, reciting scriptures. After a long while, she opened her eyes. The maid immediately stepped forward to support her. "Your Majesty, I have prepared some snow plum tea. Has the imperial doctor checked on Marin?" "Yes," he said. "There's no change." "Useless stuff." The Empress Dowager picked up her teacup, her expression dark. "As long as she's been pregnant for half a month, Dr. G can tell. When Marin has been favored for so many days, yet she still isn't pregnant. It's a shame I pulled her out of the cold palace." She set down the teacup heavily. "No, we can't let the Emperor waste time on her. Tell Lady Duan to bring him some stew today. Her cold has long since healed, and she doesn't even try to serve the Emperor. She's useless. If it weren't for the Duan family's many children, I wouldn't want to push such a person forward." In the blink of an eye, the news reached Chuanqing's ears. "Your Majesty, you can't refuse this time. If you do, there won't be a third chance. The maidservant won't be happy. If you keep refusing, the Empress Dowager might become displeased with you, and you may lose the opportunity to serve the Emperor altogether." Duan Chunru had already guessed there would be another chance. Last time, She refused and lost the favor of Bai Wudong. This time, she would accept the favor. Prepare a bath. Chuanqing was overjoyed. Your Majesty, you've finally made up your mind. 2 hours later, Duan Chunru got out of the flower petal bath. Find a chance tomorrow to go to Zhao Chun Palace and tell Sister Zhao that I will speak for her while I am close to the Emperor, hoping he'll visit her soon. Chuanqing pouted. Your Majesty, you're giving gifts, refusing favor, and now you want to help her speak. Zhao Princess might not remember your kindness in the future. In the palace, there are no true friends, only mutual use. They could turn against each other at any time. Just go if I tell you to. Why all these words? Duan Chunru understood that even if she didn't get the fertility potion in the end, as long as Bai Wudong's child belonged to the emperor and was born safely, she would have a place in the palace. Building a good relationship with her was not wrong. Chuanqing had no choice but to agree. After applying makeup, I came to take her. The snow had stopped, leaving only cold wind. At Yangxin Palace, Zhang Qingyan was already preparing to rest. Duan Chunru looked charming. Your Majesty, he lifted the quilt. His appearance was a bit rounder than Wen Chuyun's, but still proportionate enough to tolerate. The child in Zhao Princess's belly was uncertain. He needed to have his own heir soon. Yes, turn off the lights and rest. Once the lights were out, everything was invisible. Before long, light snowflakes began to fall outside again. It snowed continuously for 3 days. Duan Chunru served the emperor for 3 days. Wen Chuyun tried several times to bring soup to the emperor, but was stopped by the Queen Dowager's people. Her face grew paler. What does the Queen Dowager mean? Since I haven't conceived, she's thinking of finding someone else? The emperor has had no children for so many years. He only favored me for a month, and now she expects me to get pregnant? It's just a pipe dream. The maidservant who came was not sincere, her words implying that she was useless and her belly was uncooperative. She kept her anger in check, but seeing Duan Marin continuously favored, she couldn't help but feel anxious. She was afraid that her hard-earned favor was like a fleeting dream, short-lived and insubstantial. When she woke up, everything would be gone. Cui Wei remained silent and quietly tidied up. Why is it so cold, Cui Wei? Your Majesty, only one hot basin was sent from the inner court this afternoon. Only one? Wen Chuyun sneered angrily. Good. The emperor only recently favored someone else for a few days, and now the inner court is sending only one basin. Go immediately and have them send another. It should be mine and not a single thing less. Cui Wei looked bitter. Your Majesty, I asked around. This is the Empress Dowager's order. When the last batch of beautiful maidens entered, each was favored for a month. If they couldn't conceive, they were replaced. After that, they had no chance anymore. It was like some maids, such as Ding Zhaoyi and Zhang Jiyu, who only served the emperor for a short time before losing their place. Once the emperor entered the harem, except for the 1st and 15th days of the month, he mostly stayed with consort Jean. They had earned their positions through endurance. When the next batch of maidens arrived, those who had served the emperor, even if they couldn't conceive, could be promoted. When Chuyun's eyes darkened, the Empress Dowager is really ruthless. Cui Wei, bring me some wine. Your Majesty, you shouldn't drink. It's bad for your health. Don't make me say it twice. Go and get it. Cui Wei had no choice but to warm some wine. Since the night of reunion, Wen Chuyun had fallen in love with the feeling of slight intoxication from drinking. These days, she drank every day, and Cui Wei couldn't persuade her otherwise. But she understood. The Empress always kept her emotions hidden, bearing everything in her heart. She thought a lot every day, afraid of missing something. If she couldn't find a way to relax, she would eventually break herself apart. The wine and some small dishes were served. Wen Chuyun, like a noble lady, picked up her cup and drank it all in one gulp, hiding her face. After several glasses, the gentle intoxication returned, making her feel dizzy and enchanted. At this moment, she was no longer angry, irritable, or worried. All her emotions were cast aside, and she felt light as if she was walking on clouds. Chui Wei, pregnancy is difficult for women. Who do you think is the problem?
Chui Wei dared not speak.
When Chuyan took another sip of wine. I can't be without favor. I came to the palace to compete for favor and to reach a higher position. Nothing and no one can stop me. She waved her hand and called Chui Wei over, whispering in her ear, "Go find someone." Chui Wei was so frightened her legs went weak, and she sat down on the ground. "Your Majesty, this is absolutely impossible." When Chuyun's mind flickered with images, her body feeling as if she was floating on clouds. She shed her gentle, noble disguise and revealed her true feelings. "Why is it impossible? I don't want to be Ding Jiaoyi, nor do I want to become Hui Fei or De Fei. I want to spend my life in an empty house, holding a noble title, but with no real power. As more women become pregnant in the future, they will eventually push me aside. During these 7 years, only Gui Fei and Zhaofan have been pregnant in the entire harem. If I wait for the emperor to make me pregnant, it might never happen. The Empress Dowager might not even let me get close to the emperor again. I refuse to live such a stagnant life. I want to be a favored consort. I want to be the empress." When Chuyan leaned on the table and slowly closed her eyes, Chui Wei finally calmed down, her face pale as she stepped forward to support her. "Your Majesty," seeing she didn't respond, Chui Wei patted her chest to steady her trembling hand, then began to tidy up. Her Majesty's thoughts were truly frightening. She absolutely couldn't agree. Tomorrow morning, she must persuade Her Majesty carefully. Such things are simply not to be done. The next morning, when Chuyan opened her eyes, feeling a bit of a headache but able to bear it. "Chui Wei, Your Majesty, I am here." Chui Wei hurried in, helping Wen Chuyan sit up. Seeing she seemed to have forgotten what happened last night, she swallowed her words, which she had been brewing all night. "I will serve you for your grooming." Baskets of hot water were brought in, along with plates of breakfast. The porridge was cold, the side dishes were plain, and even the only decent pastry was crooked and broken, clearly leftovers. Seeing this, Wen Chuyan had no appetite. "Come on, Chui Wei, take me to the imperial kitchen. I want to ask how they dare serve me leftovers." The in the kitchen chuckled. "Your Majesty, you've misunderstood us. How could we serve you leftover food? The rules in the kitchen are always to serve those above first. First the Empress Dowager, then the Empress, then Lady Zhao, and only last, you, Your Majesty." Hearing his voice, Choner turned her head to glance. When Chuyan felt very embarrassed, but kept her composure. "Even so, I have never eaten such poor food since I entered the palace." She was born into wealth and comfort, the eldest daughter of her family, and the most beautiful woman in the capital. She had never been treated so unfairly. To her, today's breakfast was even worse than what her servants at home ate.
Just then, Sia arrived.
They greeted her with a big smile. "Miss Sia is here." Quickly, Lady Jin's breakfast is already prepared. When Chuyan looked over, the food wasn't as nourishing as Bai Wudong's, but it was still decent. She was left standing aside, ignored. It was breakfast time. One palace maid after another came in. Spring Apricot was the last to arrive, and she took the same dishes that had been served when she was favored before. After finishing, they flicked his sleeve as if noticing Wen Chuyan. "Oh, Your Majesty, you're still here.
I thought you had left. Sorry about that."
"It's so busy. All the ladies are waiting for their breakfast. We can't keep everyone waiting just for you." When Chuyan took a deep breath, suppressing her rising anger. "Please change my meal." "It can't be changed now. Look, everything is portioned out. Once the other ladies have taken theirs, there's nothing left. Your Majesty, you should go back. It's smoky and hot here. Staying too long isn't good for your health." Suewei gently tugged at Wen Chuyan's sleeve. At this moment, causing trouble in the kitchen wasn't wise. The emperor had just visited Lady Duan, and if Wen Chuyan caused a scene, it might make the emperor dislike her or think she was trying to compete for favor. Though the kitchen staff were servants and seemed lowly, few in the palace dared to offend them. Especially since Wen Chuyan was only a low-ranking beauty, these servants knew how to handle people and find no fault. Wen Chuyan turned and quickly walked away. The young looked at her back with disdain and snorted. According to the usual rules in this palace, Lady Wen's favor has reached its limit. Some noble ladies are favored for about a month, then they become just decorations in the harem, with no chance to serve the emperor again. The Empress Dowager had already ordered that once someone loses favor, their meals in the palace kitchen will be reduced immediately, to avoid wasting money on useless people. On the way back, the sun was shining brightly. By mid-February, the weather warmed up. Sometimes, light snow would fall, but most days were sunny. The snow that was originally arranged to look beautiful was starting to melt. Chana hurried into Zhao Chun Palace and placed the breakfast in front of Bai Wudong. "Your Majesty, I saw Lady Wen in the kitchen. It seems they sent her leftover food." Bai Wudong was not surprised. In this palace, there are unwritten rules everyone knows about. Besides the noble consort, no one has ever been favored for so long without losing favor. Chana felt very happy inside. That's how it should be. Humph. She was the one who tried to harm you, Your Majesty. This is her punishment. But I heard that Duan Marin's breakfast was really good recently. It seems she is also favored now. I understand, Bai Wudong said, feeling unwell. She ate a little and then pushed her plate aside. She had always wanted to keep the emperor close and avoid other women because she thought they were dirty. But after what happened with Jinji, her plans were completely shattered. The emperor still favored others, not just one. Now, she was waiting to see if Duan Chunru would really speak up for her. If she could, maybe she would see the emperor sooner. It's already mid-February. In half a month, the baby in her belly will be 5 months old. She didn't have much time left. Before giving birth, she had to reconcile with the emperor, so she wouldn't end up losing her child. Chana, I am grateful to Sister Duan during the new year. Thanks to her, I didn't feel so lonely. If you see Sister Duan today, ask her to come and take that multi-fruit pomegranate jade carving as a gift. Yes, I remember, Chana replied. Chana deliberately stayed a little longer before leaving. Duan Chunru's personal maid, Chun Xing, was usually the last to go to the kitchen. She timed her departure to be about the same. When she arrived, she saw Chun Xing's spring apricot turn to look at her. Elder Sister Chana, why are you so late today? I was delayed a bit with my work and didn't expect to meet you. By the way, I almost forgot the most important thing. The Empress Dowager told me a few days ago to ask you to come and pick up the gift. You know I can't wander around much besides fetching things, so I kept missing you. That's why I waited until today. You should explain this clearly to the Empress Dowager. Spring Apricot's eyes rolled around. All right, I understand. I'll tell the Empress Dowager later. Spring Apricot carried breakfast and hurried back to Mingxi Pavilion. As soon as she entered, she kept talking non-stop. Your Majesty, I met Chana from Zhao Chun Palace. She said she wanted to give us a return gift. I think she was just waiting for me today. She didn't come earlier or later, but waited until Your Majesty was favored. It seems like she has other plans. Duan Chunru opened a blue porcelain bowl with a floral cover, took a sip, and said, "It's quite good. Much better than the previous meals. Stop talking so much. It's actually good that Consort Zhao has other intentions. From now on, if you talk too much again, I'll have Xiazhu come instead. Go serve outside." Hearing this, Spring Apricot immediately became obedient. After Duan Chunru finished eating, she said slowly, "Later, you go to Zhao Chun Palace to pick up the gift. Remember to be clever. I've worked hard for this. If you offend Consort Zhao and ruin my plans, just go outside." Spring Apricot nodded repeatedly, not daring to delay, and hurried to Zhao Chun Palace. Servant greets Consort Zhao. Get up quickly. Bai Wudong took out a prepared silk box. This is the return gift I made for Sister Duan. Be careful on your way back, don't fall. This is a multi-fruit pomegranate jade carving. I hope Sister Duan will get pregnant soon. Spring Apricot took it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Bai Wudong touched her belly. Among all the consorts, Sister Duan is the only one who treats me well. When the baby is born, I will definitely let them call Sister Duan godmother. Spring Apricot's heart skipped a beat as she held the gift and left. Bai Wudong put down her hand, hoping that Duan Chunru would understand her meaning. Duan Chunru was feeding the koi in the pond. As the weather got colder, she moved the fish indoors. Koi symbolized good luck. She didn't want these lovely little creatures to die in her palace. Spring Apricot came in holding something. Your Majesty, I am back. She put down the jewelry box and honestly told Bai Wudong what she had said. Duan Chunru lowered her eyes and said, Elder Sister Zhao Pin is very sincere. She opened the jewelry box and sure enough, it contained a pomegranate stone, which has a very good meaning. She gently touched it and said, hopefully, it will bring good luck. They came and took Duan Chunru into the palace of Nourishing Heart. After several days of careful service, she had a rough understanding of the emperor's preferences. After a tender moment, Zhang Qingyan sat up and took a sip of hot tea. You should rest early, too. Thank you, Your Majesty. Taking the chance before they came to take her back, Duan Chunru said, I visited elder sister Zhao Pin a few days ago. Zhang Qingyan's heart moved. He knew the secret guards were still nearby, and he was aware of Bai Wudong's current situation and her daily worries. But he still couldn't get past that hurdle in his heart. Until he was sure whether the child was truly his, he didn't plan to go there. Duan Chunru continued, Your Majesty, elder sister Zhao Pin hasn't been looking well lately, eating less. I'm worried that this might affect the royal heir. I just wanted to mention it, hoping you won't blame me. Zhang Qingyan replied calmly, It's fine. Say whatever you want. His expression was normal, showing no emotion. Duan Chunru was momentarily unsure whether to continue or not. But thinking about the future, she decided to take a chance. The harem had been childless for 7 years. She might not have the same luck as Bai Wudong. To be safe, she needed someone who could protect her. Even if she had no children later, she could still stand firm in the harem. The empress was in poor health, very sick, and might pass away at any time. The empress dowager only cared about the royal heir. If someone couldn't conceive, she wouldn't get any benefits from her. Jean Fei was jealous and arrogant, making her risky to follow. As for the other high-ranking consorts, they all had no children. They appeared to be consorts, but had no real power. They lived better than others, but had no special status. One day, they might be replaced. Bai Wudong, who entered the palace at the same time as her and was now the only one pregnant, was the most suitable candidate no matter how you looked at it. Your Majesty, on the day of the 30th, many sisters accompanied you and the Empress Dowager for the reunion dinner. Only elder sister, Zhao Pin, didn't go. I heard she cried that day and missed her family very much. This pregnant woman tends to overthink. Your Majesty, if you could occasionally glance at me, I understand. Emperor Zhang Qingyan interrupted coldly, ignoring her and heading straight to the dragon bed. Soon after, they came to take her away. Duan Chunru felt nervous. She didn't know how much the emperor had listened to her, nor whether he disliked her because of this matter. If it doesn't work, she thought, she would try again in a few days. When Chuyin stood in the courtyard, far away she could see the glow of lantern flames. It was Duan Chunru returning, and tonight, she was serving the emperor again. Cui Wei worried she might catch a cold. Your Majesty, early spring is easy to catch cold. You should go inside first. When Chuyin smiled self-deprecatingly. The hall isn't warm either. Now she was like everyone else, only with a small fire basin. The charcoal inside was not enough, and by afternoon, it had cooled down. The palace maids inside the hall dared not go out, afraid of losing the little warmth they had managed to gather. She stretched out her cold hand and rested it on Cui Wei's arm. The emperor is really heartless. Last month, he was affectionate with me every day, more than 10 times, but now he hasn't thought of me once. Today, she had spent a lot of silver to bribe a second class in front of Zhang Qingyan, casually mentioning her hardships, eating leftovers, and having no warmth in her room. But Zhang Qingyan did nothing. He didn't even mention the kitchen staff. When Chuyin looked up at the sky with a sad expression, Cui Wei, before entering the palace, I knew I shouldn't expect the emperor's love. But which woman doesn't yearn for love? The emperor is tall, handsome, and the ruler of the world. Naturally, I couldn't help but fall for him. She thought that if she was gentle and caring, the emperor might look at her a little more. Even if she couldn't be favored like the noble consort, she hoped to serve him occasionally. But it turned out she was wrong. Less than a week after her last time serving him, the emperor had completely forgotten her. The kitchen sent leftovers, and he said nothing more. What hurt the most wasn't that he didn't love her, but that he didn't care at all. It was like a thing, casually taken out to play with, then thrown aside, gathering dust and spider webs, never wiped clean with a cloth. Chui Wei, warm some wine. They entered the hall. The warmth had almost disappeared. Even indoors, they had to wear cloaks. The wine was served, and Wen Qian drank one glass after another. After feeling tipsy, she looked up and said, Chui Wei, let him come tonight. Chui Wei knelt on the ground, still feeling this was too risky. Your Majesty, think carefully. This is not a joke. I know you're eager to be pregnant. We can find a way to bring the Emperor here again. I now realize that even if the Emperor comes dozens of times, I might not get pregnant. You should go quickly. She remembered that her parents had conceived her after just a few tries. Chui Wei clenched her teeth and, under Wen Qiyun's repeated urging, finally ran out. Not long after, a figure entered the palace through the back door with her. A young man dressed as a guard looked at her obsessively. Chuyun, I entered the palace just for you. At last, you are willing to look at me. When Chuyun walked over, her steps unsteady. She reached him and said, Wensi, I need a child. Dark and light intertwined, like lovers tightly embracing. Occasionally, suppressed sounds made her blush and her heart race. After half an hour, the room finally calmed down. When Chuyun was sweaty and exhausted, the alcohol effect mostly gone. A hand reached out from behind, holding her waist tightly. She shivered in fright and suddenly pushed the hand away. Don't touch me, get out. When Chuyun's heart pounded. The alcohol had given her courage, but once it wore off and her senses returned, she only felt panic and fear. Having an empress and an outsider in an affair was a crime punishable by death, and even her family could be implicated. She was reckless to do such a thing. But now, what had happened could not be undone. Regret was too late. She could only stay strong and think of a way to solve this. When C stood up slowly and put on his clothes. Chuyun, I know you drank a lot just now and don't truly have feelings for me. In the future, I will protect you and prevent anyone from hurting you. Thinking of Jin Ji and Bai Wudong, she knew they might not have reached this point yet, but she definitely didn't want to go through a scene like a court trial. Today's matter must stay a secret, and don't take it upon yourself to protect me. If others find out, my father is a court official, and I could be executed. But the Wen family wouldn't be wiped out completely. If it were you, it might be different. If you don't want your whole family to be harmed, pretend nothing has happened and leave quickly. When C said nothing and turned to leave. Outside the door, Chui Wei had already lost her strength and sat on the ground. Madam. She finally took the step. Some things, once done, can never be undone. Chui Wei, come in. She supported herself against the wall and entered the room. Madam, don't look so miserable. No one will know what happened today. Pour out the remaining wine. I won't drink anymore. After today's events, when Chuyun finally understood what it means to drink and cause trouble. She had done something so foolish. Chui Wei, prepare a bath and clean the bed. On the once dull brown ground, a hint of green could be seen. A small, tender sprout was growing from the branches, fresh and lively, making people feel happy. Duan Chunru was counting the days. Today might be one of her few chances to serve the emperor. According to the Empress Dowager's standards, if she didn't get pregnant, she would be replaced. Besides her, there were many new maids waiting to serve. Su Yao from Tianxiang Garden, Zhuang Ting who lived with her, and Lai Ying and Jiang Shui from another palace. These 4 others were slightly less capable than her, but who knew if one of them might suddenly stand out. Just like Bai Wudong back then, everyone looked down on her, but she was the most talented. The emperor secretly favored her, and she even got pregnant with twins. Duan Chunru thought for a moment and prepared a sour snack that Bai Wudong loved. She carried it to the palace of nourishing the heart. Wang Dicai saw her and smiled warmly. Madam is here. I'll go report immediately. Soon a message came from inside, asking her to enter. Duan Chunru lowered her eyes and stepped into the palace. Your Majesty, I heard that recently the weather is dry, and it can affect the appetite. I specially made some appetizing snacks for you. You are thoughtful. Zhang Qingyan only slightly lifted his eyes, then quickly returned his focus to the memorials. Duan Chunru said nothing and gently set down the tray. She knew she wasn't as gentle and delicate as Wen Qiyun, nor as bright and grand as the noble consort. The only thing she could do was be sensible and obedient. Zhang Qingyan finally put down his brush. Duan Chunru has a good eye for detail. She immediately stepped forward to give a gentle massage, speaking softly and pleasantly. Your Majesty, my mother has had headaches for many years. I specially learned a suitable massage technique to help her. Her movements were firm but gentle, with just the right touch. Zhang Qingyan nodded in approval. Good. Duan Chunru then took out some snacks and placed them in front of Zhang Qingyan. Your Majesty, please try this. I've been relying on it to stimulate my appetite lately. Without it, I might not eat much each day. The familiar smell and appearance caught his attention. Almost instinctively, Zhang Qingyan thought of Bai Wudong. Since her pregnancy, she had developed a taste for sour foods, and this was her favorite. Every time he visited Zhao Chun Palace, he saw it on the table. Noticing he hadn't touched his food for a while, Duan Chunru gently picked up a piece. Your Majesty, he opened his mouth, and the snack melted in his mouth, sweet and sour, reminding him of the days he spent with Bai Wudong. She was just as tender and delightful. The pastry was soft and fragile, and Bai Wudong's skin would flush red when touched. Your Majesty, do you feel your appetite has improved? Yes, much better. Zhang Qingyan waved his hand, signaling her to stop feeding him. Have you visited Zhao Pin lately? Duan Chunru concealed her happiness. Your Majesty, I haven't been recently, but my personal maid did visit once. She brought back a gift from Zhao Pinjia. I heard. She has lost some weight again. Zhang Qingyan stroked his jade ring, pondering whether to visit Bai Wudong. Actually, after so much time, his anger had cooled quite a bit, but he still harbored some doubts. Sometimes, he thought about the child in Bai Wudong's belly. He had a feeling that the child was his. But as emperor, he didn't want to take the initiative, feeling it would be like lowering himself first. Duan Chunru saw his hesitation and decided to stir things up one last time. Whether it succeeded or not, this was the final chance. Your Majesty, spring has begun, and the scenery outside is beautiful. A few days ago, the doctor came to check my pulse and said I was a bit weak. To improve my health, I need to go out more and walk around. I can't stay indoors all the time. She gently linked her arm with Zhang Qingyan's. Your Majesty, if you have time, you should go out more. I'll accompany you. Let's talk about it another day. Although Zhang Qingyan hadn't fully agreed, his expression showed he was somewhat moved. Duan Chunru saw her opportunity and stopped pushing further, choosing not to disturb him. As she entered the palace of nourishing the heart, Spring Apricot hurried forward and said, Your Majesty, you've been resting for so long. The Emperor must be thinking of you. Maybe, she replied. When it's time for dinner, tell Chon'er to pass a message. The Emperor is starting to loosen up. Even if he doesn't go to the Zhao Chun Palace, he might lift the restrictions. I've done what I can. Let Sister Zhao do her best now. Duan Chunru repeated what she had just said to the Emperor. Remember, don't forget. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I won't forget, she assured. Spring Apricot kept silently repeating in her mind. When dinner time approached, she arrived early and saw Chon'er. Sister Chon'er, what a coincidence. Let's go back together so it's not so dark outside. I'm a little scared. Chon'er understood she had something to say. All right, I'll wait outside for my sister. Soon, Spring Apricot came out. They walked and whispered quietly. Chon'er quickened her pace and happily entered the Zhao Chun Palace. But thinking about the people inside and waiting until Bai Wudong finished her bath, she whispered, Your Majesty, the opportunity has come. After bathing and changing clothes, Bai Wudong, dressed in plain clothes, was helped out of the bathing chamber by Chon'er. She lay weakly on the bed. I don't feel well. Go call the doctor. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll go right away. Soon, the doctor arrived, checked her pulse, and said, Your Majesty, you seem to be emotionally distressed. You need to go out more, do things that make you happy, to help ease your mind. Bai Wudong sighed and turned her head sadly. The emperor won't let me go out. I can't go. Never mind, you can go back. The doctor hesitated, but then left. The next morning, Chon'er came to see her again. Dr. Wang, please check on Your Majesty again. She only drank a few bites of porridge this morning. Recently, she's been eating less, and she's carrying 2 babies. This can't go on. The doctor went to see her again. After examining her, she no longer hesitated. She quickly left the Zhao Chun Palace and headed straight to the Palace of Nourishing the Heart. She followed Wang Dicai to Zhang Qingyan and knelt to report, Your Majesty, Consort Zhao's condition is worsening. We can't let it continue like this. For most of the winter, Empress Zhao stayed in a room where fire was kept, which made the air very dry and caused her to get heat-related issues. Now that spring has finally arrived, she still can't go outside. Even a kind person might feel frustrated in such a situation. Not to mention, she is pregnant. The imperial doctor continued, Your Majesty, Empress Zhao is sad and worried every day. She is eating very little now and isn't getting enough nutrients. I'm afraid she won't be able to hold on until the baby is born. The twins are already more difficult to carry than a single child. Your Majesty, please go see her. Zhang Qingyan stood up. Is the situation really as serious as you say? I would never lie, Your Majesty. Just go and see for yourself. Zhang Qingyan took a few steps back, then turned around. Come with me. The 2 of them went to Zhao Chun Palace. No one had informed them beforehand, and Bai Wudong didn't know anything either. She was weak, leaning on the bed. Her small face was only palm-sized, and now it looked even thinner, with a sharp chin, making her look very pitiful. Bai Wudong's limbs were slender. Since she was pregnant, her clothes had become looser, making her look like she was so thin her clothes were hanging off her, and her baby bump was very obvious. Zhang Qingyan stood at the door, watching her quietly. In the past 2 months, he had only learned about her condition from secret guards or other people. No one told him that Empress Zhao had lost so much weight. While most pregnant women gain weight, she was losing it. It was clear she was suffering. Zhang Qingyan no longer hesitated. He strode into the room. Empress Zhao. Bai Wudong opened her eyes and looked at him blankly. Her expressionless almond-shaped eyes blinked. Your Majesty, she forced a smile. No, this must be a hallucination. How could the Emperor come here? Chon'er, I must be seeing things again. Bring me a cup of bitter tea. No, never mind. It's good just to see the Emperor again. She looked at him like that, not daring to move, as if afraid the illusion before her would disappear. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qingyan felt even more heartache. He took a few long steps forward and gently held her hand. It's really me. Feeling his touch and the warm heat, Bai Wudong's eyes widened. Your Majesty? Is it really you? She clenched his large hand, tears welling up in her eyes. Your Majesty, you finally came to see me. She trembled on her shoulders, crying uncontrollably, unable to speak, yet still pretending to be strong, forcing out a smile. But that smile made her look even more heartbreaking. Your Majesty, I truly have done nothing wrong to you.
Please don't ignore me.
It hurts so much, I never want to feel this way again. I was too greedy. Once I served the Emperor, I couldn't let go. If I had never received anything, it would be fine, but now that I have, how can I bear to give it up? Hearing these deeply sorrowful words, Zhang Qingyan felt a pang of guilt. The matters of Bai Wudong and Jinji were still uncertain, not fully investigated. Moreover, during the investigation, clues kept breaking off, clearly because someone was deliberately interfering, suggesting that all previous events might have been a trap. Yet, he had neglected her for 2 whole months, even while she was pregnant. Zhang Qingyan sat beside Bai Wudong, gently holding her in his arms. I'm here now, so don't be sad. Bring the breakfast. Chon'er immediately brought in the hot bird's nest porridge, her eyes red. Your Majesty, the Empress hasn't finished a bowl of porridge for half a month. She said nothing more and quietly withdrew. Zhang Qingyan personally picked up the spoon. Zhao Pin, I will feed you. You must finish this bowl of porridge today, understand? Bai Wudong looked at him and opened her mouth to eat, one bite after another. In no time, the bowl was empty. Bai Wudong covered her mouth, unable to speak, and quickly ran to the purification room. Chana gathered her courage and knelt down. Your Majesty, please lift the Empress's confinement. Or at least come to see her once in a while. She's been vomiting everything she eats, and if this continues, she will break down. She kowtowed repeatedly, tears forming in her eyes. Zhang Qingyan's face darkened. He had heard from the secret guards that Zhao Pin's morning sickness was severe. He thought it was just occasional vomiting, 2 or 3 times a day, and that eating some appetizing food and drinking herbal medicine would help. But now it seemed worse than he expected. If she was vomiting everything she ate, not only pregnant women but even good people could break down. The doctor stepped forward. Your Majesty, the Empress's morning sickness is indeed very serious. I have prescribed many medicines, but they haven't helped. The Empress is suffering from a mental distress, and I have no solution. Zhang Qingyan waved his hand. You two go serve Consort Zhao first. I need to get some fresh air. The two responded and left for the purification chamber. Zhang Qingyan stood in the courtyard. Suddenly, a person in black flew over. It's the female secret guard. She knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, why didn't you report everything about Consort Zhao? The female guard cupped her hands. Your Majesty, I haven't kept anything from you. Consort Zhao has been morning sick every day, eating and vomiting. Why didn't you tell me? She's lost so much weight. Why didn't you inform me? The female guard looked up, confused. Your Majesty, I did mention that Consort Zhao's morning sickness was severe, and I also said she had little appetite. With that, isn't it normal for her to lose weight? Could she possibly gain weight instead? Zhang Qingyan helplessly rubbed his forehead. He had forgotten that these secret guards were trained from a young age in killing techniques, unlike Wang Dicai, who paid attention to every detail. Never mind. You can go back now. In a flash, she disappeared. Zhang Qingyan returned to his room. Bai Wudong had just come out. She had already washed and was emitting a faint floral scent. Seeing him still there, she hurried forward, her belly protruding. Inside, there were 2 children, much larger than typical 5-month pregnancies. Zhang Qingyan looked at her with worry. Your Majesty, you're still here. That's so good. He took her hand and, thinking about the current situation, made a decision. I won't leave today. I will stay here with you. Bai Wudong leaned gently against Zhang Qingyan. She took his hand and placed it on her belly. Your Majesty, it's so good that you can stay. The children can definitely feel it. Please keep talking. Yes, don't worry too much. Take good care of yourself so that my children can be born safely. The room became quiet. The lights in the palace dimmed one after another. Only the Tianxiang pavilion remained brightly lit. When Chuyun leaned against the wall of the purification chamber, feeling icy cold inside. Since a few days ago, she had started to. Not only that, she also loved eating sour foods, and even her chest began to feel dull and swollen. Before entering the palace, she already knew what morning sickness was like. She had only been with Wen Si once, so it couldn't be that accurate. It must be that she was feeling unwell, which made her behave so strangely. She stepped out of the purification chamber and looked at Cui Wei outside, both faces full of worry. Your Highness, are you all right? Cui Wei stepped forward to support her. Your Highness, you didn't receive your monthly letter last month, when Chuyun usually received her monthly letter around mid-month. Now, it's been a whole half-month delay, and she's also showing signs of morning sickness. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed like she was pregnant. But she hasn't been favored for over a month. Shut up, when Chuyun didn't want to say more and tiredly leaned on the bed. After vomiting, she started craving sour foods again. She wasn't sure whether she was talking to Cui Wei or herself. It was only that one time. There's no way I could be pregnant. Maybe my recent health issues are causing these symptoms. Cui Wei was worried. Your Highness, we have a family method. If you put garlic inside the next day, you can tell if you're pregnant by the smell of the garlic. There's some garlic in the small kitchen. Maybe. You could try. No need. When Chuyan turned away, no longer looking at her. It's impossible to be pregnant. Do what you need to do and don't bother me here. Chui Wei had no choice but to leave. The room fell silent. When Chuyan slowly opened her eyes, she touched her stomach and felt a bad premonition. After a long while, she called Chui Wei. Go, get 2 cloves of garlic. After the news spread that the emperor had stayed overnight at Zhao Pin's place, the whole palace knew. When Chuyan also found out and felt annoyed. Zhao Pin, why is she getting close to the emperor again? But then again, she was carrying 2 children. Even for the sake of the children, the emperor might favor her for a few more days. She just hoped that after the children were born, the emperor would execute Zhao Pin. That way, she would be less threatened. When Chuyan looked at Chui Wei, is there any news? I can't tell, Chui Wei replied. This method was left by her mother. She thought it might work, but now, looking at it, the garlic looked no different from yesterday. Useless thing. When Chuyan finished speaking just as another palace maid brought in breakfast. The smell of the dishes made her stomach churn again. Seeing her face turn pale, Chui Wei immediately scolded the maid. Who told you to come in suddenly? Hurry and get out. Don't you have any manners? Today, Chui Wei didn't have time. She had asked the maid to bring breakfast. Usually, she didn't serve when Chuyan up close, so she quickly ran away in fear. Once the maid left, Chui Wei immediately closed the door. When Chuyan could no longer hold back and ran into the purification chamber too. However, she had already digested her dinner from the night before, so she couldn't anything except a few sips of clear water. Chui Wei brought her some warm water to rinse her mouth. Your Majesty, did you not sleep at all last night? Your face looks quite bad. When Chuyan obviously couldn't sleep. Since she started showing morning sickness symptoms, she hadn't had a good night's sleep. Even when she did sleep, she had nightmares or bad dreams. Your Majesty, this can't go on. You can't keep doubting like this. Maybe we should ask Dr. G to check. Dr. G is very skilled, especially in pregnancy matters. Even if she's less than a month pregnant, he can diagnose it accurately. Moreover, Dr. G never takes sides. He's known for being cautious and wise in the imperial hospital. Because he's young and favored by the emperor, no one dares to harm him. No, absolutely not if I am pregnant. I can't let anyone find out. But, Your Majesty, you can't go on like this. Maybe we should find a female doctor to examine you? Dr. G has powerful backing, but some female doctors don't. They are easier to manipulate. When Chuyan still worried, she felt guilty and didn't want anyone to know. If the child belonged to the emperor, it would be fine. But if it was from Wenxi, it would be a death sentence for her entire family. Wait a little longer. When Chuyan took a deep breath, suppressing the fear that had been growing in her heart these days. Let's wait a while longer. When Chuyan hadn't left her room all day, staying inside with a worried look, full of fear. Next door, Su Yao was smiling happily, fixing her hair in front of the mirror. Today, the emperor had looked at her favorably. Whether it was Wen Chuyan or Duan Chunru, they were all useless. Now, it was finally her turn to serve the emperor. A palace maid carefully helped her comb her hair. Your Majesty, the master said you look pregnant, so you'll definitely have a royal heir? That's right. I will definitely have a child. As evening fell, the eunuchs came. Su Yao was full of anticipation, unable to hide her smile. Chui Wei just came out to pour water and saw her being carried away. What are you so proud of? The palace maid next to Su Yao heard clearly and shot a sharp look at Chui Wei. Earlier, when Wen Chuyan was favored, she had shown no kindness to them. Now it is finally the turn of my lady at home. This is the way of fate turning. Let's see who can laugh last. Su Yao entered the palace of nourishing the heart and lay on the dragon bed, feeling too shy to lift her head. Zhang Qingyan glanced at her and immediately felt bored. Earlier, when Chuyan and Duan Chunru at least looked somewhat to his liking. But this Su Yao seemed too dull. Yesterday, he spent the whole day with Bai Wudong. Seeing her delicate face so often, he found her quite charming. But Su Yao, he couldn't find anything appealing. In the past 2 months, he had been flipping through the list of women, and now it was time to rest. I'm tired today.
Take her back, he said.
Su Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. But before she could speak, the eunuchs entered and carried her away again. How she came, how she would leave. Chui Wei heard the noise, went out to look, and burst out laughing. She quickly reported, "My lady, Su Yao has been brought back again." It's so funny. Chui Wei's laugh was loud and unhidden, and Su Yao heard it clearly. She turned red with anger, put on her clothes, and rushed out. That servant girl, how dare she mock her mistress? She went straight into the main hall, pointing at Chui Wei. "You lowly maid!" Then Su Yao raised her hand, ready to slap her. When Chuyan sternly shouted, "Su Yao, how bold of you to touch my people." "What if I did? What can you do?" Su Yao replied confidently. Earlier, she had tried to be friendly because she thought Wen Chuyan, being the most beautiful woman, would be favored in the palace and might help her. She had been kind to her. Wen Chuyan accepted her kindness, but what happened then? Just because she ignored her once, she had been cold and unfriendly every day since. Especially during the month she was favored, she didn't help her at all. Even Chui Wei, a servant girl, dared to mock her openly. "Wen Chuyan, do you still think it's like before? I tell you, the emperor has long forgotten you. You really think you're someone important? We're all beautiful women. No one is better than the other." Su Yao had been quiet and unnoticed before, working quietly in the fragrant pavilion, enduring a whole month of mistreatment. She had reached her limit. Chui Wei's mocking laugh was the last straw that broke the camel's back. "Previously, when you were favored, I always tolerated you. Now that you are no longer favored, you still want me to stay silent?
Dream on.
Today, the emperor is busy with government affairs and sent me back. There will be plenty of times when I am favored in the future. She, a lowly servant girl, dares to mock me? I must slap her." Su Yao insists on hitting her. When Chuyan sends people to stop her. "Su Yao, if you dare to hit her today, I will not forgive you in the future. Even a dog needs its owner's permission to bite." Su Yao, who only knows how to please herself, dares to attack her. "I've already hit her today.
What can you do about it?"
Su Yao calls her servants and pulls Chui Wei roughly. When Chuyan also doesn't back down, a group of people step forward to block her. They are all maids pulling and tugging, none daring to hurt their mistress, Su Yao. She finds an opportunity and slaps Chui Wei across the face. The crisp sound makes everyone freeze in place. Su Yao's face twists with anger. "Lowly servant girl, I'll teach you not to mock me." When Chuyan steps forward quickly and slaps her with an open hand. "Wicked person," Su Yao covers her face and sits down on the ground. "Go find the emperor." When Chuyan hit me, just because I was sent back, they are freely mocking me. Even a servant girl dares to climb onto the mistress's head. This is lawless. She looks at Wen Chuyan and suddenly smiles. Wen Chuyan reacts quickly, realizing she's been tricked. This is clearly Su Yao's plan. She's scheming against her again, maybe even making the emperor feel more affection for her. What a perfect 2 birds with 1 stone plan. Wen Chuyan has always looked down on Su Yao, never considered her a rival. Now she sees she's been day after day, only to be pecked in the eye by a goose. She immediately shouts, "Quick, stop her. Don't let this matter reach the emperor." But the palace servants have already run far away. Your Majesty, something has happened." A palace maid runs quickly to the Yangxin palace. Seeing Wang Ditsai at the door, she kneels swiftly in front of him. Her heavy clothes can't hide her trembling body. "Wang Gonggong, please, I beg you to speak for the empress." Wang Ditsai is startled. "What's going on?" The maid exaggerates and describes the situation. That empress, when servants openly mocked the empress, saying she was shamefully sent back and it was disgraceful. The empress was angry and wanted to teach her a lesson, but who knew that empress when actually started a fight? "Prince Wang, please tell the emperor quickly. If you don't go now, the empress might get hurt badly or worse." Wang Ditsai heard this and quickly went to report. Zhang Qingyan was not resting yet. When he heard about the fight, he felt annoyed. Go stop them and handle it according to palace rules.
Yes.
Wang Dicai led 2 eunuchs and rushed to Tianxiang Garden. Su Yao was sitting on the ground, tears all over her face. Her clothes were still intact but showed signs of being torn, especially the slap mark on her face, very clear. Oh, dear, this has caused quite a fuss. 2 empresses, the emperor said to handle this according to palace rules. If a palace maid talks back to her mistress, she will be punished with 15 strokes. As for you, his gaze fell on Wen Chuyan. You will copy the palace rules twice and send it to the empress. Next time, it won't be just copying rules. Everyone disperse. The emperor is resting now. Don't disturb him so late again. After speaking, Wang Dicai left without delay, taking people with him. Su Yao changed from her previous wild look. She stood up from the ground. The nearby palace maid immediately stepped forward to support her. See that, Wen Chuyan? The emperor no longer values you. No matter what, you were favored by the emperor for a whole month. But look what happened. You're just handled according to palace rules. Her eyes were full of resentment. Now I see clearly. The emperor doesn't care about you at all. From today on, don't show off in front of me. We're all beautiful women. You lost your chance to be pregnant, but I'm different. I just started gaining favor. Just wait and see. Su Yao left arrogantly with her followers. Cui Wei stepped forward to support Wen Chuyan. Your Highness, it was just a slap. The servant is fine. It's all my fault for losing control. Wen Chuyan, furious and heartbroken, vomited everything she had eaten that night. She clutched her stomach and looked out at the dark night outside the window. Maybe this time, it's not a disaster but a blessing. If she didn't take a risk, how would she know what she could achieve? If she really was pregnant, then the child could only be the emperor's. When Chuyan looked at Cui Wei, send a message to my father. Tell him to control Lu Inu's family. I need a definite answer by tomorrow night. I want to know for sure if there's really a child in my belly. Cui Wei immediately went to handle it. They had already arranged for someone in the palace. Sending a message was not difficult. The next morning, as the vegetable merchant left the palace gate, he also took a letter with him. The letter was quickly delivered to the hands of the court official, Wen Jimiao. After reading its contents, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately sent someone to Lu Inu's house to watch over her family. Lu Inu had no special background. She had entered the palace last year, following a good master. Her family was traditionally doctors, and her medical skills were quite good. She was the best and most suitable person for this task. When Chuyun's mother was worried, Jimiao, what's going on? Why do we need to control the doctor? Could it be that Chuyun is unwell? Don't ask what you shouldn't, Wen Jimiao replied confidently. She's smart from a young age and knows what she needs to do. Our only job is to protect her and handle outside matters for her. He waved his hand. That's enough. You can go now. Wen's mother was still worried, but couldn't do anything. As a woman, she couldn't interfere. The reply was kept in Wen Chiyun's hands inside the palace. After reading it, she placed it over a candle flame, watching the small fire ignite. Bring Lu Inu here. Remember, don't let anyone else know. Half an hour later, Lu Inu arrived with her medicine box, looking worried, as if she had already guessed something. She bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Feeling nauseous, craving sour foods, Wen Chiyun said, extending her hand. The message was delayed over half a month. Take a look and tell me what's going on. Lu Inu carefully checked her pulse. After a long moment, she suddenly looked up. Wen Chiyun had been watching her closely, already suspecting something. Is it confirmed?
Yes.
Yes, it's been about a month. That meant it hadn't been a full month yet. At that time, Duan Chunru was favored, and nearly 5 days had passed since Wen Chiyun's last night with him. This child could only belong to Wen Si. Looks like your medical skills are really good. Ordinary doctors take 2 months to make such a diagnosis. But you made a mistake. It's not almost a month, but a month and a half. Do you understand? Lu Inu immediately understood and turned pale, too afraid to respond. When Chuyan picked up a letter from the table and handed it to Lady Lu. Take a look. As long as you help me keep this secret, I promise your family will be safe. I heard you have a younger brother in school. If he does well and makes the list, I will ask my father to give him a good official position. Lady Lu trembled as she took the letter. When she read it, she realized she had no choice. The only way for her family to survive was to serve Wen Chuyan loyally. She knelt down. Your Majesty, I am willing to follow your orders, but I can see that this situation affects more than just me. Wen Chuyan looked upset. That was what she was most worried about. Do you have a way? If you can help me keep this secret, I promise your family will prosper. Lady Lu nodded. I do. After winter fully ended, the snow melted away, and now there was no white left. However, there was still a little snow at Listening Snow Lake. It was stored in the cellar by the eunuchs and was used for decoration, marking the last bit of winter. Bai Wudong had been kept indoors and hadn't seen the famous scenery of Listening Snow Lake. On her first day out of confinement, she couldn't wait to bring Chon'er and Engchun here to enjoy the view. Unfortunately, although some snow remained, it wasn't very beautiful and was disappointing compared to her expectations. Bai Wudong sat on a stone bench and sighed. I really missed out. She had spent the whole winter in Zhao Chun Palace and hadn't seen the scenery of other places, not even Listening Snow Lake. She heard that the plum blossoms in the Imperial Garden were beautiful, but they had already fallen. Engchun comforted her. Your Majesty, time passes so quickly. In 7 or 8 months, we'll see it again. Next to her, Chon'er handed her another hot water bag. Your Majesty, even though it's not cold today, you're still weak. Please keep warm and don't catch a cold. Bai Wudong nodded quietly, staring at the lake. The little snow around didn't seem important. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Chon'er turned around and saw who it was. She whispered, Your Majesty, Lady Zhuang Tingswang has arrived. Bai Wudong looked over. It was indeed her. Bai Wudong had seen her before during the palace election and had met her a few times since, but they had never spoken. Now, she was living in the same palace as Duan Chunru. Bai Wudong had heard from Duan Chunru that their relationship was not good and their fathers didn't get along either. Zhuang Ting only brought one palace maid and quickly stepped forward to bow. Your servant has seen Lady Zhao. Get up. Bai Wudong simply glanced at her briefly before looking away. Zhuang Ting was not particularly attractive. Her features were quite ordinary, her cheeks a bit wide, and her figure, like other concubines, was full. But she didn't look as healthy as Jean Weiga. Her body seemed swollen and flat, with no specific areas overly fat, suggesting a more even build. This person was chosen by the Empress Dowager at the beginning, and it seemed the Emperor hadn't paid much attention to her. Zhuang Ting didn't mind Bai Wudong's cold attitude and stood quietly to the side. I didn't expect to meet my sister here. I'm so lucky. She quickly signaled to her maid, who understood, and took out some snacks. Big sister, I came to enjoy the scenery today and brought some treats. Would you like to try some? No need. Bai Wudong thought to herself, holding 2 snacks in her stomach and not willing to eat others' food. Also, Zhuang Ting was too familiar, calling her sister and younger sister right away, which made her uncomfortable. When Duan Chunru called her sister, Bai Wudong could tell she was sincere. But Zhuang Ting seemed more like she was trying to flatter. Zhuang Ting forced a smile. Oh, I forgot. The wind is strong today, sister. You'd better not eat outside food, to avoid catching a cold. She changed the subject. Sister, now that the Emperor favors you, I'm really jealous. I don't look as good as you, and the Emperor hasn't looked at me even once. Sigh, I wonder when I will be able to serve the Emperor. Bai Wudong was still looking at the lake's scenery and didn't respond to her. You don't need to worry, sister. The harem always has new people coming and going. It will be your turn sooner or later. That's true, but I still have several people ahead of me. First, there's Lady Su, then Lady Li, and Lady Jiang. I don't know when it will be my turn. Bai Wudong chose to remain silent. Seeing she wouldn't fall for her words, Zhuang Ting had to slightly bow and lower her voice, offering her some leverage. Sister, you are familiar with the chief of the inner court, and your father is also close to the chief of the imperial kitchen. Many of the ladies in the palace were introduced by your father. Her father was the Minister of Justice, overseeing the entire department. When the previous emperor was ill, Zhang Qingyan, who was fighting with other princes, took the opportunity to send many people into the palace, aiming to build connections for his daughter in advance. Now, it finally comes in handy, but Zhuang Ting is not very capable herself. She used to look delicate and pretty, but as she grew older, she became more ordinary. Especially her face. She had an oval shape as a child, but now it's square with defined edges. Fortunately, she has some flesh on her face. Otherwise, she might be considered unlucky for marriage. If only my sister could speak a few good words for me in front of the emperor. If my sister needs any help, just ask, and I will do my best to help. Bai Wudong smiled slightly. Her tone was gentle, but her words felt distant. I appreciate your kindness, but I can't speak much in front of the emperor now, so I can't help you. Zhuang Ting's face changed slightly. With so many connections, why wouldn't Jiafen help her? Everyone knows Jiafen's family isn't strong, and she grew up in a temple. She has no friends in the capital, let alone in the palace. Big sister. Before she finished speaking, Bai Wudong stood up. Today isn't very cold, but the wind is strong. Spring is the easiest time to catch a cold. I'll go now. Don't stay out too long, or it might affect your health. Chaner and Ingchun helped her, and they quickly walked away. Zhuang Ting stared coldly at her back until she was out of sight. Then she snorted coldly. She doesn't want the benefits that come easily. She really thinks just because she's pregnant with the emperor's child, she's special. Even if she can give birth, she still needs to grow up. She's just lucky and has no real talent or foresight. Throughout history, many princes and princesses have died young. That's not something that happens overnight, it takes years. Can she really keep protecting herself forever? Only with more loyal palace servants can she be safer. Ingchun looked back and couldn't help asking, Your Majesty, why don't you accept Zhuang Marin's kindness? She has many connections, and she can really help us with a lot of things. Right now, they lack people the most. It's so troublesome to do anything. Like last time, when they were under house arrest, they relied on Chaner to overhear outside news while bringing food. Otherwise, they'd be as blind as a bat. Bai Wudong adjusted her clothes lightly. She has many connections, but that's hers. If I really agree and ask her for help, she'll hold our weaknesses over us. If she ever wants to harm me, she'll find plenty of ways. It's better to have fewer people, but they must be loyal. Better to lack than to have untrustworthy ones. Spring Festival is coming, but Ingchun still doesn't understand. She says, Your Majesty, we are just using this temporarily to fix the immediate small problems. If something big happens, we won't rely on them. Instead, we should secretly find a few loyal people. Isn't that better? Your way of thinking is correct, she replies, but even if there are benefits, I will still refuse. Zhang Ting and Duan Chunru don't get along. Since I have chosen to stand with Duan Chunru, I can't be friendly with her enemies. Otherwise, I might end up with no one on my side. Ingchun stops speaking. She notices that Duan Chunru seems better and smarter than Zhang Ting, knowing to take advantage of Bai Wudong's weakness by visiting her now. Zhang Ting is coming today, probably because she saw the Empress leave. As soon as they meet, she can't wait to reveal her cards. Compared to her, she seems a bit too reckless. Bai Wudong quickly pushes Zhang Ting's matter out of her mind, showing no fear. Even though the other person has many spies in the palace, she only needs to stay close to her. Now, she has the emperor and Jinji around her. All the food sent in is checked by a doctor, so she doesn't need to worry much. Her focus is on strengthening her relationship with the emperor. Bai Wudong touches her belly. Having twins is a bit harder. It's only been over 5 months, but it looks like 6 or 7 months. Chana squats down, takes out some flower oil, and gently massages her belly to prevent stretch marks. Your Majesty has suffered so much. Things will turn better soon. When the time comes, you'll have 2 big, chubby boys. Bai Wudong glances outside the window, where the secret guards appeared last time. She thinks they are still hiding there. She slightly raises her voice. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. Now, Chanar is much smarter than before. Just a look or a gesture from her and she understands. She also raises her voice. Your Majesty, why not invite Dr. G to check? I heard that usually by 5 months you can tell if it's a boy or a girl. Not now. When the Emperor comes back, I will ask him if he wants Dr. G to come. For such an important matter, it's better if the Emperor is present. Chanar cleans her hands and massages her legs and feet again. Just after lunch, Zhang Qingyan arrives, followed by Dr. G. Your Majesty, you're here. Bai Wudong greets happily. Zhang Qingyan holds her hand. I told you your body isn't suitable for formalities now. Today, I asked Dr. G to examine you and prescribe some medicine to strengthen your health. White Wudong looked up, her clear and bright almond-shaped eyes like a pure spring. Your Majesty, you are so kind to me. She reached out her hand. Please, Dr. G, I'll trouble you. By now, at 5 months, you should be able to tell if it's a boy or a girl, right? Dr. G bowed. Yes, Your Majesty, it can be seen now. Your Majesty, could Dr. G check whether it's a prince or a princess? I am really curious. Zhang Qingyan came today just for this, but he spoke casually. Whether it's a prince or a princess, it's all good. Dr. G took out a cloth and placed it on White Wudong's wrist to examine carefully. After a while, he looked up. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Empress. It's twins, and both are princes. White Wudong covered her mouth, unable to hold back, and hugged Zhang Qingyan's strong waist. Your Majesty, this is wonderful. Both are princes. Although I also like princesses for Your Majesty's sake, I secretly hoped for princes. Princesses cannot inherit the throne, so princes are what Zhang Qingyan most desires and what the entire Dairong kingdom needs most now. Hearing this, Zhang Qingyan's mood improved a lot. As long as these children are his, the 2 princes can solve the current problems. Then no one from the previous dynasty or among the people would criticize him for having no heirs. White Wudong immediately ordered someone to bring gifts and brought up the previous matter again, reminding the Emperor how they all looked forward to this child. Thank you, Dr. G. I've heard that when a child is still in the mother's belly, they can hear sounds outside, which can influence their growth. If Your Majesty talks to the baby now, will the baby be smarter when born? Dr. G lowered his head. That's natural. As the ancient said, in old times, pregnant women did not lie on their sides, sit crooked, stand improperly, sit on uneven seats, or look at evil sights. They kept their eyes from seeing wickedness, their ears from listening to immoral sounds, and recited poetry at night. Following these rules results in children with proper appearance and exceptional virtue. White Wudong continued to ask, I read in a book before that pregnant women should be careful about what they feel and see. If they feel good, the baby will be good. If they feel bad, the baby will be bad. Is that true? Yes, that's true. I hope Empress can keep a happy mind and read more poetry and songs. The child will be even smarter and more talented. White Wudong happily held Zhang Qingyan's hand. Your Majesty, I read to him every day. But I am just a woman and don't understand all those big principles. She looked at the children with love and gentleness like water. Your Majesty, I hope you often come to talk to the children so that when they grow up, they will be as talented as the Emperor. She seemed to think of something, her eyes reddening slightly, and hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, I do not mean to compete for favor, just. You don't need to explain. I understand, Zhang Qingyan said, looking at her anxious little eyes and feeling an inexplicable fondness. None of the other consorts were as lively and spirited. Each of their eyes was filled with scheming or charm. In the future, I will come often to talk to them, he promised. Having achieved his goal, Bai Wudong smiled even more brightly, leaning half on Zhang Qingyan. Your Majesty, you're so kind. I will do my best to have them born well. Dr. G watched the warm atmosphere between them quietly, then slipped away unnoticed. In the following days, Zhang Qingyan no longer issued any edicts. Every day, he would visit Zhao Chun Palace to talk to the unborn children or recite poetry. The other consorts in the harem were jealous but helpless. After all, Bai Wudong was carrying the only precious heir. Jean Wegas stared blankly at her teacup. How long had it been since the emperor last visited her? Time seemed to pass so quickly now. This was something she had never experienced before. But who could she blame? Blame Jinji? He was her brother. Their blood was the same, sharing both glory and misfortune. The only person she could blame was Bai Wudong. But she could only hope that Bai Wudong truly gave birth to the emperor's child. Otherwise, disaster would strike. Xie was heartbroken. Your ladyship, don't worry. Things will get better. Just then, a messenger arrived outside. Your ladyship, Lady Zhuang is here. What was she here for? Jean Wega thought for a moment, then ordered someone to let her in. Zhuang Ting had come well prepared, bringing several valuable gifts. It had been nearly half a year since she entered the palace. She hadn't even served the emperor in bed, and she couldn't wait any longer. Since Zhao Pin was unwilling to help her, she decided to change her approach. She realized that without backing, no one would help her. She could only wait patiently for her turn to serve, but she didn't know her position in line. What if the emperor lost interest halfway and started favoring the noble consort or Zhao Pin instead? The longer the delay, the worse it is for her. Your servant greets consort Jean. Jean Wega impatiently waves her hand. Get up. I don't remember having any dealings with you. Just say what you want directly. Don't waste my time. Zhuang Ting smiles and says, Your Majesty, I am here today to bring you a gift. Next to her, a palace maid presents a very delicate purple sandalwood box. Jean Wega becomes interested. Xia, open it. The box has a small lock, but it is not locked. As the lid opens, the contents are revealed. It is a fine piece of warm jade. Zhuang Ting bows again. Your Majesty, this warm jade comes from the West. It is said that wearing it for a long time can improve health and spirit, especially beneficial for women, and can help with pregnancy. Jean Wega picks up a piece. It feels warm and smooth, with a faint heat from inside. It is truly amazing. Nice item, but you haven't said what you really want. I might not accept it. Your Majesty, may I ask you to dismiss others so we can talk alone? Jean Wega gives a look, and Xia quickly sends most people out. After the palace door closes again, Zhuang Ting finally reveals her true intention. Your Majesty, I have a way to get the child in consort Zhao's belly. I don't ask for anything else, just hope you can speak a few good words for me in front of the emperor. If I can't gain favor, I hope you'll protect me in the future. Jean Wega snorts softly and throws the warm jade back into the box. You have big plans. Relying on this piece of uncertain warm jade, you want me to protect you. Zhuang Ting raises her eyes. Does your Majesty not want to have a child with consort Zhao? If it's not the emperor's, it will be troublesome later. I just want a strong backing, nothing else. As for this matter, I can handle it alone, and I promise it won't involve you, as long as the child is not the emperor's. Whether or not it is Jinji's, in the end, it will only be Jinji's. Only consort Zhao and Jinji know the truth. Everyone else is guessing. The emperor is guessing, and Jin Fei is guessing too. Zhuang Ting is also guessing now, guessing whether Jin Fei is sure that the child in consort Zhao's belly is Jinji's. As long as she cannot be certain, she will agree to her proposal. Jean Wega suddenly laughed out loud. Well, I didn't expect this. You, who never speak much, are actually quite ruthless. You came straight for the crown prince without trying to flatter me. If you can really do it, what can I do but protect you? Come, sit beside me. Zhuang Ting responded and sat down nearby. Jean Wega gently patted her hand. Sister, you haven't been having a good time these days, have you? Zhuang Ting used her connections to find ways to see the emperor. She managed to get a few chances, but the emperor wouldn't even look at her twice. She bowed to the emperor, but that was all. The emperor only told her to get up, with no other words. It was a huge insult.
Zhuang Ting smiled bitterly.
Of course, otherwise, sister. Why would you come to see me? Jean Wega's patience was only enough for a few polite words before she got to the main point. Do you have any way to make consort Zhao miscarry? Even she couldn't think of a good method now. After all, consort Zhao was protected very carefully, and ordinary schemes wouldn't work. Thinking of this, Zhuang Ting was very confident. Have you heard about Empress Gua? Back then, to get rid of favored concubines and their children, she used two things. One was Indian holly, and the other was sea blue flower. Jean Wega raised her eyebrows slightly. She really didn't know. Tell me more. These two flowers are not particularly harmful to pregnant women, but if they are grown together, it can be dangerous. Empress Gui used this method to cause the child of a certain concubine to die and eventually she became empress. So, it's just hearsay. Do you really think it works? Jean Wega was a bit skeptical. If it really worked, it would have been passed down long ago. How could future generations not know? Your Majesty, I can confirm this is true. Because a palace maid who served Empress Gua later left the palace and told her descendants about it, which is how I learned of it. This was a secret of Empress Gua. She wouldn't tell outsiders casually. Since she was so confident, Jean Wega didn't care whether it was true or not. If it works, I will do my best to keep my promise. I will protect you and speak well of you to the emperor. But if it doesn't work, today's matter will be considered as if it never happened. I understand. I will definitely not let you down. Now that spring has arrived, the flower house is preparing to plant seasonal flowers in a few days. Soon, the Zhao Chun Palace will be filled with them. Although it will take some time, no more than 2 months, the child of consort Zhao will surely have a miscarriage. The flower house has indeed started planting flowers in each palace. These flowers were grown earlier in the flower house and then transplanted into the courtyards. There's no need to wait. Beautiful flowers will appear sooner. A few palace maids carried large boxes with flower buds already blooming to Zhao Chun Palace. Yunxiang quickly stepped out to greet them, her smile fading instantly as she took on a commanding tone. All these flowers are to be planted in the front yard. Your lady is pregnant, so be very careful. Don't do anything careless. If something goes wrong, one of your heads won't be enough to cut off. You'll all have to be buried with her. Yes, madam. Rest assured, we wouldn't dare. These flowers were personally chosen by the supervisor and have been checked by the imperial doctor and the medical maids. They began planting the flowers. Yunxiang watched closely, and no one dared to slack off. In just 2 hours, most of the work was done. The yard, which was previously bare, now had various colorful flower buds. Your lady, look. The flowers are planted, and in a few days, they'll bloom. When you have free time, come out and enjoy the flowers. It will lift your spirits. Bai Wudong loved flowers and plants. To her, all living things in the world were precious. Good, you can go rest now. Your lady, I'm not tired. The emperor will come this afternoon. I'll go get your lunch first. Bai Wudong gently touched the budding flowers. Recently, her relationship with the emperor had improved a lot. There's still over 4 months before she gives birth. If things continue like this, she should be safe. Yunxiang carried a food box to the imperial kitchen, fetched Bai Wudong's lunch, and was about to return when she suddenly encountered Cui Wei rushing over. Her face immediately turned cold. She quickly stepped to the side and bumped Cui Wei away. Before Cui Wei could speak, she coldly said, "Are you blind? How could you bump into someone? Hurry up and admit your mistake."
Cui Wei looked upset.
Yunxiang, you're being unreasonable. It was clearly you who bumped into me just now. Then clarify who saw me bump into her. Yunxiang shot a sharp look. The palace maids around didn't dare to answer. Cui Wei bit her lip hard, not daring to argue further. She lowered her head and admitted, "Yunxiang, I was wrong." "Good, you know you're wrong." Yunxiang nudged her again, then quickly walked away. The palace maids around her looked on with glee. Oh, this is really a turn of fortune.
Exactly.
She used to be so arrogant before. Cui Wei felt very upset. She didn't think she was wrong. Originally, Bai Wudong caused her own lady to be sent to the cold palace. If the Empress Dowager hadn't helped her, she would have suffered a lot. So, after Wen Qian gained favor, Cui Wei would always find small trouble to pick with Chon'er whenever she saw her. Chon'er usually didn't respond, just ignoring her. But today, Yunxiang and all her people had come back. Cui Wei held a food box and waited until the palace maids left before approaching. "Today, Our Lady isn't feeling well, and doesn't want to eat. Bring more appetizing dried fruits and cakes. The smiled awkwardly, Miss Tsuewe. These are many today. They're all leftovers from yesterday. No problem.
Just give them to me.
The rest can be used to feed the fish, so nothing is wasted. Our lady is kind-hearted. Since it's cold outside, the fish are kept indoors. They packed her a box of snacks. Tsuewe looked around carefully to make sure no one was watching, then quickly left with the food. Not far away, a palace maid watched her back and hurried in the opposite direction. Your Majesty, I just saw the palace made of Lady One. Empress Da raised her head.
Oh?
Something happened that's worth mentioning? The maid arranged the lunch. I find it strange. Lady One didn't eat and asked for a lot of snacks. The dried apricots aren't popular, yet she ordered a whole plate. Early spring dried apricots are very sour. Only the Zhao Chun Palace usually eats them. The kitchen makes them daily, or they'd be gone. Empress Da paused while picking up her chopsticks. Are they all sour? The maid thought carefully and nodded. Yes, they're all sour. That's interesting. She's been favored before, but if she's really upset now, it might be showing. Empress Da put down her chopsticks. Qiaoyan, go with me later for a walk outside. The Empress slowly walked to the Imperial Garden. The weather was warming up, and sometimes the Emperor would come here too. Many consorts liked to come here to try their luck. Just then, Wen Qian was also there. She had been coming for several days in a row, just to see the Emperor. Consort Da lowered her voice and told Qiaoyan, my new sachet has gone missing. Just look down and search for it, heading toward Wen Qian. Don't lift your head. Although puzzled, Qiaoyan obeyed and looked in the indicated direction, then lowered her head and rushed forward. When Wen Qian heard the footsteps, it was already too late. She saw Qiaoyan about to bump into her and instinctively covered her belly. Tsuewe, standing nearby, suddenly changed color. Without regard for rank, she pushed Qiaoyan aside. Oh! Qiaoyan fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Tsuewe ignored everything else and stared anxiously at Wen Qian's belly. Your Majesty, are you all right? Did you get hit just now? Wen Qian looked up and saw Consort Da's half-smiling expression. Qiaoyan, come here. Qiaoyan endured the pain, got up, and returned to Consort Da's side. Wen Qian's heart pounded. She felt that Consort Da's gaze was full of hidden meaning. She suppressed her nervousness, bowed, and said, Your servant greets Consort Da. Tsuewe was only acting out of concern for my safety, and in her haste, she acted impulsively. Please do not blame her. Consort Da examined her from head to toe, finally focusing on her belly and speaking slowly. When Marin, congratulations. When Qian's hands and feet were cold. Just as she was about to speak, Consort Da had already left with her people. Tsuewe was very worried. Your Majesty, are you all right? Why do you look so pale? Consort Da found out. When Qian had wanted to keep it a secret, but since it was not the Emperor's child, she was still afraid and unprepared. Moreover, the medicine that could change the pulse and hide the pregnancy was somewhat harmful to the body. It was best to take it after 3 months of pregnancy. But now Consort Da had guessed, and who knew if she would tell others? When Bai Wudong was pregnant, she had almost been caught several times. If luck hadn't been on her side, the child would have been lost, and it was under the Emperor's protection. If she didn't tell now, she might be harmed someday, without knowing. When Qian considered herself clever, but didn't dare to gamble on avoiding all dangers. No, I must tell the Emperor. If I keep it a secret, he might hear about it from others, which would give people a reason to gossip. But she couldn't just say it outright. You must find a way to get the Emperor to come. On the way back, when Qian was distracted. Finally, she thought of a plan. Her birthday. Her birthday is tomorrow. But she won't be able to wait until then. If this reason isn't enough to make the Emperor come, she will have to tell the Imperial doctor to leak the news. When Qian took out the pills prepared by Lady Lu and told Tsuewe, take the silver, prepare a table of food, and go to the Palace of Nourishing the Heart. Tell the Emperor that today is my birthday and hope he can visit me. Remember, be careful on the way, and don't let the Empress Dowager's people stop you. Yes, I understand. Tsuewe replied nervously. She knew this was a serious mistake. But now that things are like this, it's too late to regret. She could only obey her mistress. Tsuewe quickly brought back some dishes. The food was simple, but it was the best she could buy. The eunuchs in the imperial kitchen had very dark hands, and they charged 3 or 4 times the usual price for such small amounts. Then she hurried to the palace of nourishing the heart. When Chuyun tightly held the pill, gently touching her belly. "Child, you also want to live, right?" She had considered ending the pregnancy, since the emperor no longer favored her and she had plenty of time to recover her health. But she was unwilling and afraid. In the end, the concubine guessed her secret, and she had to reveal it. Looking at the dried apricots on the table, she already knew where the problem was. Concubine seemed to dislike conflict, but her attention to detail was sharp. Half an hour passed. There was still no movement outside. When Chuyun was anxious and got up, constantly looking out. After some time, a tall figure appeared. Her heart leapt with joy. She quickly swallowed the pill and pretended to be happy as she went out to greet him. "Your Majesty, you've arrived," Zhang Qingyan responded calmly. He had planned to go to the Zhao Chun Palace, but today was Wen Chuyun's birthday. Since he had already shown favor to her before, not going would seem too cold and unkind. When Chuyun served Zhang Qingyan and sat him down. "Your Majesty, today is my birthday. I dared to invite you, and I'm so happy you came." She hurriedly poured wine. Zhang Qingyan raised his hand to stop her. "No need, I just came to see you. Since today is your birthday, I will ask Wang Detsai to bring your birthday gift later." He was already thinking of leaving. The Zhao Chun Palace is filled with a pleasant fragrance, and even doing nothing here makes one feel relaxed and happy. But here, there is no scent at all, only an odd smell that is hard to describe. When Chuyun's smile froze, and she tightly clenched the wine jar. The emperor has arrived, but her heart had already flown to Zhao Chun Palace. In the short time since she entered, she hadn't even sat down comfortably, and her patience was running out. She put down the wine jar, no longer willing to wait. "Your Majesty, try this." When Chuyun picked up a dish, but before she could serve it to the emperor, she quickly put it down, covering her mouth, and ran away. Next to her, Wei immediately explained, "Your Majesty, the lady hasn't been feeling well lately, so she is like this." After a moment, when Chuyun returned, her eyes and nose still red from vomiting. Zhang Qingyan patiently said, "If you're not feeling well, you should see a doctor. Your Majesty, I am fine. I've been like this recently, maybe because I ate something wrong." "You don't need to worry." She casually picked up a dried apricot and put it in her mouth. Wei pretended to step forward and stop her. "Lady, you're not feeling well, and there's nothing in your stomach. Don't eat sour things, or you'll feel worse." "No, I want to eat something sour right now." Zhang Qingyan looked steadily at Wen Chuyun. "She still loves sour food?" It looks so much like Bai Wudong's early pregnancy symptoms. He remembered how many times he had pampered Wen Chuyun before, and he no longer hesitated. "If you're not feeling well, see a doctor." "Come here, call the doctor." Wen Chuyun imitated Bai Wudong's coquettish tone. "Your Majesty, I really am fine." "Don't trouble Bai Wudong again." Zhang Qingyan now had patience. "It's okay. Your health is more important." "Thank you, Your Majesty." When Chuyun continued to eat the sour food. In a short while, the plate of dried apricots, which others kept away from, was finished. Zhang Qingyan became more suspicious. Most people would feel uncomfortable after eating so much sour food. The doctor arrived quickly, asked about her symptoms, and then examined her. After a moment, the doctor knelt down, trembling, and said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." "Congratulations, lady. There is good news." "What did you say?" Zhang Qingyan suddenly stood up. Really, he dreams of having many children in the future. He thought he would have to wait a long time for the next one, but surprisingly, it came so soon. Absolutely true. It's been over a month. Over a month. That's exactly how long he's been indulging Wen Chuyun. Yes, yes, yes. Zhang Qingyan is very excited. This is truly great news. He quickly takes Wen Chuyun's hand. Reward her. All of it. Having taken this most dangerous step, When Chuyan tries to act very surprised, but she can't seem to do it convincingly. She simply closes her eyes and pretends to faint, so the emperor won't see through her. Beauty Wen is pregnant. Did you hear? Beauty Wen is expecting a child. The news spreads quickly through the palace. Chana rushes into the hall in a hurry. Your Majesty, Beauty Wen is pregnant. What did you say? Bai Wudong's teacup drops to the ground. When Chuyan is actually pregnant? How is that possible? The emperor's children are very hard to conceive. No one has been born in 7 years. If she can get pregnant, it must be because of her supernatural powers. But when Chuyan is just an ordinary person, there's no way she could be pregnant so quickly. Otherwise, there would have been children in the palace long ago, not waiting until now. She stands up, her mind blank. The only thought she has is to go to Tianxiang Garden to see for herself whether it's true or not. Your Majesty, your health. Bai Wudong ignores Chana and walks forward. Ingchun steps up to support her and quickly heads toward Tianxiang Garden. The Empress Dowager also arrives at Tianxiang Garden. She looks very happy. Seeing Wen Chuyan, she is delighted and immediately takes off her bracelet, putting it on Wen Chuyan's wrist. I knew I was right about you. You're truly promising. The imperial doctor comes to give a few injections. Wen Chuyan can't hold on anymore and wakes up. Thank you, Your Majesty. I didn't expect this either. It was all so sudden. The Empress Dowager sees her discomfort and simply says a few words before letting her rest. The Empress Dowager and Zhang Chengyan arrive at the door. Your Majesty, you must take good care of Beauty Wen's pregnancy. You should come here from time to time. As for Lady Zhao, visiting once every 7 days is enough. Lady Zhao is so thin, I worry the baby hasn't been well nourished. She kept having miscarriages before, and I was worried about whether the baby would be healthy when born. Now that Wen Chuyan is pregnant, I am no longer worried. Anyway, that one is gone, and this one is here. Beauty Wen's body is so good. She must be well taken care of. Zhang Qingyan had his own thoughts. Empress Mother, you have a point, but Lady Zhao is pregnant with twins. Dr. Ji examined her, and they are both princes, but we can't be sure if the children in her belly are yours yet. The Empress Dowager already disliked Bai Wudong. She was weak and fragile. If she weren't pregnant, she wouldn't be given any good treatment. When someone better comes along, she would be ignored. Your Majesty, Lady Zhao is 5 months pregnant, and the pregnancy is stable. You don't need to worry too much. Just focus on Wen Marin for now. It's also time to promote Wen Marin to a concubine, so it's fair. Bai Wudong stood quietly, her pretty face pale. Her child was her greatest support, but now, she was no longer the only one in the harem. She staggered and leaned on Ingchun. What should she do? Your Majesty. Ingchun held Bai Wudong tightly. You must hold on. The conversation inside the room stopped. Bai Wudong knew she had to hide her feelings now. She absolutely couldn't show any dissatisfaction because of Wen Chuyan's pregnancy, or she would surely anger the emperor and the Empress Dowager. She forced a smile. Ingchun, is it okay for me to smile like this? The Empress seemed to be smiling, but her sadness was almost overflowing. It seems it's not okay. Bai Wudong couldn't force herself to truly smile. Wen Chuyan's pregnancy was a shock to her, like a bolt from the blue. She dared to come to the palace to seek revenge on the noble consort because she was confident in her unique ability, being pregnant with a demon body. If she lost this advantage, her path to revenge would become much harder. And she wasn't completely out of danger yet. Jin Ji's situation was still a hidden threat. To avoid leaving her children behind, she worked hard to repair her relationship with the emperor. But before she could deepen it, Wen Chuyan became the biggest obstacle. Lady Zhao, why are you here? The Empress Dowager's voice sounded. Bai Wudong quickly came to her senses and bowed. Empress Dowager, she lowered her head, quickly adjusting her emotions. I heard that Wen Marin is pregnant, so I came to see her. That shows you have good intentions. The Empress Dowager's gaze fell on her belly. You are now pregnant with the royal heir, so it's best you stay inside. Hurry back. Wen Pin will take care of you here, so there's no need for you to worry. Once she was pregnant, she became equal to Wenpin. Sure enough, the child was the most important. Bai Wudong looked up, a smile already on her face. I understand. I will go back now. With Ying Chun and Chon'er supporting her, she barely managed to walk back to Zhao Chun Palace. Chana and the others understood that if another consort in the harem became pregnant, her own status would no longer be the most important. And with the Empress Dowager saying such things, it was like a stab to the heart.
Shena lowered her voice.
My lady, what should we do? I didn't expect that when Mei Run Wenpin would also be pregnant. How could it happen so suddenly? She wasn't pregnant earlier, then suddenly she was now, right at this moment. If the lady's child was born now, the situation would be much better. Now, when Chuyun had already taken the emperor away, the lady and the emperor were very close. Before Bai Wudong could speak, Wang Ditsai arrived with people. Your Grace, I have seen the empress. The emperor asked me to bring some things. Since spring has arrived, the palace still needs more staff. I thought I could take some away, which might also make things quieter here. When Chuyun was just pregnant, and they hurried to send people over. Bai Wudong smiled and nodded. Of course. I felt there are too many people here. Just take away those who are unnecessary. Wang Ditsai selected 7 or 8 people, but that was only on the surface. Among them was a female secret guard, but she had left from another side. If Bai Wudong didn't know her hiding place before, she wouldn't have noticed her figure now. When fewer people were around, Zhao Chun Palace suddenly felt much emptier. Chon'er stomped her foot in anger. This time, she didn't need to hold back. My lady, what does this mean? These are all people protecting you. Taking so many away, aren't you worried something might happen again? Not all bad. Bai Wudong calmed herself, taking a sip of hot tea to suppress the cold feeling in her heart. Some people have been gossiping behind my back, saying that after 7 years, there would be joy in the harem. But I've never experienced that. Now, with Wenmei Ren here, they have no reason to use that as an excuse to criticize me, and in the future we won't have to be so cautious when we speak or act. These were the only 2 good things Bai Wudong could think of at the moment. While Wen Chuyun can attract the attention of other consorts in the harem, without protection now, she is likely to become vulnerable to outsiders. Fortunately, her constitution is unusual. Otherwise, it would be even harder for her to have this child. From now on, you all must watch your words, speak less outside, and avoid giving others a chance to find fault. Besides going to fetch meals, try not to go out or be alone. If you encounter anything suspicious, do not act on your own. Report to me immediately. Among the consorts, someone will surely try to harm Wen Chuyun, especially Jean Weiga, who is the most impatient. I must not let anyone find an opportunity to use her, or her situation will become even more difficult. Bai Wudong has decided to do nothing for now and wait. If Wen Chuyun's child truly survives, she will consider whether to take any action. No one can stop her path of revenge, especially since someone from the beginning wanted to harm her. Ever since Bai Wudong exposed everything, Wen Chuyun was sent to the cold palace, and they are now enemies. There's no way to reconcile. The atmosphere in Zhaochun Palace is gloomy. Other palaces are the same. The emperor's decree has been issued. From today, Wen Chuyun is promoted from a beauty to a consort. Although she isn't given a formal title, it's a significant step up. Fengyi Palace remains as dull as ever. The empress sent some gifts, but there has been no further news. Soon after, De Fei and Hui Fei received their gifts. They are generally the type who don't cause trouble. Jean Weiga's gift was the latest, but it was no less generous than others. Xie put down her things and returned to Yaguang Palace. Your Majesty, the beauty when really is pregnant. Again, Jean Weiga stared fiercely at the door, her face turning fierce. Another one. It's as if heaven itself is against me. She suddenly stood up, wanting to smash something in anger. Fortunately, Xie stopped her in time. Your Majesty, you can't smash things again. The Emperor hasn't visited in over 2 months. If this gets out, he will be even angrier. Sun Moon moved closer and said, Your Majesty, you are still under house arrest. Wenpin has the Emperor's people around her, so we shouldn't cause too much trouble, or things might get worse. I have a good idea. We can use the same method as Zhuang Mei. We can deal with Zhao Pin and Wen Pin together. When the emperor investigates later, he will only find trouble with Zhuang Ting, and it won't involve us. Even if Zhuang Ting tries to accuse them, it won't work because they have no proof. Jean Weiga was silent for a moment, then smiled slightly. You're right. You are very loyal to me. We will do as you say. But this must be kept secret from Zhuang Ting. Find someone alone to handle it. No matter what, there must be no evidence left. Once it's done, eliminate the person immediately. The longer we delay, the more risks there are. If that person talks, it could cause big trouble. I can't afford any more problems now, or the emperor might never come back. One concubine Zhao is enough trouble, and now Wen Pin is added. Jean Weiga felt more anxious. Yes, Your Majesty. Rest assured, I have a friend from my hometown who works in the flower room. She has been kind to me before.
No one else knows about this.
As soon as I ask her, offering her some benefits, she will agree. Then, we can proceed. Sun Moon's eyes suddenly turned fierce. Jean Weiga understood. Yes, no matter who does this, they must not be left alive. Since this matter will be blamed on Zhuang Ting, the person who does it must not survive. Only a dead person can keep the secret completely. After Wen Qian was promoted to a concubine, she was granted the Wuyo Palace. Now, the officials from the Ministry of Internal Affairs were preparing to clean the palace. Sending the people from the flower room to do the work wouldn't attract much attention or suspicion. Sun Moon immediately set to work. She held a heavy bag of silver and waited quietly in a quiet corner of the palace, southwest of the main hall. After a moment, a young hurried over. Sister Xiu. She looked back cautiously and asked, Xiao Yuanzi, you came alone? No one else with you? Xiao Yuanzi smiled happily. No, just me. I didn't tell anyone. That's good. You've always wanted to work in the Queen's palace, right? Now, there is a task for you to do. If you complete it well, not only will you serve in the Light Palace, but you will also receive a reward. Are you willing? Yes, I am willing. Sister Xia, please tell me what I need to do. Yuanzi couldn't wait. He wanted to change places to earn more moon silver. Currently, his parents are sick at home, and he relies on earning money to save them. Staying in the flower house is comfortable and avoids trouble, but he rarely gets rewards. The moon silver is limited, and he also needs to show respect to his superiors, so he can't save much. Seeing his eagerness, Xia took out some silver coins. Here, this is your reward. The task is simple. Wuyo Palace was uninhabited before, and there are probably no spring flowers planted there yet. Quickly plant these 2 types of flowers I mentioned in Wuyo Palace. Remember, only you can do this. If others find out, you won't be allowed into the Light Palace anymore. Yuanzi agreed immediately. This task isn't too difficult. The buds of those 2 flowers look similar to others. They bloom in spring and last a long time, continuing into late summer. Also, he thought carefully, these 2 flowers aren't poisonous. Even if Wen Qiyun's side encounters trouble, they won't come after him. Yuanzi is smart and won't ask Jean Weiga what he's planning. He's just a servant, doing what he's supposed to do. Thank you, Sister Xia, for giving me this chance. No need to thank me. Hurry and do it. When you finish, leave a mark here. I will come to check every day. Remember, don't tell anyone about this, and don't come to me again. When it's time for you to come, the Empress will send someone from the Internal Affairs office to call you.
Got it.
I'll go right now. Watching Yuanzi walk away quickly, Xia sighed. He's from the same hometown and is familiar in the palace. But the Empress's orders are more important. The officials from the Internal Affairs office began cleaning Wuyo Palace. The flower house staff followed closely behind. Many palace servants worked diligently, not missing any corner, polishing everything until it shone. By the end of the afternoon, Wuyo Palace looked completely new, no longer the dull, lifeless place it once was. At night, just after dusk, when Qian moved in, under the cover of darkness, Xia went to the southwest corner, pulled aside some weeds, and looked at the wall. There was a small circle carved into it, symbolizing that the task had been completed. Sia picked up a stone and wiped away the marks on it, then quietly left without making a sound. The palace had already recovered from the shock of Wen Chiyun's pregnancy and returned to calm. Bang! A noise came from outside the window. Little Yuanzi, who had been sleeping, opened his eyes. He got up, put on his clothes, and went outside. Little Yuanzi, where are you going? Xiao Zhuji, who was in the same room, opened her eyes with confusion. It's so late. Don't wander around. If the guards catch you, you'll get into trouble. Someone is looking for me. Under the moonlight, little Yuanzi's eyes shone brightly, full of hope for life. Xiao Zhuji, I won't forget your kindness. When I become successful, I'll help you too. After saying that, he hunched over and left the room. Xiao Zhuji pulled the blanket tighter. Talking nonsense. It's not that easy to become successful. I don't care. I have to get up early tomorrow to work. She closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Xiao Zhuji. Something's happened. Xiao Zhuji, still sleepy, opened her eyes and saw the little next door anxiously pushing her. Don't sleep anymore. Little Yuanzi. Little Yuanzi is gone. What? She sat up quickly, all her sleepiness gone. She hadn't even dressed properly and hurried out. Next to the courtyard where they lived, there was a pond. At this moment, little Yuanzi was lying nearby. The head looked disgusted, covering his nose and mouth. Hurry up and send him away. Such bad luck. Wait, Xiao Zhuji ran over. Master, little Yuanzi was fine yesterday. How could he be dead? He probably slipped while going to the toilet and drowned, said the. All right, move aside. Don't delay. Everyone stop watching the fun. Go back and get dressed. Time to work. Xiao Zhuji wanted to say more, but others pulled her away. I know you're close to little Yuanzi, but he's dead now. What can you do? Our lives are not guaranteed. Hurry up and work. She was pushed back to her room and hadn't fully recovered from the shock. No, little Yuanzi definitely didn't die from slipping. The toilet was far from the pond. Who would go that way? Someone came to find him yesterday. Maybe that person is the real culprit. Xiao Zuzi thought about what Xiao Yuanzi said yesterday and guessed some things. He rushed to the bed and started searching. After a long time, he finally found the small pouch inside the pillow. Seeing the heavy silver coins inside, he was even more sure of his guess. Xiao Yuanzi was harmed by someone. He carefully checked the money bag and silver but found no clues. However, the fabric looked very precious, probably belonging to an important person. Xiao Zuzi, hurry up, time to work. Xiao Zuzi quickly hid the money bag, making sure no one could find it. Then he dressed up and went to work with the other eunuchs. Bai Wudong opened her eyes, but her mood was still very bad. Choner came to serve her. Your Majesty, I just went to get breakfast and heard someone say that the little in the flower house fell into the water and died. I immediately thought of Gao Marin. Ing Chun glared at her and sharply interrupted. What are you saying? Everyone has their fate. Your Majesty is destined for wealth and honor. You shouldn't listen to such things. Choner awkwardly stuck out her tongue. She wanted to find a topic to cheer up the Empress, but she said the wrong thing. Your Majesty, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said such dirty words in your ears. No, you did well. If anything like this happens again, tell me. Bai Wudong looked at her pale hands, feeling a premonition. The death of that little was probably not normal. The palace now seemed peaceful, but a storm was brewing. A few days passed quickly. It had been a week since Wen Chiyun's pregnancy was confirmed. The palace still looked peaceful, with no strange events. The death of that little was like a small stone dropped into a lake, leaving no splash. Your Majesty, this is too much. Choner and Ing Chun returned with food boxes, looking angry. Bai Wudong was thinking about what to do. Wen Chiyun and she were enemies, but her unborn child was innocent. She lost her parents and came to the palace for revenge. If she harmed the child, it would be no different from Jean Wega's past actions. Plus, Wen Chiyun was well protected. She hadn't thought of a good plan to deal with the current situation yet. Bai Wudong raised her head. After a few days, her once rosy face had become much more pale and tired. What's wrong? Choner opened the food box. Your Majesty, look. You used to eat golden silk bird's nest, but now it's replaced with ordinary bird's nest. That's not all. Your medicinal meals are gone too. Next to her, Chun added, Your Majesty, the golden silk bird's nest and the medicinal meals were all given to Consort Wen. The kitchen said these things are quite valuable, and even in the palace, they are rare each year. They can't be shared between two people. Chana slammed the bird's nest cup onto the table. Not many? The Empress Dowager eats it every day. She's been eating it for many years, and the kitchen never said there wasn't enough. Clearly, they just don't want to give us any. Your Majesty, it must be the Empress Dowager's order. You don't know how stingy she is. Normally, the consorts who have served in the bedchamber should be promoted. But to save a little expense, they don't promote anyone for less than a year. That's one thing. Now, Your Majesty, you're pregnant, and they're withholding your things. People who don't know better might think the palace is out of silver. Even the high officials outside the palace didn't withhold things from pregnant women. Chana secretly cursed the Empress Dowager as a wicked old witch, but she couldn't say it aloud. Bai Wudong was used to this. In the harem, it was just like that. Whoever was favored got the best. Those who weren't had to endure mistreatment. Even the most insignificant consorts, even if they were the main wife, had palace servants who dared to cause trouble for them. That's enough. It's not like we're eating leftovers, Bai Wudong said, picking up her bird's nest and eating small bites. Chana, why didn't I notice you talk so much before? Chana was stunned. She had changed a lot. She was almost a different person from before. It's because Your Majesty gave me confidence. From now on, I'll speak less, all right? Today, you can tell me all this, but when we go outside, you must not show any of it. We can't say anything about the Empress Dowager's actions. Even the Emperor couldn't control her. Whatever they said wouldn't matter. After finishing the bird's nest, the household staff arrived. Now that spring had arrived, many things needed to be replaced. The dark, heavy curtains were replaced with light, gauzy ones. Chun looked at the patterns and couldn't help but ask, wait, this year, they made new blue-green curtains. Why are ours still the water blue from last year? And these decorations, they're all from last year too. Why haven't they made anything new this year? The trying to please smiled and said, I don't know about that. It's all ordered from above. Please don't make things difficult for me. Chun didn't waste words. She took out a gold leaf and handed it over, saying, just tell me. I won't say anything. The new items made this year. All went to Weo Palace. They looked at Bai Wudong's face and quickly changed the subject. The items are here. Please check if anything is missing. If something's gone, I will go to other ladies' places. Bai Wudong nodded. Go ahead. They hurried off. Don't look so grim. Quickly pack things up. Hang what needs to be hung. Arrange what needs to be placed. Bai Wudong lowered her head and continued eating her breakfast. Chana looked at her with concern. My lady, if you're upset, just say so. Don't hold it in. I'm fine. Bai Wudong was not the type to complain. She was used to bearing everything herself. They had no choice but to go busy themselves. Whenever she had free time, Chana would look back at Bai Wudong. Seeing her thin figure and pregnant belly, her heart felt like it was clenched tight, making it hard to breathe. She lowered her voice and leaned close to Chun. Chun, my lady and the Emperor are very close. When Pin is pregnant, which could cause trouble for my lady. When Pin has tried to harm my lady several times before. She's really terrible. She knew more than Chun and remembered that dress and pouch. Chun shot her a glance, but kept working. What do you mean? I warn you, don't do anything bad behind my lady's back. If you're caught, it will all be blamed on her. Chana said nothing more but felt 1,000 thoughts swirling in her mind. After finishing breakfast, Bai Wudong leaned on the bed, touching her belly. She couldn't wait any longer. Since the Emperor wouldn't come to see her, she had to find a way to meet him. If the mountain won't come to her, she would go to the mountain. Bai Wudong stood up. Chun, come help me with my makeup. In this palace, the most important thing is the Emperor's favor. If I can make him unable to forget me, then even if Wen Qian is pregnant, or if the noble consort is pregnant, I will still be the most important. when Chuyun had no chance to act. So she had to find ways to win the emperor's favor. Having tidied her appearance, Bai Wudong carried the still warm stew and headed to the palace of Nourishing the Heart. As she reached the gate, Wang Ditsai stepped forward to bow. Nyang Zhaopin, why did you come so suddenly? I came to see the emperor. Bai Wudong looked at her belly with a gentle, kind smile. The emperor has been reading poetry and teaching the children. The baby is getting bigger now. If I miss this chance, all the effort before will be wasted. Since it's inconvenient for the emperor to come to me, I thought I should come instead. Wang Ditsai understood what she was thinking. Nyang Zhaopin, you should go back. The emperor hasn't had time to visit the harem these days. Don't worry too much. He also hasn't had time to see Wenpin Yang. Bai Wudong looked puzzled. Oh, why not? Although the situation in the southern border is stable, the northern border still has a group of nomadic tribes. Now that spring has arrived, things have calmed down, but they're starting to cause trouble again. The emperor is worried about this. You should go back quickly. With that, Bai Wudong had no choice but to return home. It felt as if even the heavens were against her. When Chuyun was pregnant, and now the northern border was troubled again. Each event seemed designed to keep her away from the emperor. At that moment, several female doctors hurried over. Seeing her, they stopped to bow. We pay our respects to Nyang Zhaopin. Where are you all rushing to? Nyang is suffering from severe morning sickness. The Empress Dowager has asked us to go there quickly. Bai Wudong's gaze shifted among them. In that case, go quickly. The female doctors hurried to Weo Palace. When Chuyun was pale from vomiting, the Empress Dowager sat nearby, anxiously instructing, come quickly and see what's wrong. When I was pregnant, I never had such severe morning sickness. The doctors examined her one by one and finally reached a conclusion. When Chuyun's constitution was weak, she needed to eat more and supplement her nutrition. The Empress Dowager looked at Wen Chuyun, who was noticeably thinner than before, and understood. Nyang Wen, did you eat less before? Were you only thinking about losing weight to gain the emperor's favor, like Nyang Zhaopin? The Empress Dowager had noticed this before but hadn't thought much of it. She had assumed Wen Chuyun was in the cold palace and not doing well. But now it seems she has been out of the cold palace for nearly 3 months, yet she is still so thin, clearly because of her own actions. Wen Chuyun, confident because she is pregnant, was not afraid of the Empress Dowager's anger. She admitted, I really thought that way before. If I hadn't, the emperor wouldn't have favored me first, and I wouldn't have this child in my belly. The Empress Dowager looked cold but didn't say anything harsh. That was in the past. Now, for the sake of the child, you must eat more. Starting today, the best food in the palace will be for you. Even the noble consort, Zhao, will have to fall behind. Eat more, and if you just eat again. She was worried Wen Chuyun wouldn't follow her orders, so she kept a maid to watch her. Soon, various nourishing soups and medicinal dishes were brought into Weo Palace, attracting many people's attention. Because of Wen Chuyun, the food, clothing, and supplies in all the palaces were cut back a little. Originally, Bai Wudong could still eat good quality bird's nest, but now it was replaced with a lower grade. This was the best she could do. Even Jean Wega's daily medicinal meals for nourishing her blood and energy were gone now. The most common thing happening in the imperial kitchen was palace maids complaining and asking why what used to be available was now missing. Chaner and Ingchun remembered Bai Wudong's words. As long as they were not leftovers, they should pretend nothing had changed. Those palace maids waiting for them to slip up could only watch helplessly as they left. Those people in Zhaochun Palace are so timid. They replace the bird's nest with such poor quality, and they don't even dare to make a sound. Everyone says servants follow their mistress. Look at Wen Pin after she got pregnant. Zhao Pin didn't do anything either. I think Zhao Pin's good days are over. From now on, Wen Pin will be the most favored in the palace. Chana held back her anger and didn't reply. Ingchun turned back and warned the gossipers. You did well. We mustn't cause trouble now. Those people are just waiting for us to get angry so they can make trouble. Chaner felt very frustrated but didn't say anything. Ingchun then said, when the Empress Dowager gives birth to her 2 sons, they'll see what happens to them. She then remembered Bai Wudong and said, let's go to the Imperial Garden. The flowers are blooming now, and it's time to enjoy the view. The flowers in the Imperial Garden are already partly blooming, showing various colors, and soon there will be a beautiful display of reds and purples. The young green branches are hanging low, and before long, they will grow into lush, full trees. Your Majesty, be careful. There is a stone here. I will help you kick it away. Loud noises come from nearby. Bai Wudong looks up and sees Wen Qian surrounded by a group of people, walking toward the pavilion. Wen Qian stops and looks back at her, smiling proudly. Isn't that Princess Zhao? Her belly is so big, yet she's still out here. She should be more careful. Has the Empress Dowager not told anyone to take care of you? Why are there only 2 maids with you? Should I speak to her and ask for more helpers? Wen Qian proudly brushes her short hair aside. The 4 or 5 people beside her watch her every move carefully, afraid that any mistake might affect the baby in her belly. Even Bai Wudong, when she was pregnant, didn't have such a big fuss. No need. 2 people are enough. Wen Qian steps forward and says, Princess Zhao, why are you still so thin? That's not good. It's not good for the baby. She happily touches her belly. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor are worried about me, so they send me nourishing soups and medicines every day. I'm almost tired of eating them, but since there's a royal heir inside, I have to eat no matter how uncomfortable I feel. Princess Zhao, don't you agree? Senior sister Wen is right. That's true. Bai Wudong agrees. She already knew Wen Qian was trying to look thinner, so the Emperor would pay more attention to her. But just a few days ago, she had already gained some weight again. It probably won't be long before she returns to her old shape. Plus, most pregnant women tend to gain weight, so she might get even fatter. Bai Wudong suddenly feels much better. Even if she keeps her figure, her baby will be healthy and strong. But Wen Qian is just an ordinary person. She has to keep providing nutrition for her baby, which causes swelling and discomfort. Soon, she might look like Gao Jingwan. Will the Emperor still look at her then? If she can't serve him intimately and looks less attractive, maybe this is her chance to win his favor again. Wen Qian shows off a little and feels happier. A few days ago, the Ministry of Internal Affairs sent some new things. I believe your side is the same, right? White Wudong honestly said, the ones sent by my sister are still last year's, not as favored as the older sister. Oh, how could that be? Wen Qian pretended not to know. There should be a blue-green silk curtain, right? I heard it's made from new fabric, soaked in floral oil, emitting a gentle fragrance every day, helping people sleep better. My sister doesn't have that either. It's the same water blue curtain from last year. Wen Qian looked at her pitiful expression and felt happier. The inner court also really is. Unfortunately, I don't have any extras either, or I would have made a piece for my sister to use. A maid nearby whispered, Your Highness, you should go back now. Empress Dowager said you should come out for some fresh air, and then return quickly. All right, the Empress Dowager and the Emperor are worried about you. I have to go back now. Sister, you can stay here and enjoy the flowers. I really envy you for being able to walk around freely. As Wen Qian turned to leave, the group was once again put to use. Be careful, Your Highness. There's a willow branch ahead. Break it off and take it. Don't hurt Your Highness. Watching their retreating figures, Chonner's face flushed with anger. Your Highness, she's clearly showing off. The Emperor cares about you. He wouldn't only care about her. She's not even showing signs of pregnancy, but this scene looks like she's about to give birth. White Wudong chuckled softly and sat on a nearby stone bench. Since she's gone back, I can relax and enjoy the flowers. Otherwise, Wen Qian standing there would really make it hard for her to settle down. She had already thought of a plan. Try to win the Emperor over to her side. If that doesn't work, she would think of other methods. After admiring the flowers, White Wudong returned to Zhaochun Palace. Xiao Ningzi came forward to open the door, carefully pushed the stones aside, and said, Your Highness, take your time. With 7 or 8 people fewer, the courtyard looked simple and clean. White Wudong also felt less restrained. She sat on the bed to rest. Now that her belly was big, everything was a bit inconvenient. Just walking a short distance made her feel tired. Chonner took out floral oil and helped her wipe her face. Seeing White Wudong's complexion, she asked, Your Highness, I heard the Emperor might go to the southeast tower. Do you want to go see? How do you know that? I also heard it from others. Then everyone probably knows now. Maybe many people will go there tomorrow. White Wudong looked at her hand and said, since that's the case, I will go take a look too. It's good that there are many people, so the contrast will be clear. Even if when Chuyun tries her best to lose weight, she still can't compare to me. I believe the Emperor can easily spot me among the crowd. Being different, and also carrying the Emperor's two sons consorts, after so many days apart, he should feel some longing. The next morning, White Wudong changed into a bright-colored dress. With Chaner and Ingchun helping her, she headed toward the southeast tower. The distance was still far, so she walked slowly to avoid tiring herself. Halfway there, a group of people came out from a side path. Even though it was still a bit cool, when Chuyun was already sitting in a sedan chair with the curtains drawn, surrounded by several palace maids and eunuchs, looking very grand. White Wudong stepped aside and slowed her pace, thinking to give way first. There was no need for her to openly oppose when Chuyun now. The Empress Dowager favored her more, and acting against her would only cause trouble. It was better to hide her strength and gather her power quietly. When Chuyun looked down at her from above and gave a signal to Tsuewe nearby, the other understood immediately, quickening her steps to stand in front of Chaner. Everyone make way. Our Lady is carrying the Emperor's heir in her belly. Chaner felt frustrated. The road was wide, yet they insisted on squeezing in, clearly on purpose. But she couldn't do anything now, so she hurried forward, planning to make way. Tsuewe casually extended her leg. Oh, Chaner exclaimed, staggering and stumbling forward, finally crashing heavily into the sedan chair. The sedan chair shook lightly twice but soon steadied. When Chuyun tightly held the armrest, glaring at Chana, who was covering her head. You wicked servant. The road is wide, yet you crash into me. Clearly, you want to harm the Emperor's heir in my belly. Guards, take her away and beat her to death. Stop right there. White Wudong quickly pulled Chaner back, shielding her behind her. She looked directly at Wen Chuyun. Wen Fei, it's obvious that your people have no eyes. They put their feet where they shouldn't, so it's no wonder she bumped into you. Wen Chuyun immediately pretended to be weak and fragile, saying, Sister Zhao Pin, I saw that Bao's servant pushed the sedan chair, trying to knock me down. My belly is not even 3 months pregnant yet. If I fall, the royal heir will be in danger. Such a wicked person must be punished. Today she dared to attack me. Maybe tomorrow it will be you. Bai Wudong then understood why the Emperor went to the southeast tower. It was probably because Wen Chuyun had spread the rumor to lure her there. Now that she was pregnant with the heir, Wen Chuyun couldn't do much to her. She decided to eliminate her trusted maid first. This was a clear and bold trap. Bai Wudong was also a person with a temper. She had been patient before, just to avoid trouble. But since the other person kept provoking her, she wouldn't be easy to bully. Wen Pin, you have the heir in your belly, and I do too. I am even carrying twins, and Dr. Ji has confirmed they are 2 princes. If you dare to hurt Chaner, the princes in my belly might be in danger. Are you sure the Empress Dowager would let me miscarry over this? Wen Chuyun had long expected Bai Wudong to say this. Sister Zhao Pin, I don't want to hurt you, but what she did earlier, pushing the sedan, was real. Even if you protect her, you can't ignore right and wrong. Chaner was so frightened her face turned pale, already prepared for the worst. If she was really to die, she wanted to do something for her lady. Her eyes fixed on Wen Chuyun on the sedan. She planned to rush forward and push the in front. Once he fell, the sedan would lose balance, and Wen Chuyun inside would fall out. Look at her, still daring to look at me with such eyes. She must be removed. Guards, take her away. Sister Zhao Pin, people with such wicked thoughts shouldn't stay around. I'm only doing this for your own good. Bai Wudong remained unmoved. She ordered Ingchun, watch over Chaner. No one is to touch her today. The situation fell into a stalemate. Bai Wudong refused to back down. The people around Wen Chuyun, who were protecting her, dared not attack her now. The maid nearby saw this, and quietly slipped away from the side. Wen Chuyun sat in the sedan, feeling a bit cold. She adjusted her cloak and said, "Sister Zhao Pin, do you really have to oppose me? I am just following palace rules and not intentionally causing trouble for you. That's something I should be asking you." Bai Wudong first showed her strength. "When Chuyun, the purse you gave me, and that dress, I didn't ruin you on purpose. I only spared your life because the emperor forgave you. Just for that, you owe me." When Chuyun's lips twitched, she finally suppressed her anger. "Zhao Pin, I don't understand what purse and dress you're talking about. I didn't do anything wrong. Actually, I am also a victim. The dress was made by the servants at home, who knew she would use such harmful materials. The emperor forgave me because he saw clearly that I was innocent." She held her stomach and frowned. The nearby maidservant asked anxiously, "Your Highness, what's wrong? There's a lump in my chest, making it hard to breathe. As long as Chonner doesn't die, this unseen pressure won't go away." "Your Highness, let me help you breathe easier." Chonner lowered her head. "Your Highness, I was careless just now. I shouldn't have moved aside. If it's really bad, let me go instead." She was determined to use all her strength to knock down and do one last thing for her lady before she died. "Stop talking nonsense. No one is allowed to hurt you today. If Bai Wudong gives in today, Wen Chuyun will become even more unreasonable in the future. Since Chonner chose to stay with her, there's no reason to let her be framed." The nanny hurried over. "The Empress Dowager is here." Bai Wudong bowed her head in greeting. After a while, the Empress Dowager finally arrived. The nanny beside her lifted the curtain, revealing her stern face. Her gaze flicked between Wen Chuyun and Bai Wudong. "I already know what happened. This lowly maid almost harmed the imperial heir. According to palace rules, she should be executed. Zhao Pin, even if you are pregnant, you must follow the palace rules." Bai Wudong raised her head. "Your Highness, it was Cui Wei who stepped forward and tripped Chonner. That's why she hit the sedan chair. If she truly wanted to harm someone, why would she aim for the wooden beam in the middle of the carriage? That's the safest spot." When Chuyun clutched her chest. "Your Highness, maybe we should forget it. I was just frightened earlier. There's a lump in my chest, and it's very uncomfortable. But since Sister Zhao Pin insists on protecting her, I won't make trouble. Let's not disturb her pregnancy. Everyone, you really don't make this old lady's life easy." Although the Empress Dowager valued Wen Chuyun more, Bai Wudong's unborn child was still alive. Although she didn't know if the baby was developing well, it hadn't been born yet, so she couldn't directly judge that the two children were inferior. Thinking this way, she decided not to punish the infant. "Zhao Pin, because you are carrying the royal heir, I will spare this palace maid's life today. But if she makes a mistake, she must be punished. Otherwise, how will others think?" The Empress Dowager ordered. "Come." 20 strokes. 2 maids stepped forward. Bai Wudong continued to protect the infant. "Empress Dowager, she didn't do anything wrong. Why should she be beaten? How dare you? You dare to disobey my words. From today, you are to stay confined in Zhao Chun Palace until the royal heir is born. You are not allowed to come out. A lowly servant girl, and I can't even beat her? Truly ignorant of your place, madam. 20 hits are nothing. I can take it." The infant didn't want to see Bai Wudong confined, so she rushed out and bumped into one of the maids. "Go ahead, but don't let the Empress Dowager see. Just hit her here, I will watch." Bai Wudong saw clearly that today she couldn't avoid the punishment. Her gaze turned to the 2 eunuchs holding the sticks, threatening with her eyes. If they dared to hit hard, she wouldn't be polite. The 2 eunuchs felt intimidated by her stare. This was a consort with a royal heir, future of the Great Rhone Kingdom. If they found a chance to kill her, it would be like playing. They lowered their heads, raised the sticks high, and finally, they gently struck. They were experienced, knowing how to make it look like they hit hard but without causing real pain. After 20 strikes, it was just superficial injuries, and she could still barely stand. The infant screamed painfully. After a moment, the 2 eunuchs stopped, and the Empress Dowager waved her hand irritably. "You two are carrying the royal heir, the future of Great Rome. Don't think about any crooked schemes. If something happens to the heir, you won't end well either." Remember, the child is your strength. After speaking, the Empress Dowager lowered the curtain and walked away slowly. Bai Wudong helped the infant with Ying Chun, then looked at Wen Qian. What is done is done. Heaven is watching. Do bad things and eventually, you'll face retribution. Wen Qian didn't care at all. She didn't believe in retribution or reincarnation. She only cared about this life, climbing high so that everyone could only look up to her. Zhang Qingyan put down his brush. Did you ask clearly? King Dekai nodded politely. Yes, I have asked clearly. It was indeed the palace made next to Lady Wen who first made the move. Since that's the case, Lady Zhao doesn't need to be confined anymore. Please also send some gifts to comfort her. He won't disturb Cui Wei for now, as the matter isn't serious. Plus, Wen Qian is less than 3 months pregnant, and her condition is unstable. Her emotions shouldn't fluctuate too much. After Bai Wutong's training a few months ago, he now understands a lot about women and pregnancy. Zhang Chongyan quickly returned to reading the memorials, ignoring outside matters. King Dekai looked at the list in his hand, estimated it was enough, and didn't bother Zhang Chongyan. Instead, he ordered someone to send the gifts to Zhao Chundian. Bai Wutong was instructing Xiang Chun to apply medicine to Chan Er. Fortunately, it was just superficial skin injuries. It looked frightening but didn't damage muscles or bones. Chan Er was so touched her eyes turned red. Your Majesty, thank you for protecting me. You are my person, of course I must protect you, Bai Wutong comforted her. You can rest for a few days. Come back when you're better. Yun Xiang hurried in. Your Majesty, Wang Gonggong has arrived, bringing many gifts. He said they are from the Emperor for you. It seems today's matter, the Emperor knows who is at fault. This is to comfort you. He also said you don't need to be confined anymore. You can go out and enjoy the flowers. Bai Wutong nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. No matter what, the fact that the Emperor sent gifts shows he still cares about her. Put everything out. Xiao Ningzi ran over. Your Majesty, Lady Duan has arrived. Let her in quickly. Before she arrived, her voice was heard. Duan Chunro's voice was clear and pure. Sister, I come at this time. Am I disturbing you? No. How did you come here? Duan Chunro personally brought the gift she sent. My sister heard about today's matter and hurried over. That Wen Pin, relying on her pregnancy, has offended the entire harem. Even though the reduction of palace women wasn't Wen Chuyun's original intention, the Empress Dowager did it for her. Many consorts couldn't oppose the Empress Dowager, so everything was blamed on her. Duan Chunro sat beside Bai Wutong. Sister, I came today because of another matter. The flowers in the Imperial Garden are blooming, right? Usually, on April 1st, the ladies of the harem go to see the flowers. The Empress Queen specifically asked us to come today to discuss this matter, so I am here to pass on the message. Sister, if you want to go, go. If not, then forget it. Will Wen Qian go? Watching flowers in April is not surprising. But this is a great chance to make a move. She won't go. The Empress didn't dare invite her. Sister, you forgot? Last time we came to see you, hoping to share some good luck, but unexpectedly, Wen Qian brought us into the snow lotus seed. After that, no one dared to act casually. Will Jean Fei go? Duan Chunra nodded. She will come. Even though she is under house arrest since the Empress invited her, she can still come out. Since everyone is going, I will go too. Duan Chunru delivered the message, sat for a while, then left. There are only 3 days left until April 1st. Bai Wudong opened a hidden compartment under her bed and took out a porcelain bottle. Inside was a colorless, tasteless powder. She planned to find a chance to make Jean Weiga attack her, then use the powder to create a fake bloodstain. This not only punishes Jean Weiga, but also ensures the Emperor will take time to see her. The Imperial Garden was full of vibrant flowers, mostly in bloom. A gentle spring breeze brought a fresh scent of grass. The Empress sat on the main seat, with De Fei and Hui Fei on her sides. The others gathered around, seeming to be friendly, but in reality, everyone was pretending, secretly insulting each other. Jean Weiga slowly entered, her gaze falling on Hui Fei. Hurry up and move aside. Do you think a concubine can sit above my noble consort? Look at what sister said. I thought you wouldn't come. Hui Fei smiled warmly, moving aside without anger, still cheerful, even reaching for some pumpkin seeds. Jean Wega disliked her appearance the most. Not only was she unambitious, but she also let others bully her. If I were her, I would have jumped into a lake long ago. At that moment, Bai Wudong was deep in conversation inside. The place the Empress chose was excellent, high up, with a view of the best scenery in the Imperial Garden. Concubine Zhao is pregnant. Why did she come? The Empress immediately ordered a palace maid. Hurry and help her over. Come, Concubine Zhao, sit next to me. The noble consort Difei had someone bring over a chair and placed it beside her. She looked at Bai Wudong with interest. She didn't like getting involved in the chaos of the palace, as it only brought her trouble. But life here was too dull, so she needed some entertainment. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone out of her way to reveal Wen Qiyun's pregnancy. She enjoyed watching the palace stir up trouble. It made things more lively. Princess Zhao, your belly is so big, it looks quite frightening. It doesn't resemble Lady Wen, who is more plump. Probably, her pregnancy isn't very far along. By the way, I heard you argued with Lady Wen a few days ago. Are you both on good terms now? You're sisters, so try not to make things too ugly. Bai Wudong hardly spoke to Difei and could see the teasing in her eyes. It's just a small matter. It won't affect our friendship. Difei suddenly felt very bored. Princess Zhao is really broad-minded. Her words implied that she might be a bit weak and should quickly start a fight with Wen Qian. Bai Wudong just smiled silently and said nothing. The Empress coughed softly. Since the sisters are all here, let's enjoy the flowers. Many of you are new and may not know the palace rules. In past years, in early April, we would appreciate the flowers and play traditional games like throwing cups and leaf play. Princess Yao, since you're not feeling well, you can skip it. I also don't feel well, so I'll watch you all have fun. Palace servants began to bring things over one after another. They placed a set of leaf cards in front of Bai Wudong. Curious, she picked one up to play. She had never played with these before. Difei spoke beside her. This game is simple. Take turns drawing cards. When the cards are not yet revealed, keep them face down. These are called hidden cards. After revealing the leaves, place the cards face up. There are 4 types: 10,000 coins, 1,000 coins, strings, and coins, totaling 40 cards. Just keep playing and you'll understand. Thank you, Lady Difei. No need to be so formal. Just call me sister. Difei quickly took a card. Come on, let's play a few rounds. Sorry, Your Majesty, I arrived late. A voice interrupted the lively scene. Everyone turned around in unison and saw Wen Qiyun, surrounded by a group of people, walking toward the garden center. Compared to a few days ago, she looked a bit plumper. Ignoring her pregnancy, she bowed politely, her expression humble. However, she was followed by 5 or 6 people, making the scene more grand than the Empress herself. Jean Wega looked very annoyed. Wow, so many people. Look at this show. If I didn't know better, I'd think you're about to give birth. The Empress picked up a handkerchief and covered her mouth. How did Sister Wenli come here? I also want to enjoy the flowers with my sisters. Then sit over here, the Empress said kindly. There was an extra seat next to Consort Hui, directly facing Bai Wudong. Wen Qiyun sat down without looking at Bai Wudong. Instead, her gaze stayed on the Empress. Your Majesty, I heard that recently the palace has been a bit quieter. I am very worried, so I came today to explain myself. I've already spoken to the Empress Dowager. Please don't worry too much. I hope my presence doesn't make my sisters' lives difficult. If it does, I would feel very guilty. So it's about this. The Empress smiled gently. Don't worry. Since you are pregnant with the heir, you should eat more and get stronger. It's our honor to help the royal heir. Just take good care of yourself. When you give birth to a prince for the emperor, I will be very happy. Difei put down her fan. You say that as if we're petty. It's just some food. We don't mind. But Zhao Pin is also pregnant with the heir, and because of you, she's been dieting and saving her strength. Remember her kindness. Wen Qiyun stood up and bowed gracefully to Bai Wudong. Thank you, Sister Zhao Pin. I will remember your kindness. In front of so many people, Bai Wudong could only give her a polite nod. But Wen Qian was really good at acting. She pretended to be humble in front of the Empress and others, but it was a shame she wasn't a professional actress. The atmosphere was a bit tense. Huang Jiaoyi, who was in the crowd, took the initiative to lighten the mood. The pond over there has some koi fish. Let's go take a look. Okay, let's go see. I heard these koi are the oldest in the palace. The group was dressed beautifully, but their bodies were plump, and they moved slowly, lacking the lightness of butterflies. Huang Jiaoyi covered her mouth and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, is that koi holding pearls?" Everyone's interest was piqued, and they hurried over. It really is koi holding pearls. This is a sign of good fortune. The last time I heard about a koi fish holding a pearl was decades ago. It is said that anyone who sees this auspicious sign will have children if they are unable to conceive, and pregnant women will give birth to boys smoothly. I want to see it myself. Wen Qian, the most talented woman in the capital, had also heard about this. She stood up planning to go see it. She hoped her baby would be born safely, preferably resembling her, so the emperor wouldn't notice her pregnancy. After experiencing these good days, she enjoyed the feeling of being pregnant and was determined not to give up halfway. This child must be born. In the future, she would be respected because of her child. The empress saw her wanting to go and quickly stopped her. The pond is very slippery and there are so many people. Lady, when you are pregnant, so please don't go. The maid nearby also hurriedly held Wen Qian back. Yes, that place is too dangerous. Your Majesty, please don't go. But I want to see, Wen Qian insisted. Someone in the crowd said, just fish it out and see. The maid's eyes lit up. Yes, quickly fish it out for the empress to see, so her pregnancy can go smoothly. This person was sent by the Empress Dowager. The empress couldn't defend her, so she immediately called a palace servant. Go, fish out that koi holding a pearl. First show it to Lady Wen, then send it to Lady Zhao, and finally bring it to me. Let all the sisters see, so they can also have children for the emperor in the future. Several palace servants went to fish the fish carefully, placing it in a large porcelain basin, carried by 2 people. Bai Wudong stood up and looked at it. It was indeed the koi holding a pearl, with a very large belly, a small round bump protruding in the middle. But she always felt something was wrong with this koi. As a fox servant who had been catching fish with her parents for years, she knew a lot about koi. This fish looked like it was about to die, not an auspicious sign. And that belly, it probably wasn't holding a pearl at all. The others also gathered to look, but didn't dare get too close to avoid touching Wen Qian. The basin was brought in front of Wen Qian. She examined it carefully. It really looks like it's holding a pearl. The koi opened its mouth, and its belly moved. The pearl seemed to be more prominent. It suddenly leapt out of the water. Bai Wudong's heart sank. She immediately stepped back. A loud bang echoed through the air. The koi fish suddenly exploded, sending blood and flesh flying everywhere. Wen Qian was closest and was covered in bright red blood all over her face and body. Ah! Wen Qian's sharp scream pierced through the imperial garden. Everyone around immediately panicked and scrambled. What happened? Why did the koi suddenly burst? I'm covered in fish blood. It's so disgusting. Wen Qian was covered in blood, and the strong fishy smell overwhelmed her. She felt sick and kept bending over to. The palace maids nearby quickly stepped forward to help wipe her down. Each wipe made the fishy and bloody smell even stronger. Wen Qian kept gagging, almost about to her stomach contents. People close to her also got splashed with some blood. The koi was quite large, and it exploded midair. Even the empress's arm got some blood on it. Only Bai Wudong noticed something was wrong and quickly stepped back to avoid the disaster, staying clean. The palace servants ignored their own mess and hurried to help Wen Qian. She was so dizzy from vomiting that she shouted, "Hurry up, clean it all off." Ugh, so disgusting. You useless people. Huang Jiaoyi also got splashed with fish blood. She took out a handkerchief to wipe her hand and neck, muttering, "This is so strange. How could it suddenly explode? Wait, I heard that koi holding a pearl is a sign of good fortune. If it explodes now, doesn't that mean bad luck?" The empress looked at her coldly. "Don't talk nonsense. A sign of good fortune is still good, even if something goes wrong halfway. It's a good omen. Keep your mouth shut. Jean Wega, standing nearby, was also wiping fish blood. She looked so disgusted that she probably never wanted to come to the Imperial Garden again. Seeing Bai Wudong's clothes were clean, she immediately shouted, "Wait, Zhaofan, I saw you step back just now." Everyone else was looking at the koi, but you were the only one who retreated. Could it be you did this? She had been watching Bai Wudong closely and saw everything clearly. Many people looked at Bai Wudong with suspicion. Yes, why didn't Zhaofan get splashed? She was pretty close too, wasn't she? I heard from Consort Jean that she stepped back on her own. I think she did it. Maybe she wanted to get rid of Wen's baby. Exactly. Otherwise, how would she know that fish would burst? It must have been her doing. Bai Wudong didn't want to take the blame without reason. She bowed to the Empress and said, "Your Majesty, since I became pregnant, I cannot eat fish. Even the smell makes me feel sick. I step back to avoid losing my manners in front of you. Please understand, Your Majesty." The Empress waved her hand. "Forget it. Zhaopin also has children. She wouldn't do such a cruel thing." Suddenly, a sharp, piercing scream sounded again. When Chuyun raised her hand in pain, her face covered in blood and looking fierce and terrified. She wanted to hold her head but was afraid to touch it. She could only cry out, "It hurts so much. It hurts so badly." Before everyone could understand what was happening, Huang Jiaoyi also shouted, "My neck hurts too. This fish blood has a problem. I also hurt. Oh, it hurts so much." Even the Empress's arm was burning with pain. She had only touched a little through her clothes, but if it had been like when Chuyun, she would be in unbearable pain. "Quick, call the Imperial Doctor and the female healer." The scene fell into chaos again. Everyone hurried into the nearby palace, planning to wait there for the doctors to arrive. Bai Wudong felt icy cold inside. She was the only one in the room who hadn't been splashed with fish blood. Anyone seeing this scene might suspect her. In the palace, there was no way to run. She could only think of a solution first. While everyone was protecting their own lady and moving to the next hall, Bai Wudong quickly pulled Ing Chun aside. Ing Chun's face was pale, clearly realizing the same thing. Bai Wudong led her briskly toward the side of the Imperial Garden. "Lady, where are we going?" Ing Chun's mind was blank. Running now would only make them look guilty, right? But in fact, the lady hadn't tampered with the koi fish at all. Bai Wudong didn't answer. Instead, she hurried to a patch of grass. She carefully examined it, pulled out a handful, and broke the stem in the middle. It was hollow inside, with transparent sticky mucus flowing down. "Quick, find grass like this, and smear it on your body," Bai Wudong said, squeezing out the mucus and spreading it on her hands, even covering her wrists and neck. Ing Chun didn't ask more and just followed her instructions. Bai Wudong rolled up her sleeves, spreading the mucus on the inner parts as well. Then she pulled her along and quickly returned to the palace gate. Inside, Wen Qian's screams of pain kept coming, sounding very distressing. The two entered the palace hall, and indeed, no one paid much attention to them. Everyone was busy comforting their own lady. When Chuyan lay on the central bed, surrounded by maids and nannies, who looked anxious and almost furious. "The Imperial Doctor still hasn't arrived. Your Majesty, please hold on. The baby inside must be safe." At this moment, when Chuyan no longer cared about anything else. She was in such pain she almost twitched. Her whole body felt like it was burning with fire, painfully hot. Especially her face, which was covered in blood, felt as if her skin was being peeled off alive. "I'm in so much pain, help me. Please help me. You useless people." When Chuyan started to speak nonsense, her arms and legs twitching constantly. The nannies and maids hurriedly held her down. "Your Majesty, please don't move. Let me go. It hurts so much. Please let me go." Bai Wudong watched this scene, feeling a cold chill run through her body and cold sweat broke out on her back. Luckily, she hadn't gone closer to check, or she would be suffering just like her. If she weren't a fox servant, if she didn't understand these things, and had gone to see the koi fish holding the pearl, she would have ended up the same. Her gaze swept over everyone present. Who could be so cruel? Who would think of such a wicked method? She and Jean Wega had a deadly grudge, but she never thought of using such vicious means in front of everyone. The imperial doctor and the medical maid finally arrived. Also present were the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. After such a big incident, Zhang Qingyan didn't care about the northern border war. He came to check the situation first. The hall was filled with wails of pain. Several consorts had blood on them, and they were suffering terribly. When Chuyan looked as if she had been pulled out of blood water, her sweat caused the dried blood to flow again, looking very frightening. The Empress Dowager hurried to the bed, and upon seeing Wen Chiyun's condition, nearly fainted from shock. The imperial doctor stepped forward to examine her, his face grim. There is corrosive substance in this fish blood. Consort Wen has been contaminated too much, and now her skin shows signs of decay. The Empress Dowager gasped heavily and leaned on the nanny. Zhang Qingyan's face turned pale. What about the crown prince? Is there any problem with him? There will definitely be an impact. The urgent thing is to stop Lady Wen's pain first, or she will have convulsions all over, and the heir will eventually be lost. Then why are you just standing there? Hurry up and give her pain relief. The sooner, the better. If there's any problem with the heir, I will be the first to cut off your head. The imperial doctor broke out in a cold sweat. If Wen Chiyun wasn't pregnant, stronger medicine could be used, but now, careful consideration is needed. Finally, he gritted his teeth and wrote a prescription. Wen Chiyun was in so much pain she almost fainted. When she saw the emperor and the Empress Dowager approaching, she struggled even more. Your Majesty, I am in so much pain. It hurts so much. Zhang Qingyan only glanced at her and felt a bit sick. Her current appearance was truly ugly and frightening. But thinking of the child in her belly, Zhang Qingyan stayed nearby to comfort her, saying, Lady Wen, hold on. The medicine will arrive soon. You must protect my child. Jean Wega stared intently at Bai Wudong and shouted loudly, Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, I know who did this today. Everyone looked at her. Jean Wega sneered proudly. It's Lady Zhao. Bai Wudong lifted her head calmly. Zhang Qingyan looked at them. Their eyes met. He then noticed that her belly was a bit bigger than before, but she didn't look awkward. Instead, she radiated a maternal glow. Her clear, bright face matched her light green dress perfectly. However, her clothes were spotless, unlike others who had red stains on theirs. She was clean, standing out sharply from the rest. Jean Wega quickly stepped beside Zhang Qingyan. Your Majesty, look at her. She's the only one not splashed with fish blood. I saw clearly, before the fish exploded, she stepped back. Ordinary people would rush forward to see a sign of good luck, but she retreated early. Clearly, she knew what was going to happen. She must be the culprit. The Empress Dowager's cold gaze suddenly turned to her. Lady Zhao, was it you? She was also a woman who had experienced palace struggles, so she understood how dangerous Wen Chiyun's pregnancy was to Bai Wudong. If anyone was most likely to have done it, it was definitely Bai Wudong, especially since she already had a grudge against Wen Chiyun. At this moment, Bai Wudong had calmed down, but she looked upset. She casually glanced at Zhang Qingyan and then lowered her head. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, I swear I did not do this. I have a child in my belly and understand how important the heir is. I would never commit such a cruel act. Jean Wega pointed at her nose. Then why did you retreat? Why are you the only one unharmed among so many people? The other consorts also spoke up. Yes, I saw Consort Zhao step back too. She's the only one unharmed. Besides her, who else could be the culprit? Exactly. Everyone wanted to see good fortune, but she stepped back, saying she couldn't smell fishy odors. I don't believe it. She's already 5 or 6 months pregnant. How could her morning sickness be that severe? When Chuyun on the bed stopped crying and instead expressed her hatred. It must be Bai Wudong. She hates me. She can't stand that I'm also pregnant with the heir. Your Majesty, please do justice for me. It's Bai Wudong's fault. Kill her. Suddenly, Bai Wudong became the focus of everyone's suspicion. Everyone pointed their fingers at her. She didn't try to explain first. Instead, she looked at Zhang Qingyan with red eyes, her voice trembling. Your Majesty, do you not believe me? I would never do such a thing. The Empress Dowager raised her handkerchief, hiding a faint smile. It's true. When someone is sleepy, they are given a pillow. Bai Wudong just happened to step back, making her the prime suspect. She didn't need to do anything. She just had to watch quietly. Zhang Qingyan looked at her full of innocent grievance. He didn't want to believe she was the culprit, but everyone's words made her more suspicious. Consort Zhao, how do you explain this? Bai Wudong lowered her eyes, a tear falling onto her skirt. She knelt on the ground, her thin shoulders trembling slightly, making her belly look even bigger. Your Majesty, I really don't touch fish. How could I be the murderer? Jean Wega sneered. I've never heard of anyone who can't touch fish. You're clearly lying. Your Majesty, I really can't touch fish. If you don't believe me, you can try with a koi fish. Zhang Qingyan shot her a look, and Wang Dicai immediately ordered someone to prepare. Soon after, a koi fish was brought in. Bai Wudong raised her hand, holding the fish in her palm, then put it down. In just a few breaths, red rashes appeared on the back and palm of her hand. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, since I became pregnant, I get red rashes all over my body whenever I touch this fish. They won't go away for days. Please have the Imperial Doctor check. The Imperial Doctor first looked at Zhang Qingyan. Seeing he had no objection, he stepped forward and examined carefully. Your Majesty, Lady Zhao probably has measles. It's true that it takes a few days to recover. If she takes medicine, it will take at least 2 or 3 days. As for the fish, it was probably prepared last night. Jean Wega bit her lip, unwilling to miss this good chance. Yes, you can't touch the fish, but that doesn't mean the people around you can't. Her gaze fell on Ing Chun. I think she is very suspicious. Ing Chun had already realized what the liquid on her was. She saw Bai Wudong's eyes and stepped forward. Princess Jean, I also can't touch the fish. Before anyone could speak, Ing Chun picked up and then put down the fish again. Sure enough, she also developed a red rash. Jean Wega was so angry she stomped her foot. I don't believe it's just a coincidence. There are only a few people who can't touch fish, and they all happen to be together. Clearly, you planned this in advance. Bai Wudong looked at her. I also think it's too much of a coincidence. I even suspected someone might have poisoned me. When Ing Chun tested for poison, she also got contaminated. Imperial Doctor, is there a way to be like me and Ing Chun? The Imperial Doctor thought for a moment, but couldn't find a solution. Your Majesty, I've never heard of anything that causes fish measles. Who knows if you two are in cahoots? You have a maid named Chana, right? It must be her doing this. Jean Wega refused to give up. She now wanted to use this opportunity to ruin Bai Wudong completely, so she could never rise again. When Chuyun was exhausted. Without Bai Wudong, no one would compete for the Emperor's favor with her. Bai Wudong's face turned red. Princess Jean, Chana was beaten 20 times a few days ago and still can't get out of bed. How could she do all this? Framing others without proof is easy. If you ask like that, then no one in this world is innocent. I cannot do it myself. It must be someone close to me, someone working with the Imperial Doctor. Now, there are more than 10 palace servants serving in the Zhao Chun Palace. Could they all be suspects? Most of these people were sent by the Emperor. The Imperial Doctor did not want to suffer false accusations. Your Majesty, I speak the truth. If Princess Jean does not believe me, perhaps we can have the Imperial Medical Staff come here. They can prove my innocence. Jean Wega wanted to speak, but Zhang Qingyan coldly said, Enough. Your Majesty. She is suspicious. I am just asking. It was clear they wanted to pin this on Bai Wudong. Bai Wudong looked up directly at Zhang Qingyan, ignoring her pregnancy, and bowed with difficulty. Your Majesty, I stay in my Zhao Chun Palace almost every day. I only came out these past 2 days to see the flowers. Only Chinner and Ing Chun are with me. No one else. Chinner cannot walk, and Ing Chun cannot fish. How could I do all this? Your Majesty, please investigate carefully. Someone must know I cannot stand the smell of fish, and is deliberately setting a trap to frame me. Now both me and Wen Pin are caught in it. One hurt, the other falsely accused of being the culprit. It's two birds with one stone. If I could fish, I could prove my innocence, but I cannot. This is the second time I've been falsely accused. Your Majesty, I ask for justice. When Bai Wudong looked up again, her face was full of tears, almost breaking apart. Your Majesty, I was only not injured, so I became the prime suspect. How ridiculous. Princess Jean is scheming so hard to frame me as the culprit. How sad I am. I swear by the child in my belly, if I committed such a wicked act, I would go to the Yellow Spring with my child. Shut up, the Empress Dowager scolded sharply. Who told you to swear such a poison oath? Dare to swear on the imperial air? I think you're really tired of living. I have no evil in my heart, so I am not afraid of retribution. The real fear should be for those who are trying to frame me. Hearing this, Zhang Qingyan believed Bai Wudong. Any mother would not want to swear on her unborn child. He coldly looked at Jean Weiga. Everyone shut up. I will investigate who the culprit is. Lin Sheng, here I am. Bring all the people who have been in the Imperial Garden these past 2 days. Don't leave anyone out. Yes, Li Sheng responded and quickly left. Zhang Qingyan gently helped Bai Wudong, saying, You're still pregnant. Sit next to me. Thank you, Your Majesty. He looked at the red rash on Bai Wudong's hand and found it very distracting. Her fair skin was completely damaged. In the future, don't touch fish anymore. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. I will remember, Bai Wudong said with a touched look, quietly crying. As long as the Emperor believes in me, I would never do such things. Yes, I believe you. Since the Emperor wanted an investigation, the Empress Dowager went to see Wen Chuyan. The pain relief medicine was finally delivered. Wen Chuyan had fainted from the pain earlier and had just managed to swallow the medicine. The palace maids finally dared to let go, each exhausted and panting. Holding down a voluptuous woman who was struggling wildly took a lot of strength. The hall suddenly fell into strange silence. 1 hour later, the palace servants entered the courtyard of the hall and lined up. Wang Ditsai flicked his sleeve. Today, that pearl-embellished koi fish exploded. The fish blood contains corrosive poison, which injured the ladies inside the palace. Whoever did this, step forward now, and you might keep your life. Otherwise, 5 horses will be used for dismemberment, and the entire clan will be implicated. The courtyard was silent. No one dared to answer. Wang Ditsai's face darkened. None of you are willing to see the coffin, huh? If anyone knows the truth or saw anyone suspicious, speak up. Not only will you be excused from punishment, but there will also be rewards. Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. Since no one will say anything, then everyone will be beaten. Bring the guards. The guards brought by Lin Sheng raised their sticks. Beat them. No one should be spared. How dare you hurt the Empress? Hurt the heir. You're asking for death. The crowd wailed. After just a few strikes, one palace maid couldn't take it anymore. Gong Gong Wang, please stop. I suddenly remembered that yesterday evening, I saw the young noble sneaking into the Imperial Garden. Wang Ditsai immediately ordered the guards to stop. He looked around and finally spotted the young noble among the crowd. He turned pale and hurriedly explained, Gong Gong Wang, I was responsible for trimming the weeds in the Imperial Garden yesterday. I suddenly remembered I missed a spot and was afraid of being punished, so I went back. Wang Ditsai didn't listen to his explanation and looked at Zhang Qingyan. Zhang Qingyan played with a string of beads. Bring him out. Little Gizi was dragged to the palace gate by 2 people. When he looked up, he saw Zhang Qingyan. He was so scared he trembled like a leaf. Your Majesty, I really didn't do anything. The Imperial doctor stepped forward and whispered to Zhang Qingyan, Your Majesty, I examined the fish blood carefully. It seems a poison was added. This substance is very corrosive. Anyone who touches it would definitely get hurt, even if they use something to cover it. But the koi fish is gone, so I can't tell how the poison stayed inside it. I will study it more when I get back, and I believe I can find out. Zhang Qingyan's eyes flashed. Check his hands. Wang Ditsai immediately stepped forward and pulled up little Gizi's drooping sleeve. Below, The hands were rough and had scars from frostbite, but there were no signs of corrosion. Little Gizi shouted excitedly, "Your Majesty, look! My hands are not hurt." "I didn't do it," Bai Wudong suddenly spoke, pull up his sleeve further, and check his elbows. "Your Majesty, I noticed earlier that although he was lying down, he only looked up during the audience and didn't support himself with his elbows. That's not proper. I suspect his injury might be there." Little Gizi's face suddenly changed. His previously excited eyes lost their sparkle. They pulled up his sleeve, revealing 2 layers of cloth wrapped around his elbow. When opened, it was the same kind of corrosion injury as on Wen Qian. He was completely limp, like a puddle of mud, exuding a deathly aura. Zhang Qingyan's jaw tightened, and veins bulged on his neck. He was furious. He took a long step forward, approaching Little Gizi. "Tell me, who told you to do this?" Little Gizi didn't dare look at him or answer. His lips pouted, showing a pained expression. Lin Sheng's eyes widened. He quickly grabbed his chin. "Your Majesty, this guy is trying to bite his tongue and commit suicide." Zhang Qingyan looked back into the hall. Almost all the concubines from the harem were inside. He couldn't personally interrogate him. Otherwise, the scene would be too bloody and might scare them. Zhang Qingyan tightly held the purple sandalwood beads. Send him to the Ministry of Justice. After dealing with this matter, he would personally question him and find out who was behind it. His sharp gaze swept over all the faces of the concubines. No one showed any signs of guilt or suspicion. The Empress lowered her handkerchief, revealing her full, worried face, looking very ill. "Your Majesty, we have found the culprit now, and soon we will discover who is behind him." "Please do not get angry. What's going on?" A sudden exclamation interrupted. Zhang Qingyan quickly turned around. He saw the young noble opening his mouth, blood flowing from his nose and mouth non-stop. Blood was also seeping from his ears and eyes, quickly soaking his clothes. 2 guards nearby released their hold, and the young noble collapsed heavily to the ground. Lin Sheng stepped forward to check, but the young noble was already dead. He was poisoned, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Even a great doctor like Hua Tuo could not save him. "Your Majesty, he is gone." "Good. Very good." Zhang Qingyan sneered angrily. "It seems this harem is no longer my harem. Before, the harem had been peaceful, so he didn't interfere with their petty fights. But since Bai Wudong became pregnant, things kept happening, each more chaotic than the last. Every time he investigated, all clues disappeared. The palace women who knew the truth either committed suicide or were murdered. Not a single one survived. And he, as emperor, couldn't find out who was responsible. This was a huge shame." Zhang Qingyan turned around, his body radiating coldness and anger that made everyone afraid to look directly at him. All the concubines lowered their heads, afraid to speak. They had never seen the emperor so angry before. This time, it probably wouldn't end well. "I didn't want to bother with you before, but you all got too bold." Zhang Qingyan's gaze finally settled on the Empress Dowager. "From today on, except for the 2 personal maids of each palace, everyone in the flower house, laundry bureau, and internal affairs office will be replaced. I want to see if, after the change, you still have the ability to do such things." The Empress Dowager frowned slightly. If everyone was replaced with the Emperor's people, wouldn't she be blind in the harem too? "Your Majesty, this..." "Mother, no need to say more. The chaos in the harem shows that you are too old to handle the affairs of the 6 palaces," Zhang Qingyan interrupted. The Empress Dowager stood up. "Your Majesty, I know you are very angry. I will give you an explanation for this matter." She had promised to explain before, but what was the result? Nothing but delays. Zhang Qingyan had to investigate himself. The Empress Dowager only spoke casually. In reality, she didn't care and was too lazy to manage these matters. The harem had become chaotic, and she was partly responsible for it. Zhang Qingyan said firmly, "I have already made my decision. No way." The harem was her territory, and she would never back down. "Emperor, your heart should be with the previous court. I, the Empress Dowager, am enough for the harem. Mother, I am the emperor." The whole world listens to me, Zhang Qingyan replied, unwilling to tolerate her anymore. If he let the Empress Dowager continue to control things, his heir would be lost. Seeing him dare to oppose her so boldly, the Empress Dowager immediately clutched her chest and staggered backward. If it had been before, Zhang Qingyan would have gone to check on her. But today, he didn't even look and simply turned away with a flick of his sleeve. The Empress Dowager gasped heavily, leaning on the maid. Really? This was too much. She couldn't bring herself to say it aloud. The Emperor, who always listened to her, now showed no respect at all. The Empress Dowager felt her heart ache sharply. She didn't care about Wen Chuyan anymore. Let's go. Both the two great monks left. The Empress also didn't want to stay. She lifted her handkerchief, revealing only her eyes, and casually glanced at Bai Wudong. I'm leaving now. Imperial physician, make sure to take good care of Consort Wen, understand? Yes, I understand, Your Majesty. The Empress also left. De Fei stood up, satisfied after witnessing the big commotion. It was a pity that Bai Wudong had cleared her own name. If she hadn't, there would have been more trouble, especially since she was still pregnant with the Emperor's child. The less serious concubines gradually left. In the end, only Wen Chuyan and two others with more serious issues remained. Seeing this, Bai Wudong also decided not to stay longer. Ing Chun, let's go. They arrived outside the hall. The sun shone brightly overhead, dispelling the cold. Bai Wudong looked back at the hall door, which was dark and gloomy, like a ravenous ghost with its mouth wide open. This harem was no different from a place that devoured people. Back in Zhao Chun Palace, Bai Wudong finally relaxed her tense heart. Who did this? It's just too cruel. If she hadn't been quick-witted and used herbal medicine, she might have fallen into a trap by now. Such an unintentional trap was hard to defend against. Early Spring was so frightened that her legs went weak, but she kept holding on. She knelt in front of Bai Wudong and bowed her head. Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving me. If it weren't for Your Majesty, Consort Jean might have blamed everything on her. Get up. Maybe this is a good thing. Bai Wudong picked up the teacup that Chon'er had just brought. It was still warm. She took a sip and suppressed her coldness. Now that the harem has changed, no matter who is behind this, it will be hard to act so recklessly again in the future. Most importantly, Wen Chuyun's plans were ruined. Whether her baby could be saved or not, she would definitely lose favor in the future. The Emperor definitely wouldn't like that face. Ing Chun, find some herbs behind the Imperial Garden. Every day, apply some on the wound and keep some as backup. Yes, Your Majesty. After this incident, Bai Wudong felt more afraid of the harem's dangers. Having a child might strengthen her position, but that's not enough. She also couldn't fall behind the Emperor. She wanted to climb higher, because the higher her rank, the harder it would be for anyone to frame her. Today, she was just falsely accused, and it was a good opportunity to make the Emperor feel guilty and act. Bai Wudong let her hair down, showing her most fragile side. Ing Chun, go find Wang Ditsai. Say I was frightened today and upset. I need Dr. Ji to come and see me and ask the Emperor if that's possible. Ing Chun agreed. After what happened, she felt nervous walking outside, constantly looking around to be ready for anyone to suddenly jump out. At the gate of Yangxin Palace, she bowed to Wang Ditsai. Wang Gonggong, the lady was frightened today and is feeling uneasy. She doesn't dare to take any medicine herself. It's best if the Emperor asks Dr. Ji to check on her. Dr. Ji is very skilled in this area. The lady is about to give birth in a few months, so she doesn't trust ordinary midwives or doctors. Of course, Wang Ditsai replied and went inside to report. Soon after, Zhang Qingyan, tall and handsome, led the way out of Yangxin Palace. Let's go. I want to see Lady Zhao. Wen Chuyun's baby's survival was still uncertain. Right now, Bai Wudong was pregnant and absolutely couldn't have any accidents. The group headed to Zhaochun Palace. As Zhang Qingyan entered the room, he immediately saw the tired Bai Wudong. But even so, she was still so beautiful. Her delicate face was always a delight to look at, especially with only part of her face showing, making her look even more charming and lovely. Unknowingly, this was a pose Bai Wudong had prepared herself, just to show him her best side when he entered. Your Majesty, why are you here? I heard you were frightened, so I came to see you. Bai Wudong held Zhang Qingyan's hand tightly, leaning into his embrace to feel warm. Tears suddenly came to her eyes. Your Majesty, I was really scared. Today I was almost falsely accused again. If I really fell into the trap, became the one who harmed Wen Chuyan, the one who endangered the heir, would I be doomed? She choked on her words, her thin shoulders trembling slightly, evoking sympathy. Zhang Qingyan gently held her. I won't let that happen. Bai Wudong no longer believed what Zhang Qingyan said, because his heart still hadn't fully turned to her. After the last incident, he still kept his distance, not showing himself for several months. She wanted the emperor to be unable to resist her charm. That way, no matter how others tried to frame her, no matter if all the evidence pointed to her, she wouldn't be punished. Just like Jean Wega. Those who are favored always feel fearless. Bai Wudong slowly looked up, revealing her fragile beauty. Your Majesty, I am so scared. Can you stay and keep me company? Just for a little while, only a moment. With her beauty in his arms, Zhang Qingyan naturally wouldn't refuse. Even though the affairs in the northern border were urgent right now, he just wanted to comfort the woman in his arms, to make her feel safe, to stop her from being afraid and crying. After a moment, Bai Wudong had gathered her emotions, wiped away her tears, and took Zhang Qingyan's hand, placing it on her belly. Your Majesty, in 3 months, I will give birth. Her eyes shone brightly, especially when she looked at Zhang Qingyan, as if glowing. Your Majesty, I can always feel someone kicking inside me. Zhang Qingyan also sensed it. This was his first time becoming a father, and the first time he felt a tiny life growing inside her, about to be born. That feeling was very strange, impossible to describe with words. Bai Wudong smiled happily. Your Majesty, they probably know you're here, so they're more lively. Before, I mostly only felt it at night. As she finished speaking, there was another movement. Zhang Qingyan tentatively asked, Do you know who I am? His stomach moved slightly. He found it hard to believe. Could the baby inside really understand his words? I am your father, Your Majesty. If you kick twice and call out, Father, let me hear it. Sure enough, his stomach moved twice. Zhang Qingyan looked up, showing his first genuine excitement. The feeling of being responded to by the children was so wonderful. It was as if they were really calling him father. Bai Wudong watched him, smiling to herself. The babies inside could hear the sounds outside, but they wouldn't understand what Zhang Qingyan was saying. Those 2 kicks were just her moving her hand and foot. Zhang Qingyan asked a few more questions, and his stomach responded each time. He stood up excitedly. I've heard that some children are naturally clever and smart. It looks like my 2 children will be the same. Bai Wudong took the opportunity to speak. Your Majesty, you should come see them more often and talk to them. Maybe when they are born, they will be smarter than other children. Zhang Qingyan was happy and agreed. Outside the door, Wang Ditsai's voice was heard. Your Majesty, Lady Wen has woken up. She's over there, crying and asking to see you. Zhang Qingyan remembered Lady Wen's frightening appearance and frowned instinctively. Bai Wudong advised him, Your Majesty, Lady Wen just went through this. Now is the time you need to be there for her. You should go quickly. Going now would help him understand the situation better. I'll come see her later. Bai Wudong watched his back as he left, brushing her long hair aside. Ing Chun, come here. I have something to tell you. She wanted to find out who was behind the recent incident with the lucky fish, so she could prevent future problems. Otherwise, she might be the next one to get hurt. She already had some guesses, but needed to check further. Zhang Qingyan arrived at a side hall near the Imperial Garden. As soon as he entered, he was hit by a strong medicinal smell. This scene reminded him of the Empress's palace. That was the place he liked to avoid the most, dark, gloomy, like an old man nearing death, ready to decay at any moment. When Chuyan lay on the bed, her face and head wrapped in cloth, only her eyes visible. Even though she had taken painkillers, her eyes remained bloodshot. Your Majesty, when Chuyun's voice trembled, You must avenge me. She was so clever, known as the top talented woman in the capital. After entering the palace, when everyone looked down on Bai Wudong, she was the first to guess that Bai Wudong would be favored. Although she was later betrayed and sent snow lotus seeds, she still managed to leave the cold palace. She saw good days coming, but then was framed and ended up like this. She thought through many possibilities, guarded against all food and clothes sent to her, and kept watch over the people around her, not giving them a chance to harm her child. But she never expected that the lucky fish would explode and be poisoned. It ruined her proud face. The emperor probably wouldn't favor her anymore. Now, her only hope was the child in her belly. As long as the baby was born safely, even if she couldn't raise it, she would still be a hero in the palace and could survive. She couldn't die, and her child couldn't die either. She wanted to find the person who harmed her and tear them apart. Zhang Qingyan sighed deeply. I know, I will investigate. Your Majesty, it was Xiaopin who did it. She is the prime suspect. No, it wasn't her. Zhang Qingyan's mind no longer doubted Bai Wudong. She had sworn on her own child. Her words were true. Then it must be Jin Fei. Didn't she want to harm Xiaopin before? She must also want to harm me. I will investigate this matter. Don't think too much. Rest well, and don't hurt the baby inside you. Zhang Qingyan no longer wanted to stay. The smell of medicine here was too strong, mixed with an indescribable stench that made her feel sick. I have other matters to attend to, so I will leave now, Your Majesty, when Chuyun wanted to stop him. But the tall figure didn't pause at all, and quickly disappeared from sight. When Chuyun clenched her teeth tightly, tears flowing uncontrollably, stinging her wounded skin. Whoever harmed me, I will not let you go. Zhang Qingyan went to see Bai Wudong again before returning to the palace of Nourishing the Heart. The situation in the northern border was already enough to give people headaches. Unexpectedly, there was another big incident in the harem. Wang Detsai stepped forward to help him with a massage. Your Majesty, Lady Wen was injured. Lord Wen already knows about it. He wants Lady Wen's mother to come into the palace to comfort and soothe her, so her pregnancy won't be unstable. All right, let her come in. Lady Wen then took a carriage and headed to the palace. When she arrived, she got off the carriage and walked inside. The journey was very long, with many stops, but she finally arrived. Cui Wei was standing nearby. When she saw Lady Wen, her eyes immediately filled with tears. Madam, Cui Wei, how is Chu Yun? Hearing this, Cui Wei started crying uncontrollably. Madam, the lady. She might have been disfigured. What? Lady Wen staggered, almost falling down. She knew very well how important appearance was. Hurry, take me to see Chu Yun. Not long after they left, another figure in a corner quickly followed behind. Lady Wen arrived at Wuyo Palace. Chu Yun had already been brought back, but her condition was worse than yesterday. Because she was still carrying a dragon embryo, the imperial doctors dared not give her strong medicine. After taking pain relief soup yesterday, she refused to take anything today, saying she could endure it. Chu Yun could only painfully endure the stabbing pain on her face, almost breaking down. Chu Yun, Lady Wen almost lost her balance and nearly fell at the door. Fortunately, Cui Wei caught her in time. Madam, be careful. Mother, seeing her family, Chu Yun's eyes immediately filled with tears. My Chu Yun, what happened to you? As the eldest daughter, Chu Yun was the treasure of her father and mother, raised with the highest standards and full of hope. But now, just over half a year after entering the palace, she had been disfigured. Chu Yun, you've suffered so much. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let you enter the palace, her mother said, crying. Mother and daughter hugged each other tightly, crying. Chu Yun dared not cry too much, as it would hurt her wounds and slow healing. Mother, what should I do? My face is ruined. The emperor will surely stop loving me. Can you find a way to get some secret medicine to repair my wounds? Mother Wen's body stiffened. She had seen the damaged wounds. Though not deep, they covered a large area. Such injuries would surely leave scars.
Chu Jun.
You're still pregnant. Let's wait until the baby is born, okay? Otherwise, Even if your face heals, if you lose the child, everything will be gone. When Chu Yun clutched her belly and fell silent. If her face could be healed, she would still have a chance to serve and to get pregnant again. Most importantly, this child is not the emperor's. Now, destroying the evidence was convenient, especially since she was seriously injured and couldn't protect the child. She looked up. Mother, can you really find a secret remedy to heal my face? Seeing her like that, Mother Wen didn't want to hurt her feelings. Of course. I will find a way. I will definitely find one. After you give birth, we will treat your face. An hour later, Mother Wen left the palace gates, her face pale. She remembered the emperor's orders today. She felt heartbroken but had no choice but to obey. Just take me here. Go back and take care of Chu Yun. Cui Wei nodded and saw her off before leaving. Mother Wen looked around, then turned onto a completely different path, heading toward the deeper parts of the palace, the route closest to Yongshou Palace. Watching her go, when Chu Yun made up her mind. She would not keep this child. If she waited until the baby was born to treat her scars, it would be too late. She had once thought the child was her only hope, but only if the child's identity remained secret. If it was exposed, it would be disastrous. Now, with hope to heal her face, when Chu Yun changed her mind, she decided to prioritize herself. Having the emperor's child was best. If she couldn't conceive, she would just use her old tricks again. This time, she would be more careful, no more giving anyone a chance to harm her. Only if her face remained intact could she rise again. When Chu Yun reached for her belly and whispered, "Child, I'm sorry. But I won't let you die like this. I will find the culprit and use you to deliver a deadly to her." Yongshou Palace was right ahead. Mother Wen took a deep breath, lowered her head, and entered, kneeling to pay her respects. "Greetings, Empress Dowager." Get up." Mother Wen finally dared to lift her head, glanced at the Empress Dowager, then quickly lowered it again. "Your Majesty," Lady Zhimiao asked the common girl to come here, mainly for one thing. She wants to send Wen Ruyun into the palace to take care of Chu Yun. She is Chu Yun's sister, and the two sisters have a very good relationship at home. If she is there, she can help Chu Yun relax and focus on her pregnancy. The Empress Dowager was clever and saw through Wen's family's plan immediately. Sending her in to care for Chu Yun was just a cover. Their real goal was to place someone in the palace. Since the eldest daughter was useless, they could only send the second daughter. If it had been anyone else, the Empress Dowager wouldn't agree. But Wen Ruyun was promising because she had caught the emperor's favor. The other women in Wen's family also had a higher chance of pregnancy than the other women in the palace. "Fine, I approve," said the Empress Dowager. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Mother Wen gratefully expressed her thanks and breathed a sigh of relief. She had thought it might be difficult to complete this task, but it turned out to be quite simple. Mother Wen quickly left the palace. After she left, a shadow swiftly slipped out of Yongshou Palace and ran along a small path to the neighboring courtyard. Duan Chunru saw her return and immediately stood up. "Chunxing, how did it go?" After Lady Wen left Weo Palace, she went to the Empress Dowager's palace. From her expression, it seems she doesn't want Chu Yun to find out. Duan Chunru had already guessed it. Wen's family was quite experienced in schemes. There had been several incidents in the previous dynasty. It looks like Wen's family plans to send Wen Ruyun into the palace. I wondered why she never paid much attention to others. Now I see she was waiting for this. Generally, girls start looking for marriage prospects around 14 or 15. Some even earlier. By the time they reach the coming-of-age ceremony, marriage plans are usually settled. Most of Wen's other daughters had been considered for marriage, except for Chu Yun and Ruyun. Duan Chunru knew Chu Yun was supposed to enter the palace, but she didn't expect Ruyun to be a backup. Wen's family really has clever tactics. When one sister can't do it, they let the others step in. But Ruyun is not an easy girl. "No, I must tell Lady Zhao." She stood up, determined to inform Lady Zhao. With her help, they could better deal with Ruyun. Not far away in the Imperial Garden, Spring approached the koi pond where she kept the fish, looking around carefully. She slowly reached into the pond and a plain-looking jade stone slipped out of her sleeve. She then picked it up and waited a moment, making sure her hand was covered in rashes before hurriedly heading toward the Hall of Mental Cultivation. She tightly clutched the object in her hand, holding it in front of her chest. The red rashes on her skin were clearly visible. A palace maid, curious, asked, "Elder Sister Spring, where are you rushing off to?" Spring glanced at her, but did not answer. She continued walking toward the Hall of Mental Cultivation. As she was about 15 minutes away from the hall, an older woman suddenly appeared from the side and bumped into Spring, causing her to stumble several steps and sit heavily on the ground. The woman was stout and unsteady on her feet. After shouting loudly, she pressed down on Spring. "What are you doing? Get up quickly." Spring was almost out of breath under her. She didn't notice that the jade stone in her hand had fallen to the ground and was taken away without her knowing. The older woman took a long time to get up.
"Oh, sorry about that."
"I'm too old and lost my balance for a moment." Spring glared at her, but in her mind, she remembered her face. She didn't seem to be someone serving in the palace, looking unfamiliar. "Really, can't you watch where you're walking? You're delaying my important task." Spring finally realized and looked at her hand. "Where's my thing?" She was very anxious and started searching around. Meanwhile, the older woman, taking advantage of Spring's distraction, slipped away quietly. After a moment, Spring turned back and saw no one there. She ran quickly, asking, "Hey, where did that person go? Did anyone see her?" The Empress looked at the jade stone in her hand. "Was that person from Zhao Chun Palace? Did she take this?" The older woman nodded. "Yes, that's right. She was coming out of the Imperial Garden with Spring's hand. She must have found something in the koi pond and hurried to the Hall of Mental Cultivation. I was worried she might miss something, so I told someone to stop her." The Empress lifted her handkerchief. Miss something?" Her eyes suddenly darkened, and she slapped fiercely with her armored hand. "You useless person, you've ruined my plans. That big pond, in such an obvious place, how could anything be missed? That Chun was just showing a little sign of possibly finding clues, and you eagerly sent her there. Now, it's certain that Zhao Pin must already know that this matter was done by me." The Empress has always hidden in the shadows and never stepped forward before. This time's koi incident was the same. The had taken the poison I gave him early on. As soon as he died, no one would ever know it was me. But my own people ruined it. They only used a seemingly innocent appearance to lure out her people. "Good, Zhao Pin. I didn't expect you to be so clever, but cleverness is useless against absolute strength. Go, deal with the person who bumped into Chun today. She must not be allowed to live. She is a hidden threat. If Zhao Pin uses her..." The old maid nodded. "I will go myself. Most of the palace women have been replaced by the emperor. The Empress is watching, seeing who can become her future weapon and who might be her obstacle. Only a faint moonlight shines." Bai Wudong sat quietly on the bed, watching the moonlight. She sat like that for almost an hour until finally there was a knock at the door. With a creak, the door opened. Chun entered quietly and whispered, "That person is now in the side storeroom." "What should I do, your ladyship?" "Go. Wake Yunxiang and send her out of the palace. Right now, only Yunxiang has the ability to do this in the entire Zhaochun Palace. She can contact the people Jin Ji left behind. Sending her out of the palace is not a problem." A moment later, Yunxiang arrived. She seemed to have sensed something and was no longer sleepy. "Your ladyship, what are your orders? Help me send someone out of the palace. Once outside, find a place to hide her and make sure no one knows." Yunxiang was surprised. She had already noticed some signs in the past 2 days. Chun, who should have been serving her, kept sneaking out, and that young girl, although mostly recovered, also didn't come to serve. She probably left secretly too, clearly involved in something. But she didn't expect Bai Wudong to want to send someone out of the palace. "That's no small matter. Your ladyship, may I ask, who is this person?" A senior maid in the palace has no master and does not do anything important. Even if she goes missing, it won't cause any trouble. Yunxiang relaxed a little and said, "If that's the case, I will try." Bai Wudong looked at her and said, "I don't want you to try. You must send her out and find a safe place. I want her to stay alive. Do you understand?" Yunxiang had never seen her like this before. Yes, I understand.
I will do my best.
I trust you, just like I trust Jinji. He won't let me down. Bai Wudong waved her hand and dismissed the people. Ing Chun whispered, Your Majesty, why not just hand the maid over to the Emperor directly? This time, it was the Empress who made the move. She is the ruler of the 6 palaces. Now is not the time to turn against her. Ing Chun still didn't understand. But the Empress has been ill for years and has lost her real power. Never underestimate anyone. If she truly had no power, how could she do so much? Even Gao Jingwan died at her hands. Bai Wudong recalled the tragic scene of Gao Jingwan's death. If she hadn't been sharp and smelled the medicine, or if she hadn't just visited the Empress's palace that day and seen that maid, she might never have known how ruthless the Empress was. She had always pretended to be harmless, but secretly, she had done many things. And each time she acted, it caused a big stir. Gao Jingwan was the first to serve the emperor. To outsiders, she seemed most likely to get pregnant and was the emperor's new favorite. But she drowned and was framed for the noble consort. Unfortunately, the emperor loved the noble consort deeply and didn't punish her. The second time, when Chuyun was destroyed. Although the heir was kept, when Chuyun was no longer a threat. Even if that child was born, she wouldn't be allowed to raise it. Ing Chun covered her mouth in horror.
What?
Lady Gao. Was she really killed by the Empress? In her impression, the Empress was very incapable, and almost everyone thought so. It was terrifying to think she could hide such a thing so well. Bai Wudong looked at her. Your mistress is Concubine Su.
She was working for the Empress back then.
Don't you know? Hearing about her former mistress, Ing Chuan's eyes reddened. I don't know. The young lady never told me anything. She said that when I got older, she would marry me off. If I knew too much, I might not live to see that day. No wonder she was able to survive that incident. It's clear that knowing less helped her stay alive. White Wudong suddenly changed the subject. Did you release what I asked you to? Yes, Your Majesty. I specifically left it in a visible place. If anyone went there, they would be the first to find it. That's good. White Wudong looked out the window. I hope the Empress understands my meaning. But if she does, she might also guess that someone is in my hands, which could keep her occupied for a while. She remembered that day in the Imperial Garden. The Empress's main goal wasn't just to deal with Wen Chuyun. She was probably involved too. Wen Chuyun wasn't supposed to go, but she might go later for some reason. She couldn't verify it herself. The Empress probably had a backup plan and would find a reason to send both of them to the garden.
So,
the Empress couldn't tolerate her anymore. If that's the case, she must act first. She could use the Empress's power to deal with Jean Wega, avenging her blood feud. The maid hurried into the room, panicked and almost crawling. Your Majesty, something's wrong. That person has gone missing. Gone missing? The Empress sat up straight, showing her emotions for the first time. She coughed softly. What exactly happened? I went there tonight to try to handle her myself, but when I arrived, her bed was empty. I searched everywhere, but couldn't find her. Your Majesty, it's so late. She wouldn't have gone out alone. Someone must have gotten to her before us. I also found this. She took out a piece of cloth. The cloth was very precious. Before White Wudong and Wen Chuyun were pregnant, only the concubine Jean Wega received one each year. It was embroidered with a begonia flower, her favorite. The Empress clenched her hand around her handkerchief tightly. So, not only did someone take her before I could, but they also want to use me to frame the concubine. The maid looked at the cloth. Your Majesty, could it be that the concubine took her?
Fool.
The message on this is so obvious. How could the concubine's people leave something like this? And when you entered, wasn't it in the most obvious place? Yes, it was right in the middle of the bedding.
Exactly.
That's it. The Empress is a clever person and has already understood the other person's intentions through this piece of cloth. If she doesn't follow through, the missing maid will likely appear. That maid is a deeply hidden of hers. If her subordinates hadn't acted on their own initiative, she wouldn't have been exposed. She has done many things before, and knows a lot of secrets. She must not let her appear. Since that's the case, I will agree to your wish and frame the concubine Gui for this matter. Zhao Pin. 2 days passed quickly. The palace was quiet and peaceful. Bai Wudong was holding a handkerchief, looking out the window. It should be about time. If the Empress is smart, she will understand her hint. After 2 days of planning, something was bound to happen by tomorrow at the latest. Suddenly, a loud noise came. Bai Wudong was startled and looked toward the door. Ying Chun ran in too quickly and accidentally fell. She didn't care about the pain and hurriedly got up, pushing open the door. Your Majesty, something has happened. The Empress asked you to go to Feng Yi Palace. She said she found the culprit who stole the koi fish and pearl. Good, I knew she would understand my meaning, Bai Wudong said. She changed her clothes and went to Feng Yi Palace. Many people had already gathered there, including Zhang Qingyan. Besides Wen Chuyan, she was the last to arrive. Your Majesty, I humbly pay my respects to the Emperor and the Empress. The Empress still looked as dignified and graceful as ever. Get up. Since you're pregnant, there's no need for formalities. Now that everyone is here, I will begin. Zhang Qingyan sat expressionless, just quietly in his seat. His deep, dark eyes made it impossible to guess what he was thinking, but he gave off an inexplicable feeling of coldness behind his back, as if a storm was about to come. A young hurried into the hall, carrying a piece of cloth covered in dirt and looking tattered and blackened. He knelt on the ground. The Empress looked at Zhang Qingyan, raised a handkerchief soaked in floral oil to cover her lips, and dispelled some of the lingering medicinal smell. Your Majesty, this is something I found in the Imperial Garden. It is exactly what was used to wrap the poison. The hall was silent. Many consorts looked on intently, trying to see something. The Empress continued, Your Majesty, the reason I went to the Imperial Garden was because I thought of something. You see, that carried poison into the garden. If it was damaged and corroded, how should this item be destroyed? Should we burn it after bringing it back? I think this is not very reasonable. Instead, burying it on the spot is the safest option. This way, it won't cause more injuries from the cloth again, and it also makes it easier to handle the evidence without attracting attention, unlike burning it. So I sent someone to dig for 2 days, and surprisingly, I really found it. Here it is. Please present it quickly. The little immediately brought the tray to Zhang Qingyan. Because of corrosion, most of the cloth could no longer be seen. Only a few parts remained intact, probably the leftover pieces from wrapping. The Empress looked at Bai Wudong and then whispered, Your Majesty, I had someone check this cloth. It is made of very common snowflake cotton, which is found in all palaces. But among them, we found a few silk threads. Zhang Qingyan also saw it. They were a few silk threads corroded halfway, with only a small part of the front end remaining. Even with just this much, it was clear. This is a very special type of silk thread, made from a fabric called woven gold brocade. Every few threads there is a gold thread, so it stands out. And only Jinweiga in the entire harem has this fabric. Woven gold brocade comes from the western regions. It is only brought in as tribute in small amounts each year. The colors are usually bright, so the Empress Dowager doesn't like it. The Empress rarely leaves the palace, and the fabric used each year is not much and not needed much. In the end, all this fabric was given to Jinweiga. Over time, it became her exclusive material. Seeing Zhang Qingyan silent and staring at the silk thread, the Empress suddenly felt uncertain. After a while, she said, Your Majesty, look. Zhang Qingyan looked up, his voice cold. Since we found it, say what you need to say. You are the Empress, and matters in the harem should be managed by you. Having received the confirmation, the Empress then lowered her handkerchief. Since Your Majesty has spoken, I will follow the palace rules. Jean Fei, do you recognize this thing? Jinweiga leaned slightly to the side, still planning to watch the show, but didn't expect her name to be called suddenly. Her heart skipped a beat, and a bad feeling spread. She stood up and looked at the black object. Your Majesty, I don't know what this is. Aren't you trying to find out who stole the koi fish and pearl? Why are you asking me? The Empress sighed deeply. Princess Jean, if you admit now, the punishment might not be too harsh. But if you say nothing and keep denying, Jean Wega didn't like hearing this. She had always looked down on the Empress and never understood the meaning of respect. Her disdain was deeply ingrained, and even when the Emperor was present, it showed unintentionally. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Are you saying I am the culprit? That's a joke. I have never seen that thing, let alone done such a terrible thing. Compared to her, the Empress's tone softened a little. This fabric is common, but on it, there is gold embroidery. Only your Yaoguang palace has it in the entire harem. I heard you recently made a dress with this fabric. At this moment, Jean Wega finally realized something was wrong. Indeed, only she had this embroidered fabric, and she had recently made a dress with it. If someone used this to frame her, it would be easy to succeed. But she had been very careful. Whenever she used embroidered fabric, she had her maids handle it personally and never sent it to the inner treasury. So, where did this thread come from?
Could it be?
There is a traitor in her palace? The Empress cleared her throat. Princess Jean, why are you silent? How do you want to explain? Jean Wega snapped back to her senses. Though she felt a bit anxious, she showed no sign of it. If I didn't do it, then I didn't do it. Maybe someone used the embroidered fabric to frame me. Your Majesty, although only I have this embroidered fabric, that doesn't mean others can't get it. You can't just accuse me based on a few threads. Bai Wudong sat quietly below, watching calmly like the other consorts, not revealing much. After all, these few threads were not enough as evidence. Just a few threads, an extremely basic way to frame someone. The Empress sighed again. Princess Jean, you still won't tell the truth. If I didn't have more evidence, I wouldn't have called you here. This fabric is in every palace, but the embroidery on it. You can't deny that, can you? She waved her hand, signaling to bring the evidence forward. It turned out that inside this cloth, which was used to hide poison, there was also a handkerchief. The embroidered part on the handkerchief hadn't been heavily corroded and was still clearly visible, just darker in color. The embroidery technique. She suddenly looked up at Bai Wudong. That clearly was Bai Wudong's embroidery style. She had only learned it temporarily to save her older brother, and in the end, she used it successfully. But she had only shown it to the Emperor once, so now, anyone who saw this embroidery would immediately think of her. In fact, she had never used it again after that. So, it was you who set me up, Jean Wega said fiercely, rushing toward Bai Wudong. Your Majesty, it's her, Zhao Pin. She's the real culprit, the Empress, pretending to cough, hid a smile at the corner of her mouth. Zhao Pin, oh Zhao Pin, aren't you trying to use this palace's hand? Well, I want to see if you have the right to do so. That handkerchief was prepared long ago by the Empress herself. Actually, she hadn't planned to reveal the hidden evidence so soon. She did want to frame Bai Wudong, but not at this moment. She would wait until Bai Wudong's child was born. At that time, she would produce the evidence. Without the child, Bai Wudong would surely be punished. And the child could be legally taken in and raised by her. Even at that moment, the Empress had arranged for someone to be just beside Bai Wudong. When the koi fish exploded, even if Bai Wudong didn't retreat, she would order someone to pull her down. Bai Wudong couldn't get hurt, or else the baby in her belly might not be born safely. She had planned everything carefully, but she didn't expect that after this incident, Bai Wudong would fake a move, causing the maid to be exposed and go missing. Otherwise, her plan would have been perfect. She had resolved Wen Chuyun and Bai Wudong, and now the baby would be raised by her. 3 birds with 1 stone. But now, she could only produce the evidence early to frame Jean Fei. Still, she wouldn't let Bai Wudong use her so easily. She wanted her to suffer a little. Zhao Pin, you're really vicious. You're pregnant, yet you use such cruel methods to hurt Wen Fei. Your Majesty, that handkerchief isn't mine, it's Zhao Pin's. Jean Wega stood in front of Bai Wudong, her eyes seeming to want to devour her alive. The Empress cleared her throat softly. Zhao Pin, your embroidery style is quite similar to Jean Fei's. Look, is that your handkerchief? Bai Wudong glanced at Jean Wega and then walked straight toward the evidence. She immediately recognized that it was indeed her handkerchief. She was bored and had embroidered several, which should all be in the Zhao Chun Palace. How could one end up in the queen's hands? Cough, cough, the queen urged. Zhao Pin, is this your handkerchief? Bai Wudong hesitated and finally turned to look at the emperor.
This
indeed belongs to me. Upon hearing this, many of the concubines fell silent. The queen was even more surprised. What was wrong with Zhao Pin? Why did she admit? Since she had arranged to frame Jean Weiga, she should have insisted it wasn't hers. After all, their methods were so similar that it was impossible to tell them apart.
could it be?
That the old maid wasn't the one Bai Wudong took away? And that the hint wasn't left by her either? Did Zhao Pin really do it? She's so vicious, someone whispered. Doesn't that mean she's framing Jean Fei again? Such clever tricks. Jean Weiga immediately lifted her head, like a victorious hen. Your Majesty, Zhao Pin admitted it. She did it. I didn't admit anything, Bai Wudong said softly. Your Majesty, Empress, this handkerchief belongs to me. I lost it a long time ago. I thought it had fallen somewhere, and since it wasn't valuable, I didn't bother to look for it. I never expected it would appear here. If I truly wanted to frame someone, why would I use my own handkerchief so openly? Jean Weiga's mind was quick. She had been in the palace long enough to know she wasn't as useless as outsiders thought. She wasn't just arrogant and domineering. Because you thought it would all be destroyed, so you used it. That who died from coughing blood was also bought by you. You were afraid the truth would come out, so you immediately killed him. Bai Wudong sighed softly, her beautiful eyes fixed on the emperor. I never did anything wrong. Lady Jean, you're so anxious because you stole my handkerchief and deliberately framed me, right? Everyone in the palace knows we don't get along. And that brocade gold embroidery, I've never even seen it, let alone gotten it. She wasn't an old woman in the palace, nor did she have many spies. She couldn't get the brocade gold embroidery. In contrast, Jean Weiga was very different. She said this not for the queen to hear, nor to prove her innocence, but for the emperor. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhang Qingyan looked at Jean Weiga. If anyone was more suspicious in this matter, it was definitely Jean Weiga. Bai Wudong, who is pregnant, cannot go out easily and is always watched by someone nearby. Finding someone to do all this is not easy, especially since there are only 2 pieces of brocade this year, which have already been given to Jean Weiga. The imperial household has no extras. Jean Weiga was speechless. She truly couldn't explain the silk thread, nor could she firmly accuse Bai Wudong. She became a bit anxious. Your Majesty, do you not trust me? I have had children before. How could I possibly do such a harmful thing? Bai Wudong sighed softly, and Zhang Qingyan instinctively looked over. Because every time she acted like this before, she was feeling unwell. Now, she is the only heir in the palace, and she absolutely cannot have any accidents. Bai Wudong raised her hand, as if her back itched, but she couldn't scratch it, so she had to reluctantly lower it. This immediately made Zhang Qingyan think of the injury on her back and Jean Weiga's earlier words about wanting to perform a cesarean to have the child, words she had sworn she would never say. His warm heart turned cold again, and he looked directly at Jean Weiga. I ask you, did you do this? Jean Weiga knelt, feeling wronged. Your Majesty, I really didn't do it. She was truly upset. Recently, she had hardly had a moment of peace, always being framed by others. It must be Bai Wudong, that wicked woman. All her innocence was just an act. She was clearly a heartless person. Your Majesty, please believe me. I don't know why I have the silk thread of brocade, but I really didn't do anything. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded, almost running. Everyone looked toward the door. A person with their face covered in cloth, only revealing their eyes, suddenly appeared. Su Yao exclaimed, a ghost. She reacted belatedly and knelt down. Your Majesty, Empress, I didn't mean to do it. I was just scared. When Chu Yun, upon entering, was humiliated like this, and she was so angry she wished she could slap Su Yao right then. What ghost? What scared her? It was all pretend. Su Yao was very brave, just trying to embarrass herself. But today, she had an important matter to attend to. Wen Chuyan didn't bother with Su Yao and went straight to Zhang Qingyan. Your Majesty, I have proof. It was Jin Fei who harmed me. She opened her palm, revealing a piece of cloth. When she unfolded it, there was a hollow hairpin, now blackened from corrosion. On the other end, there was a carved crabapple blossom. That is Jin Weige's favorite flower, the only one in the entire harem. Other concubines like it too, but under her great favor, they dare not show it. Your Majesty, this is Concubine Jin's item, used to feed poison to that fish. Bai Wudong looked coldly at Jin Weige, determined to see how she would escape this time. That hairpin was a gift she prepared especially for Jin Weige. It took a whole day to make, soaked in a similar poison to cause corrosion. To avoid detection, she used other methods to cover it up. Anyone who saw it would think it contained the same poison as the fish's stomach. When Jin Weige saw the hairpin, she froze in place. The symbol of the begonia flower must be her exclusive mark. But the problem was, she couldn't remember this hairpin at all. She had countless such items, so many she couldn't count them all. Sometimes, when she was in a good mood, she would give them away casually. She never thought that this item would become evidence used to frame her. When Chuyan saw her expression and, though her heart wavered briefly, she became more certain that Concubine Jin was the mastermind behind it. Although she didn't know who sent her the letter or the clues, when Chuyan was determined to take that knife and seek revenge. Concubine Jin was favored, but she couldn't stand her own pregnancy and favor. Didn't Bai Wudong's child almost get aborted back then? Moreover, the story of the koi holding a pearl was definitely something a high-ranking concubine would do. Bai Wudong simply didn't have the ability. The empress had been ill for years and had long given up on herself, so it couldn't be her. De Fei and Hui Fei were both quite weak. Each day, they just stayed in their own courtyards or came out to watch the fun. They wouldn't compete for favor, let alone do such things. So, only Concubine Jin remained. Only she. When Chuyan raised the hairpin high. Concubine Jin, I found this in the room of that deceased little. You probably didn't expect it to be left behind, did you? Jin Weige withdrew her gaze from the hairpin, gritting her teeth, her voice trembling slightly but barely noticeable. This is indeed my item, but someone is framing me. Then how do you explain this hairpin? When Chuyun's eyes filled with hatred as she recalled her suffering. I never imagined you would be so cruel. Not only wanting to destroy the Emperor's heir, but also to ruin my reputation. Your Majesty, please do justice for me. When Chuyun knelt on the ground, crying and pleading. She was pregnant, and Zhang Qingyan immediately ordered someone to help her up. Consort Wen, don't get too upset. I will investigate this clearly. Jin Weige was unhappy. Your Majesty, be quiet. Zhang Qingyan didn't want her to anger Wen Chuyan. Jin Weige froze in place, kneeling on the ground. For the first time, she felt cold and painful in her knees. How could the Emperor speak to her in such a tone? When did he start changing? When Chuyan sniffled softly. A palace maid brought a chair nearby, just close to Bai Wudong. She narrowed her eyes, staggered, and fell toward Bai Wudong. Ing Chun, who had been standing nearby, quickly caught her with her own body, saying, Consort Wen, don't fall on Our Lady. A few other palace maids quickly helped Wen Chuyan up. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was so angry that I almost fainted, Wen Chuyan said, covering her head and pretending to be very uncomfortable. Zhang Qingyan frowned slightly, but since it involved the royal heir, he didn't say much. Consort Wen, if you're feeling unwell, you should go back first. No, I want to stay here and see that the person who harmed me is brought to justice. When Chuyan wanted to frame Bai Wudong, but this time, she failed. However, this child must be used properly. She thought about letting Wen Rian enter the palace to replace her. Dream on. Her hand touched her belly, her eyes growing more vicious. Bai Wudong clenched her handkerchief tightly. When Wen Chuyan fell earlier, she smelled a faint scent of mugwort. It might fool others, but it couldn't hide from her nose. Why was Wen Chuyan burning mugwort? She moved slightly, getting closer to Wen Chuyan. Wen Chuyan spoke again. Your Majesty, you must dismiss Consort Jin. She dared to target the royal heir, clearly trying to harm the great Rome kingdom. Jean Vega stared at her fiercely, telling herself to stay calm and not fall into another trap. Your Majesty, don't listen to her. She's framing me. It's you. With so much evidence, you still deny it. Evidence can also be forged. I have plenty of hairpins, and I don't know who has given them. Someone must have deliberately taken them. The two people argued fiercely. Zhang Qingyan was very annoyed. Everyone be quiet. Bai Wudong caught a faint, almost unnoticeable smell of blood. It was very light, but she was sure it was coming from Wen Qian.
So,
Her child couldn't be saved? Sun Ai was just trying to buy a little more time. She probably wouldn't last much longer. No matter what Wen Qian wanted to do, Bai Wudong didn't want to get involved, nor did she want to be framed. She looked at Zhang Qingyan with bright, beautiful eyes. Your Majesty, I suddenly feel a little scared. Zhang Qingyan's voice was gentle. Come to me. She immediately stood up and, under everyone's envy or jealousy, sat at the front. She didn't believe Wen Qian could really harm her. Wen Qian looked unwilling. Did Bai Wudong notice something? She actually went to the emperor. She had wanted to pull her into trouble too. If that's the case, then she could only be a concubine. Wen Qian suddenly stood up, walked over to Jean Vega, and slapped her hard. Why are you so cruel? You dare to hit me. Jean Vega wanted to fight back immediately, but thinking of Wen Qian's unborn child, she held back her anger. Your Majesty. She hit me. I am innocent. Zhang Qingyan immediately signaled for someone to pull Wen Pin away. Don't move her, or I will. Wen Qian saw her chance slipping away and fiercely grabbed Jean Vega's hair. Jean Vega felt pain and, without thinking, pushed back at Wen Qian. She had never been humiliated like this before. After so many years in the palace, she had developed a proud and domineering personality. When someone pulled her hair, her first reaction was to fight back. Wen Qian used her strength, causing her to fall to the ground. The room instantly fell silent, all eyes on her. Zhang Qingyan suddenly stood up. Quick, call the imperial doctor. He hurried over to Wen Qian. Wen Pin, are you all right? Wen Qian's face was pale. She slowly lowered her head. A streak of bright red blood flowed down her leg, staining the thin inner cloth. It was cold and made her shiver uncontrollably. Your Majesty, my child. Zhang Qingyan also saw the blood, and his heart sank. Next to her, Jean Vega was completely stunned. Your Majesty, I didn't mean to do it. It was her who started it. Jean Vega's face turned to the side, her ears buzzing, and tears quickly filled her eyes. She looked at Zhang Qingyan in disbelief. Your Majesty, you hit me. Wen Qian weakly collapsed into Zhang Qingyan's arms. Your Majesty, is my child gone? Zhang Qingyan didn't answer. He stared at the imperial doctor, without blinking. The imperial doctor sweat coldly on his forehead. Your Majesty, Lady Wen's child is gone. It's too early in the pregnancy. It couldn't be saved. Zhang Qingyan's heart sank completely. Send for Dr. Ji. Everyone waited quietly. Jean Vega trembled all over, unable to believe that Zhang Qingyan would hit her. Soon, Dr. Ji arrived, but he gave the same answer. Your Majesty, it can't be saved. If it were 5 or 6 months, I might try. But now it's only about 2 months. I can't do anything. Wen Qian suddenly grabbed Zhang Qingyan's sleeve, her face covered in cloth, only her bloodshot eyes visible. Her hatred almost seemed to turn solid. Your Majesty, kill her, avenge our child. As she spoke, she burst into loud, heartbreaking sobs. The atmosphere in the main hall was heavy. The surrounding consorts looked on with different expressions, but no one spoke. Bai Wudong sat at the front, able to see everything clearly. A strange sadness rose in her heart. Wen Qian must have given up on this child long ago, otherwise, she wouldn't have come here to apply moxibustion today. Bai Wudong probably understood her personality. Such a proud and aloof person wouldn't refuse treatment for her face, just for a child. But medicine is always a double-edged sword. If she wanted a child, she couldn't treat her face. If she wanted to treat her face, she couldn't have the child. It seemed Wen Chuyan chose the second option. Bai Wudong remembered that summer day, when Chuyan approached her with a peaceful, gentle, and elegant smile. Although she had always been a villain, kind on the surface but cruel at heart, she was smiling outwardly. Now, she looked like a monster, fierce and terrifying, losing all sense of dignity. She was only 17 or 18 years old, yet she had become like this. The future was no longer visible. Today, this deep palace had completely swallowed her. Zhang Qingyan personally carried Wen Chuyan to the bed. Although the child was only 2 months old, a wave of sadness and pain rose in his heart. It was not only because the crown prince was gone, but also because of the palace struggles, ugly and cruel. He hadn't realized before that his close companions were all so untrustworthy. Jean Wega looked at his back, feeling inexplicably scared. Your Majesty, I really didn't do it. I am innocent. Your Majesty, I would even die for you. I would never do such a thing. She brought up her past kindness again. But she didn't know that mentioning these things during their happy times could strengthen their bond. However, if they already had a rift, bringing it up would only be a way to threaten her. Zhang Qingyan only felt a terrible headache coming on. Emperor, what happened to Lady Wen's child? The Empress Dowager hurriedly arrived after hearing the news. She was so anxious that she hadn't even finished dressing. The palace servants behind her were all panting heavily. They had rushed here in a carriage, and if they hadn't fallen along the way, it was luck. The hall was silent. The Empress Dowager's face turned pale. She already knew the answer. No chance to save him? She leaned on her maid, taking deep breaths, afraid she might faint and never wake up again. That was her most cherished child, the hope of the great country of Darong. She had given so much, and in just over 2 months he was gone. The Empress Dowager grabbed Zhang Qingyan's sleeve, her eyes filled with tears and rage. Who harmed the crown prince? She didn't care about Wen Chuyan. She only cared about that child. Everyone looked at Jean Wega kneeling on the ground. Her hair was slightly messy, and there was a clear slap mark on her face. The Empress Dowager trembled as she stepped forward, raised her hand, and slapped her with all her strength. Despite her age and privileged life, her hand was powerful. Jean Wega was struck and fell to the ground, her lips torn, blood flowing out. At that moment, pain, grievance, and anger overwhelmed her, wrapping her completely. No, it wasn't me, but now it was useless to say anything. Wen Chuyan's child was gone. If anyone had to pay for this, it could only be her, because she pushed Wen Chuyan that one time. Jean Wega didn't care about others' accusations. She only cared about Zhang Qingyan. Your Majesty, I swear I didn't do it. Do you believe me? Zhang Qingyan wanted to believe her, but just now he saw her physically act, so he couldn't. That child was indeed lost because of her. The Empress Dowager saw her still trying to flirt with the Emperor and immediately interrupted. Who else could it be? I have already said, you are not a peaceful person. Your Majesty, if you hadn't protected her, would there be an heir? It's all because of your indulgence that things turned out like this. The Empress Dowager kept hitting her chest. Your Majesty, you're going to make me so angry. After a long pause, Zhang Qingyan spoke in a hoarse voice. Lady Jean is demoted to a concubine, moved from the Yangguang Palace, and assigned to Ling Shui Pavilion. Ling Shui Pavilion is the most remote palace in the harem, far from the Palace of Restful Heart. It hasn't been inhabited for many years. It is only repaired once a year, and is likely in poor condition. Zhang Qingyan didn't want to hear Jean Wega's voice. Send Lady Jean back. Jean Wega looked at him, tears streaming down her face. She had so much to say, but in the end, it only turned into a mournful cry. Fly away. Zhang Qingyan's body trembled slightly. Those were his words. Before he became emperor, Jean Wega always called him that.
Now.
Only your Majesty. The Empress Dowager still wanted to say something, but Zhang Qingyan didn't want to listen. He was suffering from a terrible headache and just wanted to rest. Mother, I have other matters to handle. The rest is up to you. After speaking, he took long strides and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. The play he had planned was over. There was no need to waste more time. Bai Wudong stood up. Your Majesty, I will also leave now. The Empress Dowager initially wanted to impatiently tell her to leave quickly, but seeing her pregnant belly, she felt helpless. Now, only Bai Wudong remained pregnant with the heir in the harem. No matter how much she disliked her, she could only accept it. Lady Zhao, go back and rest well. Protect the heir. I won't treat you badly. The true nature of the Empress Dowager was something Bai Wudong had long seen through. This old woman only cared about the heir and never truly cared for anyone. Her words could be ignored. Thank you, Your Majesty. She left Fengyi Palace. Outside, the sky was already darkening. The setting sun sank into the sky, and the clouds were painted red. Bai Wudong paused, looked up. Although she took revenge on Jean Wega, she didn't feel much happiness inside. Maybe. Now she begins to understand human worries. But this is her choice. For her father and mother, she will go all the way. Bai Wudong no longer hesitated and continued walking forward into the sunset. Ing Chun, I won't stop. Once I walk certain paths, I can't turn back. I don't regret it and I won't look back. Ing Chun couldn't understand, but she also felt sad about what happened today. Your Majesty, I believe you will achieve what you wish. Not far behind, Duan Chunru caught up. Sister, are you going back too? Bai Wudong wasn't in the mood to chat. Duan Chunru was good at reading people and softly said, yes, everything is settled now, so I should go back. But sister, you need to be careful in the future. Concubine Jean, no, Lady Jean might hate you now, because of that handkerchief. When Bai Wudong saw it, she understood immediately. This was the Empress's plan. She originally wanted to frame herself. Likely after she gives birth, she will use it. It's okay. Anyway, they are enemies and always opposed. It's better if Jean Wega hates her more. That way, her hatred is justified. Duan Chunru looked at Bai Wudong's profile and lowered her eyes slightly. Sister, now that Lady Wen's child is gone, maybe Wen Ruyun won't enter the palace either. In that case, it's like double happiness. Not necessarily. Since the Wen family has long considered her a backup, they probably still want her to enter the palace. When Chuyan lost her child and was disfigured, the Wen family can't wait for her face to recover. Duan Chunru thought about it and agreed. Then, sister, you must be careful. Wen Ruyun is not someone to underestimate. They continued walking as they talked. The tall palace walls stretched endlessly. Back at Zhaochun Palace, Bai Wudong lay down early. She was now 6 months pregnant. Although she hadn't suffered much, she still felt a bit tired. It was a twin pregnancy, and the babies were developing well, much larger than others at the same stage. Half an hour later, In Chun entered with a strong fragrance. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager specifically asked me to bring you some bird's nest with gold threads and nourishing soup. She said you should drink it tonight. Bai Wudong was not going to refuse herself. Although she didn't like the Empress Dowager, she liked bird's nest soup. Yes, it tastes good. Now, only she in the entire harem has a royal heir. Moreover, this is a rare opportunity to enter the emperor's heart. The next day, Bai Wudong woke up early and personally made the emperor's favorite pine nut and lily pastry. Chun'er is now very quick and helps alongside Ing Chun. Your Majesty, are you leaving like this soon? Do you want me to help you with your makeup? Since Wenpin's child is gone, and it's not suitable to show off, I will go like this. Seeing that the morning court session had ended some time ago, Bai Wudong carried her things and headed to Yangxin Palace. Wang Dicai saw her pregnant belly and felt a bit scared, worried she might accidentally fall. Nyang Nyang, why are you here? I'm here to bring some food for the emperor. Can I go in? Of course, Wang Dicai whispered. Nyang Nyang, after the emperor returned yesterday, he was in a bad mood and didn't even eat breakfast. Bai Wudong had expected this. She came this time to take advantage of the situation. A gentle spring breeze blew into the dim room. Bai Wudong immediately saw Zhang Chengyan sitting at the desk. He frowned, his eyes less sharp than before, clearly troubled. Your Majesty, I made some pine nut and lily pastry myself. Please try it. Zhang Chengyan leaned on his chair. I have no appetite. He had lost a child yesterday. Although the child was very small and barely visible, he still felt deeply sad. Every heir was very precious to Zhang Qingyan and to the entire Dazhong kingdom. Bai Wudong sat beside him, took his large hand, and placed it on her belly. Her voice was very gentle, like the spring breeze just now. Your Majesty, don't be sad. You still have me and these two children. They're symbols of life. Zhang Qingyan's gloomy heart surprisingly improved miraculously. Yes, he still had two children. And these two children were very clever, likely very much like him. Bai Wudong picked up the pine nut and lily pastry, and while Zhang Qingyan wasn't paying attention, she put it into his mouth. Your Majesty, eat quickly. It will get cold soon. I heard you didn't even have breakfast, which isn't good for your health. Seeing her lively expression, Zhang Qingyan was not angry but actually ate the pastry. It was very sweet, so much so that it touched his heart. Zhang Qingyan reached out and pulled her into his arms, smelling the light fragrance of Bai Wudong. He became calmer and said, One of my children is gone, but luckily I have you, Your Majesty. Wang Dicai entered the room and saw the two of them close together. He quickly lowered his head. Ding Zhaoyi has come, saying she brought you some soup. Zhang Qingyan interrupted coldly. Isn't Jiafan here? Let her go. He didn't want anyone to disturb him now. Wang Dicai looked uncomfortable. But Ding Zhaoyi said she had important matters to report and refused to leave. Bai Wudong, very sensible, spoke softly, Your Majesty, since it's an important matter, you should see her. She stood up properly and stood to the side. Zhang Qingyan finally relaxed a little. Let her come in. A plump woman, Ding Zhaoyi, entered the room. She swayed her hips and walked forward with charm, saying, Your servant greets the Emperor and Jiafan. Speak if you have something to say, Zhang Qingyan said coldly, his tone even icier. Jiafan wore a white dress, without makeup, coming to comfort herself. But Ding Zhaoyi, whose appearance was styled like she was attending a celebration after Wenpin's loss of her royal heir yesterday, was dressed like this today. Anyone not paying attention might think something joyful had happened. And that strong fragrance, it was overwhelming and made Zhang Qingyan feel sick. Seeing his expression, Ding Zhaoyi looked a little scared. But remembering Jean Weige's instructions, she had to grit her teeth and say, Your Majesty, I know you're not in a good mood. I specially made some soup for you. Is this the important matter you mentioned? Zhang Qingyan's patience was gone. Leave, Your Majesty. Ding Zhaoyi didn't dare to speak further. She hurriedly left, glancing back at Bai Wudong with a hostile look, clearly holding a grudge. After she left, Bai Wudong stepped forward to comfort him, secretly giving Ding Zhaoyi a warning. Your Majesty, don't be angry. I think Ding Zhaoyi didn't mean to dress like that. Don't mention her, Zhang Qingyan said, reaching out. Sit in my arms. Bai Wudong obediently sat down, and Zhang Qingyan rested his head on her neck. In this palace, only you are the most sensible and understand my heart. Actually, Bai Wudong wasn't the first to arrive today. There were other consorts too, but none of them could calm Zhang Qingyan. Some were fragrant all over, others heavily made up. Eyes full of scheming, everyone wants to show off in front of him now. Only she has a pure look, dressed simply, which makes him feel better. Bai Wudong lowers her eyes, casting a shadow like a feather fan. Your Majesty, if you like it, I will be happy. Of course I like it. I want you to stay by my side forever. Bai Wudong reaches out and holds his big hand, placing it below her collarbone, where a clear scar is visible. Your Majesty, I will always be here, through life and death. Zhang Qingyan feels the unevenness under his fingers and strangely, his face heats up. It's not an ugly scar, but a symbol of deep feelings. Nothing is better than this. Jean Weige has also done a lot for him, but now she often mentions it casually. At first, Zhang Qingyan felt guilty, but now he feels annoyed for no reason. Bai Wudong says nothing, and never uses this to boast. Instead, she speaks now, which touches him even more. His heart beats stronger and faster. Zhang Qingyan looks at Bai Wudong's delicate face, her almond-shaped eyes reflecting his shadow. There's nothing else besides this. Bai Wudong gently strokes his face. Your Majesty, it's cold at high places. You are always surrounded by all kinds of people. But no matter when or what happens, as long as you look back, you'll see me. 2 hours later. Bai Wudong walks out of the palace of restful heart feeling refreshed. Wang Dicai goes in and sees her smiling. Wow, your majesty still has a smile on his face. It's thanks to Lady Zhao's skill. Several consorts came this morning, but they were all sent away by the emperor. Your servant has arrived. Zhang Qingyan personally chooses and rewards her. Send it to Zhao Chun Palace. Your majesty, Lady Zhao will be very happy if she knows you care so much. Mentioning her, Zhang Qingyan can't help but smile. Just send it quickly. The rewards are delivered one after another into Zhao Chun Palace. Ying Chun and Chon'er exchange glances, knowing that Lady Zhao will surely be favored again. Bai Wudong stays peacefully in Zhao Chun Palace, not going anywhere. She knows the emperor will come. Sure enough, in the evening, Zhang Qingyan arrives. Wudong, dine with me. Wang Dicai orders the dishes to be served. Bai Wudong blinks. Your majesty, may I ask you for a favor? As long as the emperor comes here to dine, can I be a little less formal? This made him curious. All right, let's see how you can be less formal. Bai Wudong immediately moved closer. I don't want to be far from the emperor. When I was at the temple, I admired couples who came together to burn incense. They always sat close and ate together. I want to be like them. With Zhang Qingyan's permission, Bai Wudong became more lively than before. She used to look gentle and fragile, like a delicate flower that might break with a breeze. But now, she looked lively and full of life, sitting beside him. Zhang Qingyan felt a strange sense of happiness. She only truly showed herself when she was with him. Your majesty, eat this. Your majesty, do you know? I used to secretly climb trees just to eat some fruit. Your majesty, the palace maids had changed into lighter, more delicate clothes. Bai Wudong's belly was a bit bigger than last month. She was 7 months pregnant. She was watering the flowers with a water jar. Zhang Qingyan saw her as soon as he entered, frowned slightly, and was about to say something to remind her to be careful. But Bai Wudong spoke first. You're back. Come here quickly. Zhang Qingyan stood beside her. When he looked down, he could see her soft hair and the fluffy strands in front. At that moment, they seemed like an ordinary married couple from the countryside. The phrase, "you're back," was something a wife would say to her husband every day, simple but warm. In the past month, Zhang Qingyan visited Zhaochun Palace almost every day, not just for the children, but also to find peace for himself. He visited the Empress Dowager, but her place was dark and gloomy. He went to see Wen Chuyan, but she was still covered in a veil, refusing to see anyone, and her body carried a strange medicinal smell. Only here felt like a pure place in the palace. Your Majesty, look at this flower. It's growing well. I water it whenever I have time. Bai Wudong put down the water jar and started trimming the branches, full of energy, not like a woman 7 months pregnant. He held her small hand. That's enough. Come inside. Your Majesty, can I stay a little longer? No, you are still pregnant and should have lunch now. Bai Wudong reached out and took his hand, their fingers intertwined. She often did this, and Zhang Qingyan went along with her. Your Majesty, what are we eating today? Your favorite jade ribbon shrimp and lotus duck. Really? Bai Wudong smiled happily. Today, Your Majesty should eat more. Zhang Qingyan hugged Bai Wudong as they sat on the bed. He held a book and was reading the poems inside. Bai Wudong was embroidering a handkerchief. When she heard a beautiful line, she would lift her little face and read along. They didn't know how much time passed. Suddenly, Wang Dicai's voice came in. Your Majesty, it's getting late. Zhang Qingyan snapped out of his peaceful thoughts. At that moment, he felt like he had left another world, and strangely, he felt reluctant to leave. Your Majesty, you should go now. Bai Wudong looked up at him. I will wait here for your return, and I have a little surprise for you. All right, I am leaving, he said. Zhang Qingyan stepped out of the hall with a gentle expression still on his face. Wang Dicai watched him and felt a strange feeling. Why did the emperor seem so captivated? He looked like he did 10 years ago. Back then, Zhang Qingyan had the same expression when facing Jinweiga. To make a man feel young again, there is only one thing: heart fluttering. No matter how many years pass, men will still have youthful feelings. As he walked away, Wang Dicai finally dared to speak about important matters. Your Majesty, Consort Jean has been insisting on seeing you every day. Will you go? Zhang Qingyan paused slightly. Go. If he didn't go now, knowing Jean Wege's temper, she might do something to him. He added, don't let Zhao know. Bai Wudong put down her handkerchief. Recently, she had become lazier and didn't want to embroider anymore. But with the emperor nearby, she had to pretend to be busy, even if she didn't want to. This past month, she tried to make her relationship with the emperor look like that of a normal married couple. Because other consorts wouldn't dare or wouldn't do this, she was unique. The emperor was interested, and might even like it. Chanar handed her warm tea. Madam, you and your Majesty are really close. I saw just now outside, and you two look like a real married couple. Bai Wudong smiled slightly, but her smile was only on the surface. True spouses? Moreover, Bai Wudong never believed in human feelings. Before, Jean Wege was very favored, but now her status has fallen. In fact, the emperor hasn't visited her in over a month. Today, she is very close to Zhang Qingyan, but their relationship isn't very strong. If something happens, cracks might appear. However, now she is sure she has opened the emperor's heart door. He likes her. As long as he loves her, no matter what happens, their relationship won't easily break. She doesn't want to become the second Jean Wege. In the most remote palace of the harem, farther from the emperor, in an empty, somewhat run-down hall, Jean Wege leans on the bed without caring about her image. Her hair is simply styled with just one hairpin, and her clothes are crooked. She no longer looks glamorous and proud but appears exhausted, like a wilting flower. Sia, how did I become like this? Jean Wege gazes absent-mindedly at the door. Not long ago, I was the most favored consort in the harem. The emperor visited me at least 10 times a month, and all the best things belonged to me. But now, everything has changed. She has become a concubine she once looked down on and lives in this lonely pavilion that hasn't seen anyone for years. She wishes this was just a dream. When she closes her eyes and opens them again, she is still in the Yaoguang Hall, still Rong Fei, not Jean Pin. Your Majesty, Sia doesn't know how to comfort her. Yes. How did it come to this? Thinking carefully, she realizes it all started when new people entered the palace. When Xiaopin was pregnant, the lady didn't believe it and wanted to act. She was demoted to a concubine and confined. Then came the incident with the koi fish holding the pearl. The lady was the culprit, and Wen Pin's child was lost. Sia finds this strange. Your Majesty, you haven't had any trouble before, but ever since these new people entered the palace, you've kept having problems. She bites her lip. Your Majesty, do you think maybe these new people hold a grudge against you? Jean Wege's eyes gradually regain clarity. Yes, I didn't think of that before. I was Rong Fei for 7 years, but after the newcomers arrived, everything changed. The problem must be with them. She suddenly looks at Sia. Could it be Xiaopin? That unkind person stole the emperor, got pregnant with his heir, and deserves to die. Sia thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, but can Lady Zhao do something like a koi fish holding a pearl? Last time, she and the young master, she hesitated. If it weren't for Your Majesty learning embroidery, Lady Zhao wouldn't have been able to escape that time. This time, it doesn't seem like something she could do. She might be above the rank of consort. Poison, the whodidit, the handkerchief used for slander, silk threads, and hairpins, so many things. To leave no trace, it doesn't seem like something a consort could manage. If Bai Wudong's family were strong, maybe it would be possible, but she is nothing. Moreover, Your Majesty, you and Lady Zhao have no grudges. She doesn't seem to have a reason to target you after entering the palace. She grew up in a Taoist temple and only entered the capital last year. But other noble daughters grew up in the capital, so they are more likely. Jean Wege also thought this made sense. Just as she was about to speak, she heard familiar footsteps. This voice she had listened to for many years, hoped for many years. Her face lit up with joy, ignoring her clothes, and she ran out wildly. It must be the emperor. Seeing Zhang Qingyan, Jean Weiga immediately choked up. You finally came. She knelt on the ground, no longer proud, slightly lifting her head like a begging dog, just hoping Zhang Qingyan would look at her a little more. Get up. Jean Weiga shook her head. Your Majesty, can you help the servant up? Zhang Qingyan looked at her, recalling their past friendship, and finally reached out his hand. Your Majesty, I knew you still cared about me. Do you have something to say? For some reason, whenever Zhang Qingyan saw Jean Weiga, he thought of Bai Wudong. They both saved him, but their personalities are very different. I just want to see the Emperor. Jean Weiga's tears kept falling. Your Majesty, I am innocent. It wasn't me who did the things with Lady Wen. She grabbed Zhang Qingyan's sleeve and suddenly felt a rough spot. She lowered her head and saw a small embroidery on the cuff. It was a raccoon doll. Your Majesty, Jean Weiga forgot to cry. What is this? Zhang Qingyan withdrew his hand. Lady Zhao embroidered it. He couldn't help but think about where this raccoon doll came from. That day, he went to Zhao Chun Palace, had a meal with Lady Zhao as usual, and accidentally tore his clothes. He originally wanted to throw away his clothes, but to his surprise, Lady Zhao cleaned the dirty spot and embroidered a raccoon to cover it up. Zhang Qingyan was reluctant to discard them, so he continued to wear the clothes. Jean Weiga saw his unconsciously furrowed brows and the slight smile at the corner of his mouth, and she was struck like lightning. As a woman, she understood very well what this look meant. It was clear. He was falling for someone. Jean Weiga's voice trembled, and she felt a strange sense that she might really lose the person in front of her. Panicking, she tightly grabbed his hand. Your Majesty, please stay. I can't be without you. Princess Wen's child is gone. This happened because of you. I must punish you to set an example, Zhang Qingyan said as he pulled his hand away. Reflect here for now. When you realize your mistake, I will let you out. His tall, graceful figure disappeared. Jean Weiga knelt on the ground silently. Xia stepped forward to support her. Your Majesty, the ground is dirty. Please get up. Suddenly, she snapped out of her trance, clutching Xia's hand tightly. The Emperor has fallen for Lady Zhao. Really? His expression is just like when he looked at me years ago, but that hasn't happened for many years. Jean Weiga seemed like a madwoman. No, I can't allow this. I really can't. Madam, please stay calm. I can't stay calm. The Emperor has fallen for Lady Zhao. Don't you understand? Jean Weiga always thought the Emperor only liked her because of their deep childhood bond, unmatched by anyone. But after entering the palace, his gaze toward her changed. He no longer looked warm and gentle but deep and dark. Jean Weiga didn't believe it. The Emperor, ruling the country, couldn't show his true feelings like a teenager. He didn't stop loving her, he just hid it. But now, the Emperor had fallen for someone else. He had such warm eyes, but they were for another woman. Jean Weiga's nails dug into Xia's palm. We must kill her. Lady Zhao cannot stay. I still have a chance to act. When she gives birth, that will be her death date. Xia disagreed. Madam, the midwives and the Empress Dowager's doctors are already chosen. They are loyal. They won't hurt her. Loyal? Jean Weiga didn't believe it. Those midwives and the Empress Dowager's doctors had no relatives or connections. They just dared not act. As long as I give enough, someone will agree. She finally let go. Xia, please help me. The weather is hot, the sun is blazing, and summer has arrived. Bai Wudong is lying on the bed, and Chaner is massaging her with fragrant oil. Yunxiang enters the hall. Your Majesty, I heard the bandit suppression was very successful. Now there are no bandits over there, and the people should be able to live better. Suddenly mentioning the success of the bandit suppression, it means Jin Ji has returned. Bai Wudong smiles at her. Yunxiang, come here. Your Majesty, what do you command? Help me buy a few things outside the palace. Although she says it's for Yunxiang to help, the real person who can do it is Jin Ji. Bai Wudong's contacts are limited. Only he can help her. She recites what she needs, and Yunxiang writes it down. Your Majesty, is this all? Yes, go quickly. The next morning, Yunxiang returns with the items. Your Majesty, these are herbs. If used carelessly, they might affect the crown prince. Bai Wudong interrupts her. They're just herbs harmless to people. I'm trying to make some new incense formulas. Yunxiang dispels her doubts and doesn't ask further. When only Bai Wudong is left in the room, she opens the package. Each herb alone is non-toxic, but some combined can be poisonous. Her baby is already 7.5 months old, and in 2 months, she will give birth. Bai Wudong has a feeling that this time, she might deliver early, probably at the end of June. That would be a good opportunity for others to harm her. Recently, she has gained favor, and Jean Weiga might find out and possibly take action. The Empress might also interfere. Even if the midwives are sent by the Empress Dowager, she doesn't trust them. Bai Wudong only trusts herself now. Her labor isn't difficult, and she doesn't need midwives. She plans to find a way to keep those midwives away. If Jean Weiga makes a move, she will use this poison on her. Then she will suffer from leprosy all over her body, itching unbearably, unable to sleep at night, and enduring great pain. Even if she recovers, she will be scarred, very similar to Wen Qiyun's wounds. Bai Wudong mixed these herbs together and ground them herself, muttering, "Jinji, you probably didn't expect this. The things you brought to help me are actually meant to harm your sister." She thought about it happily. If it weren't for Jinji, she and her parents wouldn't have been sent to the palace. Jean Weiga is the culprit, and Jinji is an accomplice. She had previously tried to win Jinji over, both to find a helpful ally and to secretly hurt her. When she finally succeeds in overthrowing Jean Weiga, she will tell Jinji the truth herself. She wants him to realize he is also responsible for harming her sister. And he will feel so much pain then. Bai Wudong smiled gently, showing a kind but cold smile. I really look forward to that day. I look forward to seeing both of them suffer. Your Majesty. Chanu entered the room, feeling a chill when she saw her smile. What's wrong with you? Bai Wudong was confused. Why do you ask? Your Majesty, your smile. Chanu hesitated, unsure how to say it. I just wanted to say you smiled. Were you thinking of something happy? Bai Wudong took Chanu's hand. Yes, I was thinking of something happy. She didn't want to hurt others, nor did she want to become someone she disliked. But she had no choice. Revenge must be taken, no matter what it takes. Chanu remembered the main matter. Your Majesty, today Wen Pin's sister entered the palace. She said she was here to take care of Wen Pin, help her recover quickly, and prepare the Emperor's heir. Wen Ruyun? Yes, that's her. Chanu looked angry when she remembered what Duan Chunru had said. Your Majesty, she must be here to the Emperor. Wen Pin's children are gone, so why is she here? It's just an excuse. Bai Wudong let go of her hand, picked up her teacup, and returned to her usual calm demeanor. Since she's already in the palace, there's no way to send her out, but gaining the Emperor's favor isn't that easy. She had worked hard to open her heart, and she wouldn't allow anyone to close it again. Chanu, tell Yunxiang to find a few people to watch the Wio Palace. Don't worry about Wen Qiyun, focus on Wen Ruyun. Wen Qiyun's face was still covered with bandages. She applied medicine every day and then checked her reflection, hoping that one day she would suddenly look like her old self. But until now, her face was still full of scars. She was a little anxious, and the Wen family was also worried. Wen Qiyun stared tightly at the woman across from her. She looked similar to herself, but her skin was whiter, smoother, and her figure was quite alike. It could be said that Wen Ruyun was born to look like Wen Qiyun. On the surface, she was the legitimate daughter of the Imperial Guard, but in reality, she was always just a substitute. Only when something serious happened would the real one step in. Wen Qiyun didn't think she was useless. The Wen family's actions were completely unreasonable. Her voice was hoarse, but her tone was sharp. Wen Ruyun, do you know you are just my fake? Wen Ruyun smiled gently, not angry at all. Sister, I know. I've never dared to aspire or dream of anything more. Then, why don't you refuse your father? I think you just want to come in. And the Emperor? Wen Ruyun lowered her eyes. Father told me I must enter the palace. Sister, I don't want to either, but I have no choice. No choice? It's obvious you're just being disobedient. Wen Qiyun grabbed her teacup and smashed it to Wen Ruyun's body. Aren't I supposed to be taking care of you? Fine, then take care of me here. Don't even think about going to the emperor. Go, pour me a cup of tea. When Ruyin got up to pour tea, carefully tidying up the broken pieces afterward, she stood beside Wen Chuyun, her voice very similar to hers. Sister, I will do whatever you ask as long as you're happy. Don't speak with my voice. Wen Chuyun had always looked down on her sister, but she never expected that one day she would have to go into the palace to replace her. She raised her hand, unable to contain her anger, and slapped Wen Ruyun hard across the face. You'd better behave. Don't think I won't ruin your face.
Sister, don't worry.
Wen Chuyun went to sleep. When Ruyun looked into the bronze mirror, the side of her face that was slapped didn't seem quite swollen enough. She looked at herself and gave herself a hard slap, curling her lips into a smile. That's more like it. When Ruyun got up and followed the route her mother had told her, finally finding Yongshou Palace. Little girl, Wen Ruyun wishes to see Empress Dowager. Please announce her arrival. After a moment, the maid's voice came from inside.
Come in.
When Ruyun lowered her head as she entered Yongshou Palace, an old voice sounded. Are you the legitimate second daughter of the Wen family? Lift your head so I can see you. The voice continued. When Ruyun looked up but tilted her head slightly, the Empress Dowager immediately saw her swollen face and was not surprised. Such things happened often in the previous court. Anyone would find it hard to accept a sister fighting for favor in the palace. It was just a slap, nothing serious. Not bad, very much like your sister, the Empress Dowager said, her gaze falling on her full figure. Good, I like you. Stay with Lady Wen for a couple of days, and I will arrange for you to meet the Emperor. Thank you, Your Majesty, Wen Ruyun said, a little scared but quickly lowered her eyes again. I am a bit afraid. The Empress Dowager understood what she was afraid of and called a palace maid. From now on, she is your person. Wen Ruyun finally smiled. Thank you, Your Majesty. Half a month passed quickly. The weather improved day by day. Flowers bloomed everywhere. Butterflies fluttered. Zhang Qingyan strolled quietly into Zhao Chun Palace without disturbing anyone. He immediately saw Bai Wudong reading aloud, each word clear and pleasant. Every time she spoke, she would glance at her belly, with a smile on her face. A gentle fragrance wafted over. The peaceful atmosphere made Zhang Qingyan feel calm instantly. Indeed, only here was a pure land. He quickly approached, just like when he was young, covering Bai Wudong's eyes. Your Majesty, it must be you, Bai Wudong said happily. I guessed right. You should take your hand away now. Zhang Qingyan released her and then embraced her from behind, resting his chin on her fluffy hair. What are you reading? I'm reading the Chu Ci, she replied. Good, I will read it too, he said, taking the book and sitting beside her. Bai Wudong leaned into his arms, casually taking a piece of dried fruit and putting it in her mouth. The sunlight outside was just right. The two relied on each other, quietly enjoying this moment of warmth. Yes, Your Majesty. Your work is important. I have no problem, Bai Wudong said softly, holding his finger. I still hope you can come. Zhang Qingyan was amused by her. All right, I will come over. The Zhao Chun Palace became quiet again. On the way to the Yangxin Palace, Zhang Qingyan kept thinking about the nightgown Bai Wudong gave him last time. When the baby was born and Consort Zhao's health improved, he planned to wear that nightgown to Zhao Chun Palace. Suddenly, a pleasant voice came from ahead. Your Majesty, I am Wen Ruyun, your humble servant. Zhang Qingyan snapped back to reality and saw two people standing in front. The woman leading was curvy and looked very similar to Wen Chuyun. Even her voice was almost the same. A palace maid stood beside her. Wen Ruyun only glanced and then lowered her eyes, obediently stepping aside to let Zhang Qingyan pass first. Thinking of Wen Chuyun, Zhang Qingyan said, Take good care of Consort Wen. Yes, I will take good care of my sister. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Wen Ruyun bowed, then suddenly tilted her body and fell toward him. Ah, Your Majesty. Zhang Qingyan immediately stepped back to avoid her falling on him. He knew very well how heavy these consorts could be. Wen Ruyun fell hard to the ground, gasping in pain. She never expected that Zhang Qingyan would ignore her, and then step back. Did he see her as a plague? Shouldn't he have reached out to hold her waist? Zhang Qingyan's face was expressionless. Be careful next time. Wang Dicai, let's go. Yes. Wang Dicai glanced at Wen Riyun. This little act was obvious to anyone. Pretending to fall was one thing, but deliberately falling toward the emperor, that was obvious scheming. Everyone could see her intentions. After a while, Wen Riyun was helped up by a palace maid. Her face was grim, and she stared hard in the direction Zhang Qingyan left. Does the emperor not like me? The palace maid pursed her lips. Isn't it obvious? Wen Riyun took a deep breath, suppressing her humiliation. We're going back. Halfway there, she stopped. No, to Yongshou Palace. The Empress Dowager was overweight and didn't want to move. A maid nearby held a fan and didn't stop fanning. Where is Fu Bao? Reporting to the Empress, Fu Bao went to play behind again. She's been quite playful lately. The Empress Dowager picked up her cold tea, took a sip, but still felt hot. It is only June and already so hot. This summer might be even harder than previous years. The Empress Dowager is already thinking about which summer retreat to visit. Your Majesty, Wen Riyun has arrived. Let her in. Wen Riyun steps into the hall. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Have you seen the Emperor? Yes, I have. But, when Riyun lowers her head even more, it seems the Emperor doesn't favor me much. The Empress Dowager is not surprised. Right now, the Emperor's heart is with Consort Zhao. Naturally, he's not interested in you. Your sister also didn't catch his eye before. If I hadn't helped, she might still be in the cold palace. When Riyun kneels on the ground. Your Majesty, I don't dare to hope for much. Maybe I should just focus on taking care of my sister. Stop scheming in front of me. If you want my help, just ask directly. No need for all these tricks. The Empress Dowager puts down her cooling tea. Since you were pregnant before, I will help you. Tonight, wait outside the sleeping quarters. When Riyun thanks her, looking worried as she leaves. A maid nearby whispers. Lately, the Emperor only favors Consort Zhao and doesn't visit anywhere else. When Riyun doesn't seem very clever. Will she make the Emperor dislike her? Hearing this, the Empress Dowager gets angry. That Consort Zhao is pregnant with the heir and has been monopolizing the Emperor for over a month. If she spends this time with others, someone else might also become pregnant. I must control this before it gets worse. She whispers to the maid, Go, and change the incense. When the time is right, push Wen Riyun in. Yes, I will do that. The palace is silent. Zhang Qingyan, who has moved back to his sleeping quarters, lies down. After some unknown time, Zhang Qingyan tosses and turns. His whole body feels hot and restless, wanting to do something. He closes his eyes and forces himself to sleep. In a hazy moment, something cold touches his body. Zhang Qingyan quickly grabs it and looks down. When Riyun looks up at him and calls softly, Your Majesty, Consort Wen, Zhang Qingyan is startled, instinctively thinking of Wen Qiyun's terrifying face. Her face isn't bad anymore? How did she recover so quickly? Your servant is Riyun. When Riyun said this and was about to lean in, her eyes full of charm. Empress Dowager ordered me to come here. Please, Your Majesty, be kind to Riyun. A strong fragrance filled the air. A plump body. A face very similar to Wen Qiyun's, but not as perfect. No matter how you looked at her, she was not as good as Bai Wudong. Zhang Qingyan was very direct. He kicked Wen Riyun to the ground. How dare you? When Riyun fell hard and knelt in fear, her long hair spread on the ground. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager asked me to come. Zhang Qingyan thought carefully and understood. He realized why he felt so upset tonight. It was definitely the Empress Dowager's doing. This was not the first time she had done such things. Before, she openly sent nourishing soup and bribed the kitchen staff. Now, she dared to secretly drug him. She was becoming more and more lawless. If he didn't stop her now, she might do anything. Seeing him silent for a long time, when Riyun became more frightened. Your Majesty, shut up, Zhang Qingyan pointed outside the door. Get out and stand outside. Wang Dicai, come in. Yes, your servant is here. Zhang Qingyan suppressed his anger. Go and call that actor over. I want to ask him clearly how things are going. Wang Dicai asked softly, and the one outside. Let her stay outside for now. We'll talk later. Half an hour later, a slender, tall man entered the palace of Restful Heart from behind. He took off his actor's makeup, revealing his true face. A fair face, narrow eyes, somewhat resembling the young former emperor. Your servant bows to the emperor. The actor, Fu Geng, knelt heavily on the ground, not daring to lift his head. Zhang Qingyan's voice was cold. I ask you, how are things going? Fu Geng shivered all over. Your Majesty, I did my best, but the Empress Dowager is holding on to the last step. The Empress Dowager touched his hand and kept him outside to serve. He had even seen her undress. But that was all. The Empress Dowager hesitated, and Fu Geng was also afraid. Because once it was done, he knew he wouldn't survive. Seeing Zhang Qingyan silent, Fu Geng's voice trembled. Your Majesty, when you were favoring the harem, the Empress Dowager and I were the closest, almost reaching the final step. Now the Empress Dowager is always thinking about Lady Zhaopin. She hasn't spoken to commoners for 2 days. You mean as long as I stay in the palace, the Empress Dowager will get closer to you? Yes, Your Majesty. As long as the Empress Dowager has nothing to do, she will think of the commoners. I see. Right now, the Empress Dowager wants him to favor other consorts and quickly have a son. She's not in the mood for anything else. Lift your head. Fu Geng slowly raised his head. A man, but with a delicate, feminine appearance. Zhang Qingyan disliked this kind of soft, pretty look. Don't try any tricks. If you succeed, you die. But your family can live. If you fail, everyone will die.
Fu Geng cautou devili.
Your Majesty, please give me a little more time. Get out. The sleeping palace returned to silence. Zhang Qingyan thought carefully. If what the actor said is true, he must do something to speed up the Empress Dowager's downfall. He looked up and glanced outside. Maybe this Wenrian could be a good. Send someone to let Wenrian come in. Wenrian carefully approached Zhang Qingyan, her voice barely audible. Your Majesty. You can stay. She looked up in disbelief. She had almost given up, but unexpectedly, there was a turn of events. The Emperor changed his mind. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Wenrian shyly climbed onto the bed. Wang Ditsai brought tea. Your Majesty, have some calming tea. Yes, give her a cup too. Wenrian thought this was a reward from the Emperor and happily drank it. Soon after, she felt dizzy and quickly fell into a beautiful dream created by a fleeting illusion. Zhang Qingyan got up and went to the next hall to rest. Wang Ditsai, tomorrow she will be Lady Wen. Let the harem know. Your Majesty, about Lady Zhaopin. I will speak myself. The candle flame flickered out again. Zhang Qingyan fell into deep thought. Should he tell Bai Wudong about this? If he does, there's a risk of it leaking out. This is his only chance to scheme against the Empress Dowager. It must succeed. No room for failure. The palace added a new beauty. When Chuyun's sister, last night, without any status in the harem, served the Emperor. Your Highness, when Pin's younger sister really is trying to flirt with the Emperor in the palace, Chon'er gritted her teeth in anger. That shameless girl has no official status, yet she still gets to serve the Emperor. Clearly, she's the one climbing into his bed. Bai Wudong frowned, her eyebrows knitting together. Could she have been overconfident? But yesterday, the Emperor was very affectionate with her. How could he suddenly start favoring someone else? I've also seen Wen Riyun. She looks very similar to Wen Chuyan, with nothing special about her. After thinking carefully, she still believed in herself. Over the past 2 months, she had put in a lot of effort, acting in front of the Emperor, showing him her best side. While acting, she even forgot what she truly was. No one could ruin everything in just one day. There must be a problem. Don't worry yet. Let's wait until the Emperor comes, she said. Chana wanted to say more, but when she saw Bai Wudong's belly, she held back her words. At lunch, the Emperor, who was supposed to come, didn't show up. Bai Wudong looked at the table of food. Take these dishes away. You all eat. Don't waste food. Ing Chun thought she had no appetite. Your Highness, the Emperor might be delayed by something. He's probably not with that one beauty. Don't overthink it. I'm not overthinking. I just can't eat that much, Bai Wudong replied. Ing Chun and Choner could only remove some of the dishes. With no one in the room, Bai Wudong finally could be herself. No more acting, no need to constantly watch her expressions, eyes, or movements. She liked this freedom very much. Unconsciously, she ate half a bowl more than usual. That evening, the emperor still hadn't come. Bai Wudong turned off the light early. Tonight, she wanted a good sleep. A message spread throughout the harem. When Beauty served the emperor again and stayed in the sleeping quarters all night. In the morning, the emperor rewarded her with many good things and even granted her a fine palace, something not typical for a beauty. The empress held a handkerchief. Is the emperor really so fond of Wenryun? The maid replied, yes, truly. Wenryun stayed the night, and the emperor called for water 3 or 4 times during the night. I thought Lady Zhao could keep the emperor for a while longer. Turns out, it's just like that. She's already fallen out of favor. But she kept a watchful eye. Send more people to watch. I have a strange feeling that something's not right. Princess Hui and a Fei sat together in the pavilion, sharing a pot of tea. Older sister, have you heard about Lady Wen? It seems the emperor really likes this new lady in the palace. De Fei pinched a piece of cake. Likes? Have you ever seen the emperor truly like anyone? A person appeared in Hui Fei's mind, and her anger surged. Jean Weiga. Sister, I can see that the emperor truly liked her back then. That was when he was young, and his heart was stirred. But since he ascended the throne, he hasn't truly liked anyone, De Fei sneered. An emperor's love is the most fake thing in the world. It's not even as beautiful as a mirage. Just watch, this lady won't have a good ending. As for Zhaofin, she is children, so she might go further. She turned the conversation. Jean Weiga and Zhaofin are now sworn enemies. If you want revenge, maybe you can work with Zhaofin. She's not stupid. Together, you should be able to act quickly. Hui Fei covered her eyes, hiding her cold gaze. No, Jean Weiga is just a concubine now. Sister, even if I can't do it openly, it's easy to make her suffer a little. When the emperor finally gets tired of her, I will act myself. No need to borrow others. I've waited so many years. I can wait a little longer. Zhang Qingyan had been hanging around with Wenryun. Not only the other consorts in the palace, but even Bai Wudong hadn't seen his figure. Choner went outside every day, hoping the emperor would come soon. But no matter how long she waited, she still didn't see that tall, handsome figure. Jie Ing Chun, when will the emperor come? Ing Chun was just as anxious, but didn't show it openly. Since yesterday, she had a blister on her lip. I don't know about the emperor's plans. Just stop going out to look. You should say nice things to the empress. Got it. Choner finally turned back. Wait, what's that? The emperor. Empress. The emperor is here. Choner ran into the room happily. Empress, I knew it. You are the most important in the emperor's heart. Bai Wudong looked out the window, her lips pressed slightly. Even if the emperor didn't come today, she would find a way to go to the Palace of Rest and see what was really going on. She didn't want her 2 months of hard work to be wasted. Zhang Qingyan entered the room. He looked normal and calm, with no obvious signs of change, but his eyes were deeper than usual. Bai Wudong stepped forward to greet him as usual, but everyone could see her forced smile, lacking her usual happiness. Your Majesty, you have arrived. Zhang Qingyan immediately noticed a hint of redness at the corner of her eyes. When he was not here, she must have been very upset. He felt a little sad and gently held her hand. Zhao Pin, I have been busy lately, so I couldn't come. Don't worry too much. Just know that I am always thinking of you. Bai Wudong took the chance to lean into his embrace, sniffing lightly at his small nose. He didn't smell like the usual strong fragrance of palace women. The last time she visited Wenryun, she could smell the jasmine scent from afar. If the emperor really spent nights with Wenryun, he would have left some scent behind. Unless he never had close contact with Wenryun at all. Bai Wudong's mind raced. She looked up with red eyes and asked, Your Majesty, do you dislike me? Wenmei might be better than me, so you don't want to come to see me. She rarely showed possessiveness in front of Zhang Qingyan, usually being obedient and well-behaved. But today, she wanted to find out what was really going on. Zhang Qingyan tightened his grip on her hand and pulled her into his arms. "What are you talking about? I like you very much. As for Wen Marin, you don't need to worry about her." "Not worry about her? What does that mean? Just a fleeting fancy?" Bai Wudong thought for a moment, then gently placed her small hand on his chest. She shifted her body slightly and subtly sat on his lap. While speaking, she moved a little. "Your Majesty, I don't understand what you're saying." Almost instantly, she felt something pressing against her. Zhang Qingyan's expression changed slightly. He held her tighter and lowered his head to rest in her embrace, smelling her calming, elegant scent. His breathing grew hot. Stop messing around. How could he react so quickly? Although Zhang Qingyan was not someone who remained unmoved easily, he wouldn't be so impatient. Unless he had been holding back for a long time and hadn't released his feelings. Could it be that he never truly spent nights with Wenryun? "Your Majesty, recently, I have some matters to attend to. Once everything is settled, I will explain everything clearly. Until then," he gently kissed her red lips. "Don't overthink it. Don't be sad. I like you the most." Bai Wudong lowered her eyes thoughtfully and smiled softly. "Your Majesty, I trust you." Zhang Qingyan held her small hand and slowly drew her closer. "I feel a bit unwell. These past 2 months, I haven't favored anyone else for your sake." 1 hour later, Zhang Qingyan left. Bai Wudong washed her hands carefully.
Now, she was sure of something.
The emperor had not favored Wenryun. Otherwise, her clothes wouldn't be covered in stains. What the emperor said about having matters to do, could it be related to Wenryun? She couldn't understand, and decided to wait and watch for a few more days. In the next 5 days, Zhang Qingyan did not come again. He was not busy with government affairs but was spending every day and night with Wenryun. Wenryun attended to him at night, and during the day, she stayed in the nurturing Heart Palace, receiving continuous gifts from the emperor. Even when Bai Wudong was pregnant before, she didn't receive such treatment. Chaner looked resentful, angrily cursing the emperor for being flirtatious and unfaithful. But Bai Wudong was completely calm. After observing for a few days, she was sure that the emperor probably had no real feelings for Wenryun. All of this seemed to be just acting. And if it was acting, it was probably for the Empress Dowager to see. But this was just a guess. She wasn't sure yet. Chaner pouted and handed her a teacup. "Your Majesty, have some clear tea to calm your fire." Bai Wudong took it and, seeing her expression, couldn't help but laugh. "I'm not angry. I will brew jade leaf spring long tea in the future." "Your Majesty, aren't you worried?" "About the emperor." Bai Wudong took a small sip. "I'm not worried. Everything happened too quickly, so there must be a problem." Chaner looked puzzled. "What happened too quickly?" "The emperor's favor for Wenryun was too fast, too urgent. Many details didn't add up." Outside the door, Ing Chun's voice was heard. "Your Majesty, Wang Gonggong is here. Let him in quickly." Wang Ditsai bowed as he entered, smiling broadly. "Noble consort, the emperor asked me to bring you some things." He waved his hand, and 2 eunuchs carried small boxes forward. Bai Wudong sighed, her calm expression suddenly filled with sadness. Her brows furrowed tightly, and I looked at her with sympathy. "Grandpa Wang, why did the emperor suddenly send something over?" Before he could answer, she forced a smile. "Forget it, you don't need to say. Who can guess the emperor's thoughts? I prefer peace and quiet, so I won't keep these things. Since Lady One is so favored, perhaps she should have them." She turned her head away, not wanting anyone to see her tears. But her trembling shoulders told everything.
Känner hurriedly handed her a handkerchief.
"Your Majesty, don't cry. It's bad for your health." Wang Ditsai was also worried about the baby in her belly and hesitated before speaking. "Empress Zhao, don't overthink. The emperor's heart is actually with you. He could only say so much. The emperor insists you must accept this. I will take my leave now." After Wang Ditsai left, Bai Wudong's expression returned to normal. From her earlier test, she was sure that there was something suspicious about the emperor's favor towards Wenryun. Otherwise, Wang Dicai wouldn't have looked so hesitant, and his words clearly had deeper meaning. As the emperor's personal, Wang Dicai knew a lot. Dealing with the ruler was like walking on a tiger's back. Wang Dicai was very clever and wouldn't speak carelessly or comfort without reason. So, the emperor's heart must still be with her. Bai Wudong put down the handkerchief and wiped away the only tear that fell. Chon'er, Ingchun, open the boxes. There were 2 boxes, each holding something. One was a gold-inlaid jade lock of eternal love. The other was a jade pendant carved with a soaring wild goose. Yunxiang, who just came in, was the best at saying auspicious words. Your Majesty, this love lock isn't ordinary. Legend says that the matchmaker Yu Lao has a treasure called the love lock. When 2 people truly love each other, Yu Lao will give them a lock to bind them together so they are forever united. And this goose, Your Majesty, do you know? A wild goose only has one mate in its life. If the mate dies, it will be lonely forever. Yunxiang smiled brightly. Your Majesty, this is a sign of his feelings for you. Bai Wudong thought carefully and roughly understood what was going on. It seemed that he was probably still favoring Wen Ruyun, but worried she would be sad, so he sent these 2 things. He couldn't say it outright, but he could hint at it. However, Bai Wudong didn't want to be clever. She had to pretend she knew nothing and didn't understand the emperor's intentions, to stir his guilt and affection. In this way, what seemed like a bad thing turned into a good thing. If used properly, this situation could help their relationship improve even more. Bai Wudong accepted these 2 items, but only kept them safely. She didn't bring them into her room. Chon'er served her by washing her feet. Your Majesty, Wen Ruyun is probably flirting with you again. Bai Wudong smiled quietly, not caring much inside. Before, she thought that preventing the emperor from seeing other consorts would keep her safe from dirt and make her feel better. But now, she realized how naive she had been. The emperor is the highest ruler. He wouldn't give up the entire harem for one person. Now, he had no idea how many women he had been with, and Bai Wudong had come to accept that and stopped worrying about it. Since then, she was determined to only care about power, status, and children. That night, she slept very well. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Bai Wudong felt a little overwhelmed. Chon'er, help me go for a walk. Yes, Your Majesty. All the flowers in the courtyard had bloomed. They were vibrant and beautiful. Seeing these flowers lifted Bai Wudong's mood considerably. Suddenly, Chon'er said, Servant has seen the emperor. At once, Bai Wudong furrowed her brows, forced a smile, and turned her head. Your Majesty, why are you here? Just came to see you. Zhang Qingyan was feeling very restless. He hadn't visited Zhao Chun Palace for several days to enjoy a moment of peace. The matters of the Empress Dowager and court affairs kept bothering him. If he didn't come to see Zhao Pin again, his anger wouldn't subside. Your Majesty, I am very happy. Bai Wudong planned to pour tea herself, but was pulled back by Zhang Qingyan. Don't go. I miss you and our son. Stay with me. All right. Bai Wudong leaned into his arms and took another sniff. No scent of that woman. It seemed, indeed, she was being used. Zhang Qingyan picked up a book, but after reading a few pages, there was noise outside. Seeing his frown, Bai Wudong immediately raised her hand to his forehead, gently massaging it. Your Majesty, don't be anxious. Leave this matter to me, Lady Chan. What's wrong outside? Chon'er pushed open the door, looking upset, but when she saw the emperor, she quickly composed herself. Your Majesty, it's just... Before she finished, a palace maid hurriedly rushed to the door, acting without manners. Your Majesty, the lady isn't feeling well in her chest. Please go and see her. Bai Wudong immediately recognized her as a servant close to Wen Ruyun. This Wen Ruyun really thinks she's favored, doesn't she? Dare to come here and ask for someone. She truly doesn't know her place. Zhang Qingyan frowned, a look of annoyance flashing across his face, but he suppressed it. Zhao Pin, I will go and see her. Bai Wudong looked at him with reluctance, pretending to be sad but forcing a smile. Your Majesty, you should go. Seeing her like this, Zhang Qingyan felt uncomfortable inside. Don't worry, I will come back to see you. After saying that, he left. The palace maid looked back confidently and followed him out.
Tana was so angry her chest heaved.
Your Majesty, this is too much. That when lady dares to come and see you, it's like insulting you. Bai Wudong was not angry at all. In fact, she felt quite good. Because she had just seen the emperor's natural annoyance, something he couldn't fake. Enough, don't get so angry. If she wants to call, let her. Your Majesty, aren't you worried? When he heard she was feeling chest pain, he still went to see her. Bai Wudong ignored her and went into her room. This was a good chance. She couldn't let it slip away. An hour later, the imperial doctor and the chief physician arrived at Zhao Chun Palace. Bai Wudong lay on the bed, her face pale, her short hair damp with sweat. I'm already 7 or 8 months pregnant. Why is this happening? The doctors couldn't figure out the cause, but they didn't say they didn't know. They hesitated before speaking. Your Majesty, it might be due to recent stress. We will prepare some calming medicinal dishes for you. Eating them should help. All right then. When Zhang Qingyan heard Bai Wudong was unwell, he immediately set down his memorial and prepared to go. When Ruyun tugged at his sleeve, Your Majesty, I have chest pain. Zhang Qingyan slowly turned back, his gaze icy and cold, as if he were looking at a dead person. Then let the doctor see to it. Your Majesty, please go and see Sister Zhao Pin, when Ruyun said nervously, feeling cold under his gaze. She suddenly realized she might have overstepped. Recently, she had been the emperor's favorite, especially at night, enjoying many evenings together. Over time, she thought she was the most special one. Today, when she went to see Zhao Pin and even called the emperor over, her confidence grew. Wang Detsai entered and reported, Your Majesty, Lady Zhao Pin is fine. She's just a bit uncomfortable because she's pregnant with twins and her mood is a little upset. Zhang Qingyan stood still for a moment, then turned back to his desk. When Ruyun bravely stepped forward and asked, Your Majesty, please don't be angry with me. I'm not angry, Zhang Qingyan said, suppressing his irritation. I still have reports to handle. Go wait on the bed. When Ruyun blushed and nodded, Yes, Your Majesty. I will wait patiently. As she left, Wang Detsai came in again. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager no longer cares about the matters of the bedchamber, and she's become close to him again. Yes, I know, Zhang Qingyan replied. That's just a fleeting dream. Let her stay up all night today, seeing when Ruyun irritates him. She dares to block his way to Zhao Chun Palace, thinking she's special. Originally, Zhang Qingyan planned to just pretend with Wen Ruyun in the Hall of Nourishing Heart for the Empress Dowager to see, but when Ruyun, unaware of the danger, insisted on going to Zhao Pin and causing trouble. Wang Detsai, once everything is settled, I don't want to see Wen Ruyun again. Yes, Your Majesty. Rest assured, I've arranged everything so that the Wen family won't notice. When Bai Wudong's issue came up, Zhang Qingyan couldn't focus anymore. It must be because I visited Wen Marin today that Zhao Pin felt unwell. Tomorrow, have the kitchen prepare more medicinal dishes. If they run out of ingredients, take from the storeroom. Zhao Pin must not have any problems. Wang Detsai had long noticed the emperor's concern for Zhao Pin and nodded immediately. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I've already ordered it. Good. Once night falls, send Wen Ruyun calming tea. After he left, the Hall of Nourishing Heart returned to silence. Zhang Qingyan leaned back in his chair, feeling a headache coming on. The Empress Dowager's matters are already being handled quickly. This is a critical time, and he must not give up now. Today, when Lady Zhao had an incident, he didn't go. Instead, he paid more attention to Wen Ruyun's stomach ache. It seems the Empress Dowager would be happy to see such a scene. Although they are biological mother and son, since he was not raised with her since childhood, they don't have real feelings. In the royal family, blood ties are only valued on the surface. If something serious happens, brothers and fathers can still turn against each other with swords. After a while, footsteps approached, and then Wang Detsai's voice was heard. Your Majesty, it's getting late. You should rest now. The calming tea has already been sent. I saw Lady Wen finish drinking it. Zhang Qingyan stood up and returned to his sleeping quarters. He sat on the bed but couldn't fall asleep. Empress Dowager.
Don't blame me.
It's you're doing too much. I am already the emperor. How can I be controlled by you? In the following days, the emperor still did not enter the harem. When Ruyun also did not return to her palace. The two stayed in the Yangshin Hall, day and night, without showing themselves. No one knew what they were doing, but the repeated calls for water at night said everything. At some point, a rumor spread in the harem. It said that when Ruyun had actually found a sorcerer from Yunnan who cast a spell on the emperor, causing all this chaos. Ing Chun described vividly, "Madam, do you think that sorcerer from Yunnan really exists? If such a powerful person is real, wouldn't the world be in chaos?" Bai Wudong smiled silently, ate a few pieces of dried fruit, then slowly said, "Who did you hear this from? I don't know. Everyone is talking about it. Everyone is talking about it." Bai Wudong picked up her teacup and moistened her dry throat. Then it's probably just a rumor, but who created this rumor is unknown. The emperor and Wen Ruyun are just playing a game. The only person who might be deceived is the Empress Dowager. Because she thought carefully, there's only one person the emperor fears in the palace, and that is the Empress Dowager. If it weren't for her, the emperor wouldn't be working day and night. This resentment has probably been building for a long time. The emperor. How could someone from the heavens be willing to be subordinate to those below? It seems that the Empress Dowager must have done something before to anger the emperor, which led to the incident with Wen Ruyun. However, the emperor hasn't thought of how to deal with the Empress Dowager yet. Because of this, the emperor probably won't spread such rumors. If the Empress Dowager finds out and calls Wen Ruyun in for questioning, there is a risk of the truth being exposed. Could it be someone else? Could it be Wen Chuyan? Bai Wudong gently taps her fingers. It probably isn't the Empress herself. She no longer needs favor, only the children, which is why she's targeting herself. Jean Wega is now under house arrest, so she probably dares not cause trouble. But she doesn't know the others well enough. She has only spoken to them once or twice. It seems the water in the palace is still not clear. Big sister. Duan Chunru quickly steps into the hall, looking anxious. Something has happened. What is it? Seeing her so worried, Bai Wudong's heart skips a beat. Could something else have gone wrong? Su Yao might be gone. Bai Wudong slightly frowns. You don't know her well, so why are you so concerned about her? Losing Su Yao means fewer rivals for Duan Chunru, since both of them are now beautiful women. Duan Chunru shakes her head. My sister doesn't care about Su Yao, but the emperor and Wen Ruyun are involved. Sister, you should go and see. We can't let Wen Ruyun succeed. Once she starts this, we might be in trouble. Duan Chunru thought the emperor truly favored Wen Ruyun. Bai Wudong, who is pregnant, can't move easily. Among the remaining beauties, she and Bai Wudong are close, and she might become Wen Ruyun's target for revenge. Plus, they had conflicts even outside the palace before. Let's go, then. I'll go see. In the Tianxiang garden, only Su Yao lives there. Usually, no one visits her. Today, the yard is crowded with people. Su Yao kneels on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing and crying out, Your Majesty, I really didn't spread such rumors. I am innocent. Zhang Qingyan looks at her coldly without speaking, instead turning to Wen Ruyun, who is holding his arm. His eyes are relaxed, and his thin lips curl up. Ruyun, what do you want to do? Wen Ruyun looks at the people around her, feeling as if she is walking on clouds, light and floating.
No wonder.
No wonder her sister always wanted to enter the palace. As long as she was favored, she would be above all others. Marrying outside with powerful people doesn't bring the glory of the palace. Originally, her parents didn't care for her, but yesterday they sent a message with kind words, even subtly insulting Wen Chuyan. This was something that never happened before. So this is what power feels like. When Ruyun looked down at Su Yao, who is kneeling and crying, Your Majesty, she is spreading rumors, saying I hired a witch, and even claiming that you, Your Majesty, are under a spell. Isn't that insulting you? I am not afraid of rumors, but you must not be falsely accused. I think she should be sent to the cold palace. She wanted to say to kill Su Yao, but she couldn't show such cruelty in front of the emperor. All right, then do as Ruyun says. Send her to the cold palace. Su Yao suddenly looked up, her face pale. Your Majesty, I am innocent. I don't know when Marin. How could I harm her? When Rian tightly held Zhang Qingyan's arm. Maybe it's because you saw I was favored, so you did this. You can compete for favor, but you can't slander the emperor. Self-destruct, and you won't survive. Zhang Qingyan gave a glance, and someone immediately stepped forward to take Su Yao away. But just as they reached the door, they stopped. Servant, greetings, Nyang Zhaopin. Bai Wudong looked at Su Yao, who was crying with tears all over her face, silent. A young, feeling brave, asked, Nyang Zhaopin, what are your orders? Su Yao finally looked up, saw Bai Wudong, and cried out loudly, Nyang Zhaopin, I am innocent. I didn't spread any rumors. It must be when Rian. She deliberately set me up, she begged Bai Wudong, as if she wanted to tear out her heart. Nyang Zhaopin, please save me. Take her away. Zhang Qingyan's cold voice came. The two young eunuchs hesitated no longer and dragged Su Yao away. No, I don't want to go to the cold palace. I am innocent. Their voices faded into the distance, completely gone. Bai Wudong finally stepped forward. The crowd parted respectfully as she approached. Passing through the crowd, she and Zhang Qingyan stood close, like a loving couple. Bai Wudong felt a sharp pain in her eyes. Your Majesty, Sister Su Yao has always been calm and never causes trouble. I believe these rumors may not be her doing. Zhang Qingyan saw her sadness, but in front of so many people, he couldn't go forward to comfort her. Ru Yun says it was her. When Rian also weakly said, Sister, why are you defending Su Yao? She falsely accused the emperor of being bewitched. Sending her to the cold palace was a mercy. Sister, don't you care about the emperor? Once these rumors spread, his mood is affected. Bai Wudong looked at her face, which was very similar to Wen Qiyun's. Beauty one, Su Yao doesn't even know you. Why would she do this? She used to live in the same palace as your sister and got along well. It's unlikely she would target you. Sister, I heard this myself. If you don't believe me, bring the person spreading the rumors here. Bai Wudong continued, where did you hear this? When Rian didn't want to say, but Zhang Qingyan didn't seem willing to speak either. Since her rank was low, she could only answer, my sister spends every day with the emperor, so she was nearby the Palace of Restful Heart. Near the Palace of Restful Heart, someone was spreading rumors without knowing the danger, and when Rian just happened to overhear it, no matter how you look at it, everything seemed suspicious. Really near the Palace of Restful Heart, when Rian pretended to be scared and leaned toward Zhang Qingyan. Your Majesty, sister is so frightening. She seems to be interrogating a criminal. Zhang Qingyan gently patted her hand to comfort her. Zhao Pin, this was Wen Yun hearing from behind the Palace of Restful Heart, quite far away. The palace maid who did this took a lot of silver from Su Marin to dare act like that. It has nothing to do with her. Bai Wudong's steps wavered slightly, her eyes showing some sadness. Your Majesty, I think this matter needs further investigation. We shouldn't send Su Marin to the cold palace just because one palace maid said so. It could ruin her life. This matter is over. Zhao Pin, go back and rest well. You're about to give birth, so don't walk around freely. Zhang Qingyan stepped forward, took Bai Wudong's hand, seemingly comforting her but with a hint of impatience. I have other matters, so I will leave first. Sister, then the young lady will go back with the emperor first. They turned and left. When Rian looked back at her, a proud smile on her face. Pregnancy didn't matter. Right now, the emperor's favorite was her. Every night, he would keep her awake all night. If it had been Princess Zhao with her small body, she probably would have fainted long ago. It seems the emperor isn't fully satisfied with Princess Zhao, but he is different with me. Zhang Qingyan walked to the door, but couldn't help but look back. Bai Wudong stood alone among the crowd, tears in her eyes as she looked at him. That look made his heart ache. Your Majesty, what are you looking at? When Rian asked jealously. Could it be that the emperor still likes Princess Zhao? No, he has finally shown her some favor, and she can't let anyone take it away. It's nothing, Zhang Qingyan said and strode forward. Your Majesty, wait for your servant. Once the emperor left, the hall of fragrant delights emptied out. Duan Chunru was a bit anxious. Sister, the emperor doesn't listen to you, and instead listens to Wenruyun. Don't worry. The emperor isn't the type to act on impulse. Maybe. It's really Su Yao. Bai Wudong was no longer panicked. She pretended to be in pain, prompting Ying Chun to help her back. Seeing this, Duan Chunru didn't want to bother them anymore and left on her own. Back in the Zhao Chun palace, Bai Wudong sat down and thought carefully. She was now sure that this rumor was spread by the emperor. All signs pointed to Wenruyun hearing that the mastermind was Su Yao, and she probably fell into a trap. And this trap was set by the emperor himself. The purpose was likely to show everyone his love for Wenruyun. They often stayed in the palace of Nourishing Heart, but going outside would be more convincing. Now, the entire harem probably believed that the emperor truly favored Wenruyun. Su Yao was just unlucky to be chosen by the emperor. In the future, she probably wouldn't be able to leave the cold palace. Madam, please have some cake. Ying Chun thought Bai Wudong was upset and silent. She forced a smile. You may go now. After Ying Chun left, Bai Wudong finally let down her guard. To fool everyone, she first had to fool her own people. Only if even Chon'er and Ying Chun believed she truly loved the emperor was it real love. The emperor pulling her aside was also to make it more genuine. After all, she was pregnant. If the emperor only loved Wenruyun and ignored her, it would be strange. As expected, the emperor's heart is cold. To achieve his goals, even the people he cares about can be made to suffer. The rumors have been cleared away. There was no disturbance in the palace about Su Yao. No one cares about her fate. Everyone just wants to see how much the emperor loves Wenruyun. Bai Wudong dismissed the servants and looked at a storybook by candlelight. It told a love story between a person and a fairy, just for entertainment. Definitely not real. Suddenly, footsteps sounded. Bai Wudong looked up and saw Zhang Qingyan standing at the door. The moonlight shone on him, illuminating half of his face, while the other half was hidden in darkness. Your Majesty, why are you here? She never expected him to come in the middle of the night, so she hadn't had time to put on a sad expression. I heard you're very upset about coming back. Bai Wudong's heart skipped a beat. Today, she went to see Su Yao to check the rumors spreading about her, to speak up for her and also to act. She pretended not to notice the emperor's flirtation, using her own pain to make him feel guilty. But now, with her current look, she didn't seem very sad. Bai Wudong put down the storybook and continued to keep her current expression. Your Majesty, why did you come suddenly? Sister, when should still be waiting in the heart-nourishing palace, Zhang Qingyan entered the room and closed the door. Zhao Pin, I worry about you and the child. Bai Wudong turned her head and blinked, as if swallowing back tears. But when she looked again, she was back to her usual self. Your Majesty, thank you for your concern. I will protect the child well. It's late now, you should go back. Sister Wen was falsely accused today, so she must be feeling very upset. Zhang Qingyan sat on the bed and held her hand. Don't look at me with such eyes. Your Majesty, I am still the same as before, not the same. I know you're unhappy today, but trust me. I will give you an explanation soon. It seemed her 2 months of hard work hadn't been in vain. Now, Zhang Qingyan was worried about her sadness and came in the middle of the night. He probably truly cared about her. Since that's the case, she decided to stop here. Tears fell uncontrollably from her eyes. Your Majesty, I am really afraid. Afraid that someone new will forget the old. Afraid that you will forget me. I want to be stronger, but whenever I see the Emperor, I can't help but cry. Zhang Qingyan gently held her in his arms. Silly girl, how could I forget you? He raised his hand to wipe away her tears. You're now in your late months, so don't go out unless necessary. Okay? Promise me. Yes, I promise, Your Majesty. Good. I can't stay out too long, so rest early. Bai Wudong saw Zhang Qingyan off at the door before returning to her room. She sat on the bed, finally feeling relieved. Just now, she almost revealed herself. Luckily, she kept her expression neutral and pretended to be angry. If she had shown sadness directly, Zhang Qingyan might have noticed. It seems she needs to be more careful in the future. In June, the sky changes like a child's face. This morning, it was clear and sunny, but by the afternoon, a light drizzle began. In front of Wuyo Palace. When Ruyan looked up at the sign, sneered softly, "Wuyo? It should be Wuyo," meaning more worries. She composed herself and stepped inside. "Sister, your younger sister is here to see you." Inside the hall, it was dark. A strong medicinal smell made her eyes sting. All the windows were sealed shut, only a few candles flickered. When Ruyan raised her hand to cover her mouth and nose. "Sister, where are you?" "I'm here." The sudden voice startled Ruyan. She quickly turned her head and saw Wen Chuyan with layers of cloth wrapped around her head, standing in the shadow to the side. She looked much thinner. It had only been a short time, but she had lost so much weight. When Ruyan forced a smile. "Sister, so you're here. You scared me. It's broad daylight. Why not open a window?" "Now is the perfect time." "Shut up." When Chuyun's eyes were cold and fierce. "Say what you have to say." Cough, cough. When Ruyan was frightened by her ghostly appearance, she took a step back and stood at the doorframe before speaking. "Sister, I came this time to discuss something important with you." "What big thing?" "Recently, I've been favored so much that the Emperor even abandoned the beautiful lady for you." "Why would I need to come to you for advice?" Hearing Wen Chuyun's sharp words, when Ruyan felt a bit more at ease. If she said nothing, that would be the most frightening. "Older sister, what are you saying?" "The Emperor doesn't favor me that much." When Ruyan whispered. "I'm here to talk about how to deal with Lady Zhao. You don't want her to have the baby either, right?" When Chuyan paused for a moment and waved her hand. The palace maids inside the hall hurriedly left, looking as if they had been given a great mercy. "I definitely don't want Lady Zhao's child to be born. Either no one in the harem has children, or everyone does. She can't have it all to herself. That's not right." When Ruyan smiled gently. "Yes, that's what you think too, sister, which is why you came to talk with me. You're not as clever as I am and haven't thought of a good plan." When Chuyan stared at her intently. "Why are you looking at me like that, sister? We are real sisters. We need to support each other in the harem. The Emperor favors me now, but once your face heals, he will surely favor you too." When Ruyan felt a chill but kept smiling. "Sister, we look so much alike. If we serve the Emperor together, he will be so captivated that he won't be able to leave us." When Chuyan finally spoke. "Come here." In the deep part of the hall, there was a large bronze mirror. Next to it, there were various ointments and used cloth strips. When Chuyan took out a porcelain bottle from her. "This is for you." When Ruyan, though reluctant, had no choice but to accept it. Inside was a red pill. "Sister, is this poison?" "Yes, it is. This medicine is very rare. There's only one in the whole world. I didn't take it out before, because I wanted to save it for a real emergency." When Chuyun's face twisted into a frightening smile. "This pill dissolves in water. After taking it, you will die on the 7th day. Before dying, your whole body will rot and become hideous. There won't be a single decent part left. Sister, you must keep this safe." When Ruyan was frightened and quickly put the pill back into the bottle. Feeling it wasn't safe enough, she wiped her hands with a handkerchief. "Sister, don't worry. With this pill, I will make sure Lady Zhao dies a horrible death. Once she's gone, maybe the harem will belong to us sisters. But sister, I also want to discuss something with you. We need to come up with a perfect plan. If Lady Zhao dies and suspicion falls on us, it will be trouble. The Emperor might not do anything to you, but the Empress Dowager will definitely act. She cares a lot about the royal heir. All right, I happen to be free in this palace and have been thinking of many ideas. Surely, one of them will work." In the evening, the rain finally stopped. When Ruyan left Wuyo Palace and headed straight to Yangxin Hall. "Your Majesty, I miss you so much." She threw herself into Zhang Qingyan's arms. Compared to before, her body was fuller, almost crushing Zhang Qingyan, especially with her back leaning against the headrest. Pain spread from her back. He clenched his jaw tightly, stopping himself from angrily breaking when Ruyan's neck. "Ruyan, go down first." "Your Majesty, I don't want to leave." When Ruyun heard the bitterness in her words and quickly stood up, but Zhang Qingyan's expression remained normal, even smiling at her. Did she hear wrong just now? Ruyun, I have things to do. You should rest first. When Ruyun was sure she misheard and started to act cute again. Your Majesty, do you not like me anymore? You don't want to be with me. No, I like you the most. Your Majesty, shall we go see Sister Zhao Pin? When Ruyun sat beside him, charmingly leaning on his shoulder. A murderous look flickered in Zhang Qingyan's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it, leaving only a deep, dark gaze. Oh? Why do you suddenly want to see Sister Zhao Pin? Are you afraid of her? Your Majesty, after I returned, I thought carefully. It was my fault, so I want to go apologize to Sister Zhao Pin. I see. No need to apologize. You are my most loved woman, and you don't have to apologize to anyone. Zhang Qingyan's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice low and deep. Sister Zhao Pin only has a child. Later, you can also give me a child, and I will make you empress. When Ruyun was overjoyed, holding his waist tightly. Your Majesty, you are so good to me. A large hand rested on her head, and Zhang Qingyan's face was expressionless. Of course I will treat you well, then, Your Majesty. Tomorrow you can accompany me to see Sister Zhao Pin. When Ruyun stood up, turning around beautifully for a moment, her dress flying, revealing her sturdy thighs. I will go rest now. See you later, Your Majesty. After saying that, she quickly ran into the sleeping hall. Zhang Qingyan took a deep breath, suppressing his murderous intent. Wang Dekai, servant is here. Ask Fu Geng how much longer it will take. Wang Dekai hurried out of the hall and headed straight to Yongshou Palace. He did not go inside but stopped at the door, slipping a note under the stone. Just after Wang Decai left, a palace maid looked around and took out a note. After reading it, she tore it up and swallowed it. In Yongshou Palace, the lights were bright. The lamps in the surrounding halls went out one by one, until only the Empress Dowager's bedroom remained lit. All the personal maids and nannies stood at the door, heads slightly bowed, not daring to make a sound. A thin man was lying on the bed, shirtless, wearing only a pair of undergarments. His fair skin was flushed with red, spreading down to his neck. His eyes were full of tears, as if he might cry at any moment. Opposite him, the Empress Dowager leaned on the bed, looking at him with deep affection. Empress Dowager. Fu Geng looked up. Please have mercy, Your Majesty. You look very much like him, the Empress Dowager said, raising her hand to his face. Fu Geng leaned into her palm. Please, Your Majesty, don't torment me. I am not tormenting you. I am doing this for your own good, she replied. Suddenly, there were 3 soft sounds outside, like something falling on the tiles. Fu Geng's body stiffened, and the blush on his face quickly faded. That's... The Emperor is here again, urging him. This was the 3rd time. If he didn't give a satisfactory answer soon, his whole family would be in danger. Fu Geng clenched his teeth, crawled in front of the Empress Dowager, and kissed her slightly aged hand back. Your Majesty. All the unpleasant things were hidden in the darkness. Fu Geng looked up, staring hard at the Empress Dowager's face. It was almost over. He wouldn't have to deal with this old woman anymore. Every time he felt disgusted, but now he thought, maybe it's better to just die like this. Suddenly, his body was pushed back, and someone pushed him away. The Empress Dowager's voice came. You may leave now. Fu Geng froze in place, feeling icy all over. He was so close to success. Your Majesty, he said softly. Fu Geng picked up his clothes and left the room, feeling lost. The nanny secretly looked at him, then quickly lowered her head and went inside to serve. The Empress Dowager leaned on the bed, saying, I almost made a mistake. The nanny dared not speak. She must not speak too much about this matter, or she might never know how she died. Do you think I can keep him? His eyes really look like the former emperor's. I fell in love at first sight with the previous emperor and worked hard to enter the palace, but unfortunately, he didn't like me. He only favored those fox-like women. Your Majesty, you are now the true ruler of the palace. Those others can't compare to you. You're right, I am the ruler of the palace. The Empress Dowager looked at the flickering candle flame as if her heart was reigniting. She thought her heart was dead, but now it was alive again. Even her old, heavy body seemed to feel younger. I am the ruler of the palace, and I decide everything here. The Empress Dowager smiled. Get ready. Let him start serving me tomorrow. The maid trembled and replied softly, Yes. The Empress Dowager saw her fear and said, You are my maid, and you've been with me for many years. Why are you still so timid? The emperor may have the power of a ruler, but filial piety is the most important virtue. He wouldn't dare to oppose me. When the doors of Yongshou Palace are closed, no one will know what happens inside. Yes, Your Majesty. I will do my best and make sure no one finds out. The maid took the water and left. The last lamp went out. The entire palace was plunged into darkness. Zhang Qingyan opened his eyes. It was still early. Wang Dicai helped him get dressed. Has Wen Ruiyun woken up? She's still asleep. I already prepared the blanket beside her in advance. Although this was something done every day, Wang Dicai reported it to make Zhang Qingyan feel more at ease. By the way, has Yongshou Palace sent any news? Yes, I went to get it this morning. They said it will take no more than 3 days to succeed. Good. Zhang Qingyan had been waiting for this day for too long. This matter must be handled carefully. We must catch them in the act, so the Empress Dowager cannot deny it. At first, she would be very cautious and not dare to act recklessly. But over time, her courage would grow, and she might make mistakes. That would be the perfect time to strike. Zhang Qingyan went to the morning court feeling refreshed. The officials saw his demeanor and, for the first time, dared to present their reports. Zhang Qingyan did not scold anyone and quickly ended the court session. Your Majesty, you have returned. When Ruiyun was setting the breakfast, looking obedient and sensible. Zhang Qingyan's good mood instantly disappeared, but since the Empress Dowager's matter was about to be settled, he knew it was not the time to cause trouble. He smiled and gently took her hand. Ruiyun, let those servants handle these things. Your Majesty, I want to do it myself. When Ruiyun said, lifting her bowl. She pinched the spoon with her chubby fingers, her little pinky raised. Your Majesty, I will serve you porridge. Zhang Qingyan took a few bites, then snatched the bowl back. Enough, I will eat by myself. Looking at her hand, he felt like vomiting. She was truly not as good as Zhaofan. Zhang Qingyan looked for an excuse to review the memorials. But when Ruiyun refused to leave no matter what she said. Your Majesty, didn't you promise me to go to the Zhao Chun Palace? Your Majesty, you are the Emperor. You must keep your word. Fine, let's go. Zhang Qingyan signaled Wang Dicai with a look. He understood and left first. An hour later, when Ruiyun, holding Zhang Qingyan's arm, appeared at the door of Zhao Chun Palace. Bai Wudong came out pregnant to greet them. Your Majesty, I have seen you. Get up and sit back down, Zhang Qingyan said. Bai Wudong was about to respond, but when Ruiyun stepped forward and took her arm. Sister, let me help you inside. Zhang Qingyan's face suddenly changed. He stepped forward and pulled Wen Ruiyun back. Let the palace maid serve you. Don't go over there. Wen Ruiyun thought he was worried about her doing chores, so she smiled sweetly. All right, I will listen to your Majesty. Sister, sorry, your Majesty cares for me, so I can't help you. Bai Wudong's face turned pale. She placed her hands in front of her. Her delicate fingers intertwined, and she forced a smile. Yes, your Majesty, sister. Let's go inside. Sunlight shone into the hall, warm and peaceful. As soon as when Ruiyun entered, she saw the arranged items. They were all good things, much better than what was in her palace. Although the emperor had given her many gifts, most were jewelry and fabrics. There weren't many ornaments. Sister, this pomegranate with many seeds is so beautiful, Wen Ruiyun said, touching it. Sister, where did you get this? I want one too. Bai Wudong sat quietly nearby. It was sent by the Imperial Household Department. Your Majesty, I also want this. Could you ask the Ministry of Internal Affairs to send it to me? I want to have many children for you. Zhang Qingyan held her hand. Just this one. Later, I will give you something else. No, I only want this. Bai Wudong lowered her eyes, her shoulders trembling slightly with weakness. In the past, if it was just a small ornament, she would give it away to show her generosity, waving her hand. But now that won't do. She needs the emperor to ask for it himself, especially for Wenryun. Only then will he feel more guilty. Wenryun looked at Bai Wudong with a teasing smile, still acting coquettishly. Your Majesty, I really like it. Please, just give it to me. Zhang Qingyan clenched his fist, but then he remembered the news from the Empress Dowager. Forget it, just a few days left. Just endure it. Ruyun, I also have a guanine lotus. It symbolizes many children and good fortune. Bai Wudong trembled, her eyes turning red. Your Majesty, I wish you and Sister Wen a happy future. She stood up to leave, but was stopped by Wenryun. Sister, why are you leaving? Don't you want Sister to have children with the Emperor? The entire harem is full of the Emperor's women. You can't be so petty. After saying that, she also cast a look at Zhang Qingyan. Your Majesty, look, Sister is upset. As the Emperor's woman, I have long accepted sharing the Emperor with others. I would never monopolize him. Hearing Wenryun's words, Zhang Qingyan only felt a headache coming on. He really wanted to slap her, but he couldn't. He could only indulge others, not Bai Wudong. The Empress Dowager wouldn't interfere then. And this Wenryun was sent by the Empress Dowager. Ruyun, let's go. Your Majesty, are we leaving now? I haven't apologized to Sister yet. Zhang Qingyan could only endure a little longer. He dared not look at Bai Wudong, nor did he want to see her sad, pleading eyes. When Ruyun pretended to bow politely. Sister, at the Tianxiang Garden last time, I shouldn't have said you were scary. I apologize to you here. It's okay. Bai Wudong saw that the Emperor wasn't looking at her, so she spoke with a hint of tears in her voice. I'm not angry about that. Sister, does that mean you forgive me? So, this multi-fruit pomegranate can be given to me now, right? The Empress Dowager and the Emperor both said that the sisters and the harem should get along peacefully. White Wudong still refused to agree, saying, but this was given to me by the Emperor. Sister, I really like it. Please give it to me. Zhang Qingyan couldn't stand it anymore. If this thing wasn't given to Wenryun today, who knows how long she would cause trouble. Zhao Pin, just give it to her. White Wudong looked up in disbelief, tears falling from her eyes. It was clear that Zhang Qingyan had no intention of taking back his words. She seemed heartbroken, staring blankly at the multi-fruit pomegranate. Since my sister likes it, then take it. The Emperor has spoken. What else can I say? Thank you, Your Majesty. Wenryun immediately called a palace maid. Bring this to my palace and place it somewhere very visible. Make sure it can be seen at a glance. This was given to me by the Emperor, symbolizing many children and good fortune. She raised her head, not mentioning White Wudong at all. Your Majesty, I will give you many children in the future. Zhang Qingyan looked at White Wudong's expression, feeling pain in his heart but helpless. He could only turn and leave. Let's go. When Wenryun turned back and smiled slightly at White Wudong, her back even showing a hint of pride. Chana stepped forward to comfort her, worried she might be upset. Your Ladyship, it's just a decoration. The Emperor will definitely give you something better in the future. You can go now. I want to be alone for a while. Chana hesitated, then left, glancing back repeatedly. After the door closed, White Wudong picked up her teacup, moistened her throat, and looked at the floating tea leaves. She slowly used the lid of the teacup to stir them. Zhang Qingyan didn't say a word and went straight to approve the memorial. When Ruyun still wanted to go in, but Wang Dicai stopped her. Sorry, Your Ladyship. The Emperor still has many things to do and doesn't want to be disturbed. When Ruyun looked down on these eunuchs and turned to leave. Behind her, her personal maid Qing Suo was worried. Miss, no, Your Ladyship, if you do this. Do you think the Emperor will think you're being too much? It won't happen. But now I roughly understand the limits of the Emperor's favor for me. Others only see Wenryun as spoiled and proud, but they don't see her true intention. Her goal was to test the Emperor's bottom line through various actions, so she could act more carefully in the future. Wenryun sat in front of the bronze mirror, looking at her beautiful face. This time, I asked Empress Zhao for something. Although the Emperor finally gave it to me, he clearly seemed impatient, which is why he wouldn't let me go over. This is my bottom line. She picked up a comb and gently brushed her smooth hair. It seems that the emperor still holds a certain status for Empress Zhao. Jingsu stepped forward to help. Your Majesty, Empress Zhao is pregnant with the emperor's child. The emperor must value her. I feel uneasy, so perhaps you should not go to see Empress Zhao for now. As an outsider, she sometimes saw things more clearly. Occasionally, she saw the emperor look at Wenruyun, but the look was not like someone admiring a loved one. It was more like looking at a corpse. Wenruyun looked at herself through the mirror. Oh, you think something's wrong. Jingsu pursed her lips and finally told the truth. Your Majesty, I once saw the emperor look at you in a way that wasn't good. I wonder what that means. Wenruyun smiled confidently. The emperor is the son of heaven. Usually, he doesn't show his emotions easily. Only at night can you see his true side. Her face blushed. Every night, the emperor and I share intimate moments, even ignoring his own body. I even begged him, but he wouldn't let me go. Can't you see how much he likes me? Before I entered the palace, I knew that the emperor isn't someone who indulges in pleasures. He only visits the harem about 10 times a month, and often he doesn't stay overnight. Jingsu no longer spoke, but she was still worried deep inside. She could only comfort herself that perhaps she was mistaken, or maybe the emperor's gaze was just that intimidating. By the way, I almost forgot. When Ryun stood up. Now that I am the emperor's woman, I need to meet the other consorts. It's better to get to know them. In the future, these women would be her enemies. Knowing your enemies and yourself is the key to winning every battle. Jingsu had no choice but to follow behind. Your Majesty, take your time. Where shall we go first? Of course, to Fengyi Palace to see that sickly empress. The weather grew hotter and hotter. When Ryun arranged a gathering, inviting many consorts to the imperial garden for tea and flower viewing. She was now the emperor's most favored person, and few dared to disrespect her. Especially those of lower status, who are afraid of offending others, not only arrive but also bring gifts. Although Ryun is just a beautiful woman, she sits proudly at the head of the table, facing consort Hui and a consort with a commanding presence, showing no respect. Elder sisters, you've arrived. Please sit down. The consort's eyes flicker with amusement, and she smiles slightly. It's an honor to be invited by my younger sister. Consort Hui also makes polite small talk and then sits beside her. When Ryun observes everyone carefully, already having her plans in mind. The empress has not come yet, so she leaves that aside for now. The consort and consort Hui seem very close, always arriving and leaving together, sitting side by side, never apart. The remaining ladies, like Ding Zhaoi and Meng Pin, stick together for comfort. Before entering, when Ryun heard that these women all followed Jean Weiga. It's a pity that the once noble Rong Fei has been downgraded to Jean Pin, now on equal footing with her sister, who just entered the palace. Both are considered useless. As for the other beauties, they are no threat at all. I didn't expect that just a casual remark from my sister would bring all of you here, when Ryun begins to make polite conversation. I haven't prepared much today, so please feel free to relax. Servants, bring tea and pastries for the ladies. A tray of delicate pastries is served on the small table. The consort picks up a piece. This is longxu su, usually not made in the kitchen unless the emperor orders it, when Ryun smiles and nods. Yes, I heard the emperor wanted me to invite the sisters to see the flowers, so he specially asked the kitchen to prepare this. The emperor is really kind to my sister. The consort eats a piece of longxu su and says, I really envy that. They compliment each other for a while. When Ryun then turns her gaze to Duan Chunru. Chunru, do you still remember me? Duan Chunru's heart sinks. She has a premonition that when Ryun will target her, and sure enough, that's the case. But now the situation is beyond her control, so she can only smile bitterly and reply, of course I remember, when Ryun squints and speaks softly. Sister Chunru, the last time we went to the flower festival together, you made me look very bad. I lost face in front of many sisters. Duan Chunru stiffens, surprised that she would speak so bluntly. The people around just watch silently, not offering to help her. Otherwise, sister uses tea instead of wine to apologize to you. She admits she was naive before and now realizes her foolishness. When Ruyin responds, "All right, then you should apologize, but I want to see your sincerity," how could Duan Chunru not understand her hidden meaning? She finishes her tea in one gulp. Sister will show you her sincerity. Once this matter is settled, the scene becomes lively again. Duan Chunru holds her handkerchief, but she can't smile. This time, either she will bleed heavily, or she will have to help Wen Ruyun with her tasks in the future. But she knows what kind of person the other is. She might end up getting involved herself. So, she can only give money. It takes 2 hours. The flower viewing banquet finally ends. Everyone returns to their own palaces. Wen Ruyun smiles and looks at Duan Chunru. "Chunru, why aren't you leaving?" "Don't forget what I told you." "I won't forget. I'll go back now." Duan Chunru returns to her palace and tells Chun Xing, "Take out the valuable things. I will send them to Wen Ruyun." Chun Xing is unhappy but can only pack up. "Your Majesty, she's also a beauty." "Why is she so arrogant?" Because she is now the most favored person by the emperor. Even Zhaofan has to step down. "Haven't you noticed the matter with the multi-fruit pomegranate?" When Ruyun is trying to cause trouble, after packing up, Duan Chunru goes to Jin's palace, takes a deep breath, and then enters. Today, the emperor is busy, so Wen Ruyun has plenty of free time to stay. Seeing Duan Chunru arrive, she waves her hand. The palace maid immediately steps forward, takes the items, and presents them to her. The box is opened, revealing gold, silver, and jade jewelry. Below, there are also banknotes, totaling around 3,000 or 4,000 taels of silver. Big Sister Chunru is so generous. "Since you're so sincere, I will accept it." Duan Chunru's heart aches, but she can only accept it. "I'm glad you like it. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave." "Wait, why are you in such a hurry?" When Ruyun orders someone to serve tea. "Let's chat a bit more." "Sister Chunru, I heard you were close to Zhaofan." "Not really, just exchanged a few words." "Really? That's a pity. I was hoping that if you had a good relationship with Zhaofan, you could help me connect. I also want to be close to Zhaofan, especially since she has children. The emperor's favor might disappear at any time, so she must find a way to stand firm in the palace herself." She didn't believe a word of what Duan Chunru said. If she truly wanted to get along with Zhao Pin, why would she go around showing off with the emperor and steal the pomegranate from Duozi, spreading the news in the harem to make everyone see how much she is favored now? When Ruyun's eyes fell on the teacup. "Sister Chunru, you've come so far and must be thirsty. Have some tea." Duan Chunru tensed up. "Thank you for your kindness, sister, but I am not thirsty." "Why? Are you worried I might put poison in the tea?" "Of course not." When Ruyun didn't reply, only smiled at her. Thinking of Su Yao's fate, Duan Chunru felt she had no choice. She picked up the teacup and took a small sip, but she didn't dare swallow it. She could only hold it in her mouth. Later, she planned to find a chance to use a handkerchief to spit it out. When Ruyun's smile grew wider. "Sister Chunru is really cautious. Unfortunately, there's no poison in this tea." She changed the subject. "I put something in your teacup. Even if you don't drink tea, it won't help." Duan Chunru suddenly stood up but felt dizzy and lightheaded. She covered her head and sank back into the chair. "Wen Ruyun, what are you trying to do? This is the palace. I am also the emperor's consort. If you openly drug me, the emperor will definitely not let you go." After saying that, she closed her eyes and couldn't stop herself from fainting. When Ruyun clapped her hands. "Take her to the room and her clothes." 2 palace maids quickly entered the room. Half an hour later, Qing Suo came out. "Your Majesty, we found 3 birthmarks on Duan Chunru. Her inner garment has also been replaced with a similar one." "Good. Let her wake up now. I need to see the emperor soon, and I don't have much time." Duan Chunru, holding her head, staggered outside. "Wen Ruyun, what are you really trying to do?" "Not much. I just took off your clothes and showed a man. He took your inner garment and knows where your birthmarks are. Think about it." When Ruyun's gentle smile was like that of an angel, but her words sounded like that of a devil. "If the emperor finds out, do you think he will believe you're innocent?" Duan Chunru pointed at Wenruyun, trembling. She never expected her to be so vicious. Under the bright sky, how dare you do such a thing? Spring soft, sister, don't be angry. I won't really tell the emperor. If you help me with one thing, I promise I won't say anything. Duan Chunru took a deep breath and forced herself to stay calm. What do you want me to do? When Ryun's eyes were cold and fierce. Kill Lady Zhao.